Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing, what if Deku and Ayana are true soulmates? Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Soulmates. Since the beginning of time, they have existed, an invisible thread connecting two individuals with a bond so powerful that nothing could break it. No matter where one came from, who they were, or what their life held, a soulmate was believed to be the one person who could meet one's heart with perfect understanding. However, even with the universe offering such a gift, finding a soulmate was never simple. The proof was fleeting. When soulmates touched, their fingers would leave behind temporary imprints, delicate, glowing reflections of their fingerprints. These marks, intricate and ethereal, vanished after only a few moments. To those who experienced them, the sensation was unmistakable, a warmth that radiated through the skin, an emotional resonance echoing through the soul. Yet the world moved quickly. In a bustling city or crowded market, two soulmates might brush hands and never even know it. The marks fade, the moment is lost, and fate continues on, silent and unseen. Still, in this world, soulmates are only one kind of wonder. 80% of the global population possesses a unique trait known as a quirk, a superhuman ability that varies from person to person. The first recorded quirk emerged in Qingqing City, China, where a newborn baby glowed with an inner light. Since then, countless others have developed powers, some at birth, others in adolescence, ushering in a new era of humanity. The origin of quirks remains a mystery. Some scientists believe they stem from a virus carried by mice. Others claim they are the next step in human evolution. Regardless of their cause, quirks forever changed the course of history. As chaos and uncertainty rose, society adapted. Governments restricted the use of quirks by law enforcement, wary of the dangers they posed. In their place, a new class of protectors emerged, pro-heroes, licensed quirk users trained to combat crime, save lives, and inspire hope. The profession began in Rhode Island, USA, and quickly spread across the globe. In time, specialized schools were created to train the next generation of heroes. Institutions like the American Institute for Heroes and UA Hero Academy in Japan became the cornerstones of this system, cultivating strength, skill, and responsibility in those gifted with exceptional abilities. But with great power came new dangers. As heroes rose, so too did villains, those who used their quirks for selfish or destructive purposes. To maintain peace, societies developed strict laws, mandatory quirk registration, regulated public use, and enhanced surveillance. Meanwhile, heroes became cultural icons, celebrated not just for their strength but for the ideals they represented. In this new world, the concept of soulmates evolved. Researchers discovered that the bond between soulmates could influence their quirks. Some abilities grew stronger in the presence of one's soulmate, others unlocked entirely new forms when connected through that bond. Hero teams made up of soulmates became legendary for their synchronicity, their every move a reflection of deep trust and emotional unity. But such bonds are rare. Many heroes go their entire lives without meeting their soulmate. And even when found, the demands of hero work can strain even the strongest connections. After all, being a hero means facing danger, sacrifice, and impossible choices, sometimes alone. Yet for those who do find that match, the potential is extraordinary. A soulmate can be more than just a partner. They can be your equal, your strength, your other half. The blaring alarm shattered Ayana's sleep precisely at 5 a.m. She blinked awake instantly, the quiet darkness of her bedroom familiar and comforting. Sitting up slowly, she stretched, feeling her muscles wake and respond obediently. Discipline had etched itself into her bones, guiding her movements automatically. Sliding from bed, she dressed quickly in her usual running gear, black leggings, a light jacket, her long white hair neatly secured into a tight ponytail. She paused briefly before the hallway mirror. Bright blue eyes stared calmly back, determination already clear despite the early hour. She didn't need reminders of who she was. Ayana knew herself perfectly. Downstairs, the silence of the empty house greeted her, a stark contrast to the mornings she'd grown accustomed to. Normally, her parents would already be waiting by the door, ready to join her run. Xavier would tease about keeping up, and Ophelia's gentle laughter would fill the quiet neighborhood. But today, as it had been for several weeks now, Ayana stood alone at the front door. Their absence had become a quiet ache in her chest, though she never let it show openly. Her parents were overseas in Japan, fighting alongside other heroes in a war broadcast across the world. News had been scarce and infrequent. Every day without contact tightened an invisible knot inside her. Stepping outside into the cool morning air, Ayana began running immediately, her sneakers rhythmic on the pavement. Streetlights cast soft pools of yellow ahead of her, illuminating the familiar route. Usually, she'd have her father matching her stride, steady breaths in sync, her mother always slightly ahead, smiling warmly when she inevitably outpaced them both. Today, silence stretched around her instead. She pushed herself harder, faster, the burning in her legs a welcome distraction from anxious thoughts. Her parents would return. They had to. She refused to allow any other possibility to enter her mind. By the time she returned home, her breath came evenly, sweat glistening lightly on her brow. The empty driveway greeted her coldly, but Ayana straightened her shoulders, pushing the worry aside again. Quickly showering and changing into her uniform, she left for school without another glance back at the empty house. Arriving at the American Institute precisely on time, Ayana walked calmly through the halls toward her first class. Eyes followed her, whispers trailing quietly as usual. She'd grown accustomed to their distance long ago. Isolation had always been her normal, a familiar companion she no longer questioned or resented. As she took her seat, she overheard Emma Dalton lean toward another student, whispering just loudly enough, suggesting that it must be nice having everything handed to her by famous parents. Ayana's jaw tightened subtly, irritation flickering momentarily beneath her calm facade. Before she could respond, Professor Martinez entered, calling the class sharply to order. The whispers faded. "Before we start, I'd like to briefly address recent events overseas," Martinez began somberly, commanding immediate silence. The paranormal liberation war in Japan has finally concluded, but at a severe cost. American heroes participated heavily, including our own Force Wave and Thermalance. Ayana's fingers curled involuntarily into her palms. Her heartbeat quickened slightly. It was the first direct mention of her parents in weeks. Martinez's gaze softened briefly, meeting Ayana's eyes with gentle acknowledgement. "Information is limited, but we know our heroes fought bravely alongside their international counterparts. As future heroes, remember that strength is not merely physical. True strength comes from resilience in the face of adversity." Ayana felt the subtle weight of those words deeply. Her classmates stole quick glances at her, the whispers now absent, replaced by quiet contemplation. Training sessions offered Ayana an escape from the emotional turmoil simmering beneath her controlled exterior. She stepped onto the field focused, energy already humming beneath her skin. Her performance was flawless and precise. Professor Andrews nodded silently, his approval clear in his steady gaze. Her classmates watched quietly, envy tinging their admiration. After class, Ayana walked home quietly, the day's emotional weight heavier than usual. Approaching her house, her heart stuttered slightly at the sight of an unfamiliar rental car parked outside. Confusion filled her as she hurried inside, hope and anxiety tightening her chest. The moment she stepped through the front door, Ayana sensed something different, a quiet shift in the atmosphere. Dropping her bag, she moved quickly toward the living room. Her breath caught sharply at the sight waiting there. Her father sat slumped on the couch, bruises darkening his skin, exhaustion etched deeply into his features. Beside him, her mother stared blankly into space, lost in quiet contemplation. Ayana's heart twisted painfully. Her voice trembled softly as she broke the fragile silence, calling out to her parents. Ophelia snapped instantly from her thoughts, relief visibly flooding her tired eyes. Rising swiftly, she crossed the room and embraced Ayana fiercely. Ayana clung tightly, overwhelmed by relief as fear began to ease. She whispered that she was glad they were home, expressing her worry about not knowing their situation. Xavier murmured gently, opening weary eyes and rising slowly to join them, wrapping an arm around Ayana's shoulders. Ophelia cupped Ayana's cheek gently, her eyes shining with unshed tears as she spoke of the difficult events they had faced. She shared that they had lost good people, mentioning a boy named Katsuki, a student Ayana's age, and how a hero had sacrificed himself to help stabilize him. The weight of seeing someone her age suffer had nearly broken her. Ayana squeezed her mother's hand tightly, reassuring her that they had done everything they could. Ophelia exhaled softly, grief and relief mingling visibly as she affirmed that they would do it all again if necessary. As Xavier gently guided Ophelia toward the kitchen, his fingertips brushed her lower back lightly. For a brief moment, Ayana's eyes caught the familiar glow of faint fingerprints shimmering softly on her mother's skin, visible for only an instant before fading. It was something she had grown up seeing. Her parents were among the rare soulmate pairs in America, a fact others often treated as miraculous. To Ayana, it was simply another quiet reminder of the love she had always known. Warmth filled her chest. Tonight, her family was whole again, the emptiness finally fading. She moved forward quietly, preparing dinner, her parents' gentle presence filling the space beside her, exactly as it should be. Tonight, they were home. That was enough. The comforting rhythm of Ayana's morning run had returned to normal. As dawn broke softly over the neighborhood, her parents jogged alongside her once again. Xavier teased her gently, calling over his shoulder with an easy laugh, urging her to keep up. Ophelia chuckled softly, effortlessly matching Xavier's stride and glancing warmly back at Ayana. Ayana smiled quietly, pushing herself forward, her footsteps steady as she caught up, finally matching her parents' pace. Hearing that nickname, Petal, sent a warm feeling blooming in her chest. It was theirs alone, a comfort she had deeply missed in their absence. Despite the reassurance of her family's return, the American Institute remained the same. Her classmates whispered quietly, keeping their distance. It didn't truly bother her. Isolation had always been comfortable, leaving space for her to focus entirely on her goals. Midday arrived quickly, and training provided Ayana a familiar, welcome escape. Her control over her energy manipulation quirk had only improved. Her movements were precise, her energy bursts perfectly timed. She felt confident, strong, completely in control. Professor Andrews nodded from across the gym, his respect evident. Ayana simply inclined her head quietly, already analyzing how to push herself further. But before she could continue, the doors swung open. Professor Martinez strode inside, her voice clear and firm as she called for attention. All students were instructed to head immediately to the auditorium for an important announcement. Ayana frowned slightly, curiosity stirring as whispers rippled through the room. Silently, she followed her classmates, the auditorium quickly filling with anxious murmurs and speculation. When she entered, surprise flickered through her. On the stage stood the principal alongside faculty members, but more startlingly, her parents stood beside them, composed but proud. Ophelia caught Ayana's eyes for a brief moment, offering a gentle, unreadable smile. The principal called for quiet, and the murmuring students immediately fell silent. He announced that they had a truly extraordinary honor to share. Each year, the world's top hero academies selected exceptional students for a prestigious international exchange program, reserved only for individuals of extraordinary potential and merit. He paused briefly, the silence thickening with anticipation. This year, they were incredibly proud to announce that Ayana Selwyn had been selected to represent their school. A stunned silence filled the auditorium for a moment before it erupted into excited whispers. Emma Dalton's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Ayana kept her expression neutral, though a quiet satisfaction warmed her chest. The principal raised his hand again, silencing the crowd. He emphasized that Ayana's selection had nothing to do with her parents' fame or accomplishments. Her record of achievement, DSPLN, and exceptional quirk mastery had earned her this recognition entirely on its own merit. Ayana's heartbeat quickened slightly at those words. Finally, definitive proof, publicly stated. No one could question her accomplishments again. Behind the principal, 6 prestigious emblems appeared on a large screen, glowing brightly. The principal listed potential placements for Ayana, including Germany's European Hero Academy, London's International Hero Institute, Valor Academy in Australia, Shanghai Hero Academy in China, the Red Star Hero Conservatory in Russia, and Japan's renowned UA High School. Ayana's eyes lingered on the UA emblem for a brief moment, an inexplicable tug pulling at her chest, an intense yet gentle pull toward the school she had heard so much about. The principal concluded warmly, stating that she did not need to decide that day. She could take her time, research thoroughly, and choose the path that felt right for her. Wherever she decided, they trusted completely that it would be the right choice. Ayana nodded silently, feeling the weight of the opportunity settle over her. When the assembly ended, she walked quietly from the auditorium, her classmates watching in astonishment and envy. But Ayana's mind was already spinning through possibilities. Over the next several weeks, Ayana meticulously researched each of the schools. Late nights were spent reviewing their programs, training approaches, specialized instructors, and global impact. Germany promised strict DSPLN and technological innovation. London boasted cutting-edge research. Australia specialized in disaster response. China emphasized adaptability and strategic heroics. Russia promised rigorous, battle-oriented training. But time and again, Ayana returned to UA. She carefully examined the Japanese school, Captivated by its renowned faculty, intense practical training, and particularly its students' heroes her age who had faced real battles. She studied their faces, recalling her parents' quiet stories of bravery and sacrifice. Ayana took her time, knowing her parents trusted her to make this significant choice on her own without pressure. One quiet evening, her decision made, Ayana found her parents relaxing together in the living room. They immediately sensed her quiet determination, their eyes attentive and warm. She stated clearly that she had made her decision, meeting their gazes steadily. Xavier leaned forward slightly, waiting calmly, while Ophelia's eyes softened, filled with anticipation. Ayana announced firmly that she had decided on UA, certainty clear in her voice. Unexpectedly, Ophelia's eyes filled with tears, her breath catching quietly before she quickly wiped them away. Ayana hesitated, startled, as her mother rarely showed emotion so openly. Ophelia shook her head gently, smiling through her tears, explaining that after seeing the students, especially Katsuki Bakugo, and how much they had suffered, it frightened her. Yet, she expressed her pride in Ayana, confident that she would do incredible things there. Xavier moved closer, placing a gentle, comforting hand on Ophelia's shoulder. Ayana noticed the faint, glowing shimmer of fingerprints on her mother's skin visible for just an instant before fading. It was something she had grown up seeing, a rare proof of the love she never doubted. Ayana stepped forward, gently taking her mother's hand, warmth filling her chest deeply. She reassured her mother that she would be okay, having learned to handle whatever came her way. Ophelia squeezed her hand back, smiling softly, acknowledging that she would always worry. Xavier's steady voice reassured them both, pride clear in his tone as he affirmed that Ayana had earned this opportunity and that they would support her every step of the way. Ayana smiled softly, feeling comforted by the nickname he used for her. The decision felt right, carefully considered, thoughtfully made, and entirely hers. She was ready now, prepared to step confidently toward her future at UA High School. The morning air was cool and steady as Ayana's feet hit the pavement. Her stride was measured, sharp, and confident. On either side of her, her parents matched her pace without needing a word. The streets were quiet at this hour, and the rhythmic sound of 3 pairs of sneakers striking concrete had become something sacred, a silent ritual before the day's chaos. Xavier glanced sideways at her and smirked, teasing that she was slipping and that he might actually be winning today. Ayana shot back that he wished, breath steady as she surged ahead of him, claiming she was just letting him feel good about himself. Ophelia laughed lightly, effortlessly keeping up, cautioning them to be careful or they would scare the birds. Ayana smiled, her body moving on instinct, but her mind was elsewhere. Every step forward brought her closer to goodbye. This would be her last week at home, her last week of normal. The memory of the assembly where her exchange was announced still lingered in her mind, like electricity. She recalled how everyone had stared when her name was called, the swell of pride in her chest when they emphasized that she had earned it on her own, and the wide-eyed awe from classmates who had never once looked at her without mentioning her parents. But more than anything, she remembered her mother's tears. Ophelia had whispered that she was proud of Ayana, brushing her hair back gently, like she used to when she was small. She had expressed her worries about what she had seen and what those students had gone through. Ayana had squeezed her mother's hand, assuring her that she would be okay. She meant it. She was going to class 3 and not just the best class at UA, but the class that had survived a war. The same students who had fought side by side with her parents, who had faced villains and chaos and loss and kept going. When her welcome packet arrived, the first thing she looked at wasn't the uniform code or the flight itinerary, it was the schedule. Her name was there in clean, sharp letters. Aurelia Ayana Selwyn, Class 3. She hadn't said anything to her parents at first. Instead, she waited until everyone had gone to bed that night, shut her bedroom door, and opened her laptop. If she was going to stand beside these students, she had to know who they were. She started with the most familiar name, Izuku Midoriya. Even before her official research, she had heard of him, the boy who inherited power from the symbol of peace himself. The articles she found told more than just a story of strength, they told a story of sacrifice. His arms were a patchwork of old injuries, and there were new scars, one carved down his cheek to his chin, another near his temple. His hair had been shaved unevenly on the right side during surgery. He smiled in interviews, but his eyes revealed the weight he carried. He had once shouldered the world, and he was still carrying it. Next was Katsuki Bakugo. Ayana lingered here longer. Her mother had spoken of him after the war not as a soldier or a symbol, but as a boy. A boy whose heart had stopped. A boy her mother had raced through the sky, bloody and silent, barely alive. Ed's shot had given his life to keep that heart beating long enough for Force Wave to get him to the hospital. Now, Ayana studied him in the aftermath. The right side of his face bore a stitched scar that reached from cheek to temple. His right arm was heavily scarred, burns wrapping down to his hand. There was a dark mark near his collarbone, another on his stomach. Even in his recovery photos, his posture radiated power, but it was tired power battle-worn and earned. She found herself staring longer than she meant to, unsure if it was curiosity or something else. Shoto Todoroki was next. His gaze was cold and calculated. The press loved him half fire, half ice, son of the former number one. But Ayana didn't care about his family tree. She watched footage of him in battle, how precisely he moved, how he shielded civilians with his own flames. He was calm in the chaos, the eye of the storm. Achiko Uraraka was light, literally and emotionally. Her smile lit up rooms, but Ayana caught glimpses of fatigue behind her cheerful facade. She had seen friends nearly die and watched the city burn. Still, she stood at the front of every photo, offering hope. Tenya Ida, polished and upright, had pushed his quirk beyond its limits during battle. His exhaust ports had cracked and exploded. Ayana saw the footage, his legs sparking, his body shaking, but he had kept running anyway. Pain bead med. Orders bead med. Mina Ishido was harder to reconcile. In older clips, she danced, shouted, glowed. In newer ones, her skin tone had shifted, one side pink, the other pale. Her horns were longer now, eyes slightly uneven. The acid had pushed her too far. She had gotten burned, but she still smiled and stood beside her friends like nothing had changed. Kyoka Jiro had lost her ear and one of her jacks in a blast. She wore her hair differently now, covering the damage. Ayana watched her on stage during the recovery festival, still playing, still singing. The music was softer now, but it remained present, still hers. She kept going. Eijiro Kirishima stood strong and unbreakable, always at the forefront. Denki Kaminari was reckless yet loyal. Momo Yaoyorozu was always calculating, always ready. Tsuyu Azui was quiet and calm, a steady presence in the background. Tokoyami, Aoyama, Hagakure, Shoji, Shiro, Sato, Ojiro, Koda, Mineta each bore scars, some visible and some hidden. To her surprise, she spotted Hitoshi Shinso. She remembered his name from transfer announcements a year ago. Once seen as villainous due to his brainwashing quirk, he had transformed into a full-fledged hero in training, earning his place in the class through grit and determination. Ayana felt a quiet kinship with him. Finally, she searched for their homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, known as Eraserhead. He was more myth than man in American circles, a legend among underground heroes. The photos revealed the truth. He had lost his leg and his eye, yet he continued to teach and train them. The students stood straighter in his presence, and Ayana noticed it in every image, every frame. They had all lost something. Some had lost pieces of their bodies, while others had lost their innocence. All had returned from the war changed stronger, perhaps, but cracked and weathered. Ayana leaned back in her chair, the screen glowing softly in her dark room. These weren't just classmates, they were survivors. And soon she would stand beside them. For the first time, she didn't feel intimidated, nor did she feel above it all. Instead, she felt honored. Narita Airport buzzed with noise, voices layered over intercoms, the hum of rolling suitcases, and the scuff of shoes on polished floors. Ayana moved through it all like still water, unbothered and untouched. Her passport slipped smoothly from her hand to the agent's desk, her white hair pulled into a braid down her back, her stride steady. She didn't look like someone starting over, she looked like someone arriving with purpose. The gate agent cleared her, and she stepped into the arrivals lobby, scanning the crowd until she found him, a man in a UA staff blazer, holding a placard that read, Aurelia Ayana Selwyn UA Hero Academy. He bowed low in greeting, welcoming her to Japan. Ayana thanked him, her voice calm and clear. The sleek black car waiting outside had a cool interior. She slid into the back seat, placed her bag beside her, and fixed her eyes on the shifting world outside. Tokyo blurred past in flashes of light and steel, eventually giving way to the quieter, more orderly streets of Mizudafu. As they turned onto the final stretch, the silhouette of UA High School appeared over the trees, towering, structured, unmistakable. The gate came into view next, tall, reinforced, with its iconic gold-accented crest glinting in the afternoon sun. Her breath caught not from nerves, but anticipation. The car rolled to a stop, and she stepped out slowly, her boots thudding softly on the pavement. A figure approached, small in stature but impossible to miss. White-furred, upright, with bright black eyes gleaming with curiosity. Principal Nizu greeted her warmly, welcoming her to UA. Ayana bowed politely, expressing her honor to be there. Nizu smiled up at her, noting that they rarely received an exchange student of her caliber, especially one who arrived without relying on the weight of their last name. She simply stated that she was not interested in legacy, only in growth. Nizu found her perspective refreshing and led her through the gates, acknowledging her parents' celebrated status but emphasizing that her record spoke for itself. They crossed the courtyard toward a side building near the administrative wing. As they reached the doors, Nizu glanced back at her, mentioning someone who wanted to greet her before showing her to the dorms. The sliding door opened, revealing a small, warmly lit conference room. A tall, lean figure stood at the far end, dressed in a modest black suit. Though his frame was gaunt and worn with age, the presence he exuded filled the room. Ayana spoke softly, her voice laced with gentleness as she acknowledged Toshi. All Might turned, a tired smile appearing on his lips, and noted how much she had grown. She stepped forward without hesitation, allowing him to pull her into a light, careful embrace. She felt how much smaller he was than she remembered, but the warmth in his arms hadn't faded. It was one of the few places in the world where she didn't need to brace herself. She expressed her surprise at his presence, and he assured her he wouldn't miss it, mentioning that her parents would never forgive him if he did. They shared a light moment about her childhood gift to him, a glittery mug from when she was 7. As they sat together, the quiet comfort of familiarity filled the space between them. For the first time since arriving in Japan, she allowed her shoulders to relax. She admitted it felt strange to be there, like stepping off a cliff, not in a bad way, just permanent. Toshi acknowledged her bold choice to leave behind comfort in pursuit of something more, recognizing the courage it took. She expressed her uncertainty about fitting in, but he reassured her that she didn't have to fit, she just had to belong. He reminded her that she was not just her parents' legacy, but their hope, and now she was there to build something of her own. She reflected on her limited connections outside of her parents back home. Toshi understood, assuring her that things would change. She would find people who challenged her, who recognized her not as Thermalant's daughter or Forcewave's kid, but as Ayana. Her eyes stung unexpectedly, but she blinked it away, thanking him. He stood with care, brushing his hand over hers gently, expressing his pride in her. As he left, a strange warmth bloomed in her chest, anchoring her to something solid in a place full of unknowns. Outside, Nizu was waiting, and she followed him silently toward the dorms. As they crossed the front plaza, another figure stood waiting near the base of the 3A building, a man dressed in black, scarf wrapped around his neck, his expression unreadable. Ayana approached first this time, greeting Aizawa-sensei. He acknowledged her and, as Nizu stepped back to give them space, Aizawa studied her with tired but focused eyes. He mentioned that he had gone through her file, noting that she had earned everything in it without leaning on her parents. She stated that she didn't believe in shortcuts, to which he replied that was why she was there. Aizawa looked at her for a long moment before continuing, explaining that the class had been through hell, loss, injury, and guilt. Some of them still carry it every day. Ayana understood that knowing and truly comprehending were different matters. She had done her research and was aware of what they had survived and what they had lost. She was not there to tiptoe around their experiences, she was there to stand beside them. Aizawa acknowledged her determination, affirming that was the only thing that mattered. He nodded and turned to walk away, pausing briefly to glance over his shoulder, warning her that they would test her. Ayana welcomed the challenge. When she arrived at her dorm room, the door was unlocked. She stepped inside, rolling her duffel bag behind her. The room was a blank canvas with pale walls, a narrow bed, and a desk under the window. She laid down her dark purple comforter with gold threading first, then carefully strung her fairy lights along the top of the headboard. Finally, she placed the photo she always traveled with, a picture of her parents standing arm in arm, their fingers linked, with faint soul marks glowing on their skin. They were one of the rare soulmate pairs in America. She ran her thumb over the edge of the frame before gently placing it on the corner of her desk. Moving to the window, she leaned against the sill as the first stars began to appear above the campus. Tomorrow, Class 3A would arrive. They were survivors, warriors, wounded yet resilient. And she would be waiting. The morning air was thick with anticipation as Ayana stood alone in the dorm lobby, dressed in her UA uniform for the first time. The blazer rested on her shoulders, and the red tie was snug against her throat. It felt foreign yet fitting, just another part of her adaptation. Her duffel bag had already been unpacked, her bed neatly made, and her dorm arranged with the soft lavender glow of her fairy lights. Everything about the space indicated she belonged there, but the real test was about to begin. Today, Class 3A would return. She had watched the sun rise from her window, the last morning of solitude stretching long and still. But now, voices echoed in the hallway, laughter rang off the walls, and the front door opened and closed with the rhythm of arrival. She chose not to linger to greet them. Instead, she walked the path she had memorized the night before, each turn leading her closer until she stood beside a small figure in a black vest and red tie. Principal Nizu greeted her with a pleased smile and asked if she was ready. Ayana nodded, affirming that she had been ready. Together, they made their way through the corridors. Nizu chatted amiably, pointing out features of the academic wing that Ayana had already seen, but she let him speak, enjoying the quiet guidance. Eventually, they reached the third floor and the familiar tan door with the bold red 3 over an. Nizu paused before the door, placing one paw gently on the handle, and turned to face her. He informed her that this would be her classroom and that she would find the group remarkable, albeit a little unpredictable. He believed she would find her place among them. Ayana thanked him and clarified that she preferred to be called Ayana rather than Aurelia. With a twinkle in his eyes, Nizu opened the door slowly. The room, once filled with murmuring voices and casual chatter, fell silent the moment he stepped inside. All eyes turned to the door and to her. Ayana stepped forward, her posture straight and unwavering. She felt their curiosity wash over her like a wave, but she didn't flinch. The room was clean and ordered, rows of gray desks, blue accented walls, and a green chalkboard at the front. But it was the people inside that mattered. Nizu introduced her to the class, stating that she was Ayana Selwyn, joining them from the American Institute for Heroes as part of a special third-year exchange program. He expected everyone to make her feel welcome. The tension in the room shifted, still curious, still assessing, but now laced with interest. Ayana noticed the glances exchanged among her classmates, the subtle tilts of heads, and the narrowing of eyes. She welcomed their scrutiny, ready to face them. Nizu offered her a final nod, wishing her luck before exiting the room and leaving her alone at the front. Her gaze landed on the man standing beside the chalkboard, black hair, messy scarf, and a sleep-deprived gaze. Mr. Aizawa didn't introduce himself. He didn't need to. They had already spoken when she arrived, his quiet approval still fresh in her memory. He acknowledged her with a slight nod, signaling that the welcome had already been handled. He instructed her to take the seat behind Todoroki, next to Shinso. Ayana dipped her head in response, offering no words. The familiarity between them needed no reinforcement. She walked between the rows with steady steps, her new classmates tracking her progress, some subtly, some obviously. Todoroki gave her a polite nod as she passed, and Shinso glanced up, offering a simple greeting. She returned it, sliding into her chair without fanfare. Mr. Aizawa wasted no time. He instructed the class to settle down, announcing that today's focus would be on Quirk control and teamwork. They were diving straight in, and he hoped they hadn't left their brains in bed. Laughter broke the tension, easy and familiar. The class turned back to their teacher, the hum of activity returning. Ayana opened her notebook and clicked her pen, ready to engage. She didn't look around, she didn't have to. They would all see soon enough. Gym Gamma buzzed with energy, the sound of footsteps across polished floors, the low hum of powered equipment, and the familiar thrum of anticipation. It was not just another training session, it was the first of the year, and for Ayana, her first ever at UA. She stood near the edge of the floor, arms folded loosely, her sharp eyes scanning the space. The facility was larger than anything at the American Institute, but it felt right, practical and focused. Mr. Aizawa stood at the front with a clipboard in one hand and his scarf draped lazily around his shoulders. He announced that today's focus would be on synergy, explaining that students would be partnered based on complementary Quirk potential, emphasizing coordination, adaptability, and control. He wanted to see who truly understood what teamwork looked like. The class settled as he began calling out pairs. When he called her name along with Ciro's, Ayana stepped forward without hesitation, her expression calm as she made her way across the floor. Hantus Ciro greeted her with a grin, introducing himself and showcasing his elbow-mounted tape dispensers. Ayana simply replied with her name and stated that she worked with energy, eager to see how their quirks would mix. Their scenario was straightforward: navigate a mock rescue course and neutralize floating drone targets without triggering the sensors tied to the civilians scattered around the zone. Ciro led with agility, weaving between beams and sending out quick wraps of tape to immobilize drones. Ayana followed closely behind, reading the movements of every drone and calculating energy flow as if it were second nature. When one of Ciro's tape shots went wide, she harnessed the kinetic force from the strike and redirected it into a short-range arc, taking down 2 drones in one smooth motion. A few students murmured from the sidelines, impressed by her skill. Ciro glanced back mid-swing, acknowledging her with a nod. Ayana returned the gesture, a small smile forming at the corner of her lips. They wrapped up quickly, making minimal mistakes and avoiding any civilian hits. Aizawa remained quiet, jotting notes on his clipboard before signaling the next team. However, Ayana noticed the slight lift of his brow before he turned away. Stepping back into line, she wiped her hands on her training gloves, feeling relieved that it had gone well. Just then, she heard her name called again. Selwyn. Bakugo. Round 2. Her gaze lifted to see Bakugo striding forward, his jaw clenched and his expression challenging. Seriously? He muttered, glaring at Aizawa. The teacher remained unfazed. Her quirk can enhance yours. If you want to impress me, show me you can do more than just explode everything. Bakugo huffed, turning his sharp crimson gaze on Ayana. Are you going to keep up, or should I carry you through this? Ayana snorted, confident in her abilities. You couldn't carry me if you tried. His mouth twitched slightly. So you're cocky. I'm capable. There's a difference. They took their positions at the starting point of the new simulation, which was faster-paced, featuring randomized drone fire and tighter corners. The scenario required both offense and precision. Quick breakdown, she asked, flexing her fingers. Explosion. My sweat becomes nitroglycerin, and I detonate it. Stronger sweat means a stronger blast. Perfect. I absorb and manipulate energy. The more you output, the more I can channel. Just don't go nuclear without warning me. The whistle blew, and Bakugo launched himself forward like a missile. He ascended high into the air while Ayana remained grounded, redirecting the residual shock from his blast into a dome shield that deflected 2 drones on their flank. Bakugo spun midair, unleashing a concussive shot through a cluster of enemies. Ayana gathered the charge from that blast into her palm and flicked it forward, sending it slicing through another drone's core. They didn't speak, but their movements began to sync. Where he was fire, she was the current beneath it. When he overextended, she drew force from his own recoil to stabilize their field. She couldn't match his raw power, but she didn't need to. She made him sharper, cleaner. He never expressed gratitude, but he stopped glancing back to check on her. They cleared the field in record time. Silence hung in the air until Kaminari let out a low whistle. That was actually kind of awesome. Aizawa nodded slightly. Unexpectedly effective. Bakugo crossed his arms, unimpressed. Ayana simply stretched her neck, unfazed. Her hands glowed faintly with residual energy, and she flexed her fingers to let it dissipate. Bakugo regarded her with narrowed, calculating eyes. Not bad, he remarked. She smirked, enjoying the moment. Almost sounded like a compliment. His jaw ticked and he managed a small smirk in return. You wish. Ayana sat on the edge of her bed, a towel draped around her neck, still dressed in her workout clothes from earlier that afternoon. Her room was quiet, the soft hum of her laptop in sleep mode accompanied by the occasional rustle of leaves from the tree outside her window. The sun had dipped low enough to tint the sky a warm gold, but Ayana hadn't bothered to close the blinds. Her fingers drummed lightly against her thigh as she reflected on the day's events. Her first pairing had been with Ciro. She hadn't known what to expect from him. His quirk wasn't exactly flashy. But she was surprised by how easily they synced. Ciro moved with casual confidence, allowing her space to operate and adapting quickly to her style. When she converted the kinetic energy from a misfire into a secondary blast that cleared 2 drones, he simply flashed her a grin and continued moving as if it were all part of the plan. He was easy to work with. Her second pairing had been with Bakugo. She let out a breath that was almost a laugh, recalling how different that had been. Where Ciro was fluid, Bakugo was pure intensity, charging forward with an expectation that she would keep pace with him. And she had. It hadn't been graceful or smooth, but it had been powerful, like 2 storms colliding and creating something greater in the chaos. She could still feel the pulse of his blasts in her hands, the residual energy she had siphoned off to execute precise counterattacks. She wasn't used to someone giving her that much power to work with, nor to someone trusting her to handle it. He hadn't said much, but he hadn't looked back to check if she was there. He had simply known. Ayana tilted her head back, allowing her shoulders to relax. For the first time in a long while, she wasn't focused on proving herself, she was contemplating what it meant to be seen. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock on her door. Blinking, she hesitated before standing to answer it. Mina Ishido stood on the other side, grinning as if she had a secret to share. "Hey, Ayana, right?" she said cheerfully, stepping back to give her space. "I know you've probably had a long day, but some of us are heading down to the common room to hang out. You should come." Ayana raised an eyebrow, her tone light. "Is that an invitation or an ambush?" Mina laughed. "A little of both." Ayana glanced over her shoulder at the calm quiet of her room. The thought of spending the evening reviewing strategy or journaling energy responses suddenly felt flat. She turned back to Mina. "I don't really do group hangouts," she admitted, brushing her fingers through her white hair. Mina leaned against the doorframe, tilting her head. "Oh, don't be a Bakugo." Ayana blinked. "Excuse me? Broody. Isolated. Aggressively disinterested in fun." A smile tugged at Ayana's mouth. "That's oddly specific." Mina grinned. "Look, I get it. New place, new people, new expectations. But one thing I've learned about you, you survive better when you have people in your corner. And you've got a whole class who wants to get to know you." There was something refreshingly sincere in Mina's kindness that made Ayana reconsider. She nodded. "All right, let me grab some shoes." Mina waited as Ayana laced up her sneakers. They walked side by side down the hall, the quiet broken only by the soft tap of their footsteps on polished tile. As they turned the corner toward the elevator, two familiar voices echoed ahead. Kirishima and Denki were attempting unsuccessfully to drag a grumpy-looking Bakugo toward the same destination. "Come on, man," Kirishima urged, tugging at Bakugo's arm. "You said you'd try this year," Denki remarked, spotting the new girl. "Oh hey, the new girl's coming too? Look at this Bakugo, your favorite person." Ayana raised an eyebrow, questioning if he was dragging Bakugo along by force. Kirishima chimed in with a wink, noting that they were always a little literal when it came to Bakugo, and that it was part of his charm. Bakugo growled under his breath, suggesting that if they wanted charm, he could show them charm. Ayana smirked, teasing him about his charm, which could have fooled her. Denki snorted while Kirishima laughed, and even Bakugo's scowl seemed less intense. They piled into the elevator, the energy bubbling up from the group like a current. Ayana remained quiet, observing Kirishima's laughter, Denki's endless chatter, and Mina's spark. Even Bakugo, despite his usual resistance, didn't attempt to leave. This was something new. Something warm. Mina leaned over, speaking softly to Ayana, assuring her that she would fit in just fine. As the elevator doors opened to the common room, the sounds of voices and music filtered through. The lights were soft, couches arranged in loose clusters, and snacks spread across a central table. Some students played cards, while others engaged in a heated game of Mario Kart. Someone had even brought out a guitar. Ayana hesitated at the threshold for a moment before stepping forward, allowing the low hum of laughter to draw her in. Perhaps she didn't need to belong tonight, but she could begin. The common room pulsed with life. Laughter erupted near the snack table, music drifted lazily from a speaker, and the smell of microwaved popcorn mingled with something sugary that Denki had likely spilled and forgotten. Students lounged across couches and floor cushions, trading jokes, teasing one another, and sharing stories that ranged from embarrassing training mishaps to half-serious debates about the best hero agency internships. At first, Ayana lingered on the outskirts, perched on the arm of a couch with a half-empty cup in hand. Her posture was casual, yet her eyes missed nothing, scanning, absorbing, and filing away details as naturally as breathing. She offered smiles when appropriate, nodding along when someone addressed her, but for the most part, she kept to herself. Socializing wasn't second nature to her, and although she was starting to warm up to everyone, she found it easier to observe than to dive in too deeply. She wasn't accustomed to this ease, this camaraderie. The way they could joke one minute and debate hero strategy the next was refreshing. Everyone was so open with each other, so seen. To us. But this was her new class. Her new life. While she hadn't decided if she fully belonged yet, she was intrigued. Mina dramatically leaned over the back of the couch, draping herself across Ayana's shoulders and complaining that Ayana was just sitting there like a statue. She couldn't possibly be that boring. Ayana quirked a brow, noting that she hadn't realized existing quietly counted as boring. Only when her version of quiet came with a side of intimidation, Kaminari teased from across the room, suggesting that it felt like she was judging everyone. She admitted that she was, which elicited laughter throughout the room. At that moment, Mina rejoined Ayana on the couch, asking what she thought about her first day. She insisted on honesty, no diplomatic answers. Ayana smirked, recognizing Mina's persistence. Mina beamed, nudging her and encouraging her to join the conversation. She wanted to know if Ayana's first day was as chaotic as she expected. Ayana shrugged, explaining that it wasn't quite chaotic but definitely demanding in a good way. Kirishima called out from across the room, praising Ayana for handling her pairings like a pro, especially noting her clean redirect during her match with Bakugo. Momo added thoughtfully that Ayana moved like someone who had already been in the field, speculating that the American Institute must have had a more tactical approach to training. Ayana nodded, and just like that, the questions began to flow. What was it like training in the US? Were the classes more theory-based or practical? Did they have combat drills like theirs? What kind of tech did they use over there? Did American schools even care about Quirk compatibility? Ayana took a moment to breathe, adjusting to the barrage of curiosity. She explained that the American Institute was definitely more individualized, with programs built around their quirks heavy on theoretical application, physics, and energy dynamics. It was controlled and safe, the kind of place that didn't breed heroism but rather precision. That's why she came here, Todoroki asked, for the challenge? Partly, Ayana replied, her gaze steady. She wanted to train with people who had experienced something real, not just battles, but the kind of losses and wins that changed a person. The mood shifted slightly, the room quieting, not solemn, just thoughtful. Jairu leaned in, curious about how she got the offer to transfer there. She must have been high-ranking. Ayana hesitated, but before she could answer, Bakugo interjected, noting that she was top of her class but that wasn't why she got the offer. A scowl crossed her face as she clarified that if he was implying it was handed to her because of who her parents were, he was mistaken. The room stilled at her words, even the background music seemed to fade. Bakugo, still leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, didn't flinch. He calmly stated that he hadn't said it was handed to her, just that it wasn't the reason she received it. Ayana's scowl eased slightly, surprise flickering in her eyes as she held his gaze. He admitted that he had looked her up. Her jaw tightened, realizing he knew who she was. Kaminari blinked, confused about what that meant. Bakugo clarified that her parents were Force Wave and Thermalance. Shock rippled across the room. Denki whispered in disbelief, and Midoriya looked as if he might combust. Ayana sighed, confirming that it was indeed her. There was a pause, half awe, half disbelief. Kirishima exclaimed that her parents were the top American pro heroes. Jairu added that Force Wave had handled the Seattle collapse solo, while Thermalance had stabilized the Yellowstone fault zone during a meltdown scare. Mina whispered, stunned, that she was literally hero royalty and had been holding out on them. Ayana shifted slightly, her expression guarded but not cold. She explained that she didn't want them to see her that way first. Momo, gently curious, asked what she meant. Ayana looked down at her half-empty cup, explaining that most people saw her name and made assumptions. They either wanted something from her or thought she hadn't earned what she had. Her whole life, she had fought for the space to be seen as herself, not as their daughter or a legacy. Todoroki quietly recognized that she came there to step out of their shadow. Ayana nodded in agreement. Bakugo remained silent, his gaze lingering on Ayana for a moment longer. The air was thick with understanding and respect, creating a weighty pause that felt significant. Ayana was caught off guard by the question about her parents being the only confirmed American pro-hero soulmate pair. She acknowledged it slowly, recognizing the rarity of such a connection in the States. Kaminari expressed his awe, while Shiro noted the pressure that came with such a legacy. Ayana reflected on her upbringing, watching her parents' deep connection, which felt like a language she was expected to speak fluently without ever having been taught. The group fell into a thoughtful silence, and Ochako shifted the focus back to Ayana, asking if she had found her soulmate. Ayana looked down, aware that some of her classmates had already discovered theirs. She noticed the fading marks left by Mina on Kirishima, Jur's imprint on Kaminari, and Izuku's touch on Ochako's hand, fleeting signs of connection that were barely there but still significant. With a quiet admission, Ayana revealed that she had not found her soulmate. Her words hung in the air, light yet undeniable. Bakugo bluntly stated that she wouldn't be there if someone was waiting for her back in America, suggesting that no one would walk away from such a bond unless they were still searching. Ayana appreciated his honesty, finding it refreshing. She explained that she wasn't actively looking for a soulmate, as it wasn't a central part of life in the States. Instead, people focused on choice, connection, and shared goals. She emphasized that if she met her soulmate, that was fine, but she wouldn't define herself by it. She preferred to be chosen and loved intentionally rather than by cosmic fate. The silence that followed felt settled, as if her classmates understood her perspective better. Kaminari remarked that she was kind of scary in a good way, while Jiru defended her authenticity. Ayana smiled faintly, but before she could respond, Midoriya leaned forward, eager to discuss her quirk. He asked about her energy manipulation abilities, expressing curiosity about how they worked in combat. Ayana explained that she could absorb various forms of energy, comparing it to rerouting electricity through herself. Kaminari was impressed, while Todoroki inquired about the types of energy she could manipulate. Ayana listed kinetic, thermal, vibrational, and electrical energies, mentioning her ongoing work with more complex forms. Momo noted how Ayana had handled Bakugo's explosions during sparring, turning them into momentum. Ayana confirmed that as long as she stayed focused, she could absorb kinetic force and use it effectively. Kirishima recalled how she had used one of Bakugo's blasts to enhance her movement, and Bakugo, arms crossed, acknowledged it without flinching. Ayana clarified that she wasn't using him as a generator, and Bakugo gruffly replied that he hadn't implied that. She simply adapted to the energy present, and he was a source of chaotic energy. Laughter erupted in the room, with Kaminari joking about Bakugo's potential reaction. Midoriya, eager to steer the conversation, asked if Ayana ever experienced burnout from absorbing too much energy. She confirmed that while it was rare, it could happen if she misjudged the energy's intensity. Momo noted the importance of understanding physics in her quirk, and Ayana agreed, explaining that every moment counted. Siro remarked that she was like a walking power core, to which Ayana playfully asked if it was terrifying in a good way. He confirmed it was, and the atmosphere began to settle as students started to leave. Momo gathered her notebooks, and Kaminari stretched, signaling the end of their gathering. Eventually, only a small group remained: Mina and Jiru in a corner, Midoriya and Todoroki discussing quietly upstairs. Ayana stayed near the window, watching the distant city lights as the air cooled and the common room buzz turned into a gentle hum. Bakugo approached her, breaking the silence by commenting on how she always seemed to stare off when the room quieted. She explained that she processed her thoughts best in calm moments, and right then, she felt a sense of peace since arriving. He stood beside her, close yet respectful of her space, acknowledging her strength during the evening's events. Ayana hadn't realized it was a test, to which Bakugo replied that it always was. She laughed softly, accepting the truth in his words, and they shared a moment of understanding before the conversation paused again. Not heavy, just thoughtful. Bakugo muttered about Ayana's parents, specifically her mother. Ayana responded that they didn't have to discuss it. Bakugo fell silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on a point beyond the glass. He revealed that her mother had saved his life, carrying him out during a time he couldn't fully remember, only recalling the sound of her calm voice amidst chaos. Ayana's breath caught as she reflected on her mother's demeanor when she returned home that day, quiet and burdened, holding Ayana as if she feared letting go. Bakugo looked at her, stating that Ayana was the reason her mother had come back, the reason she hadn't broken. Ayana felt a warmth bloom in her chest as she acknowledged that her mother had cried when she chose Yue, seeing everyone in Ayana when she looked at her. Bakugo nodded, agreeing that it made sense. They stood in silence for a while, their reflections visible in the dim light. Ayana quietly expressed that she didn't want to be treated differently because of her parents, which was why she hadn't said anything. Bakugo reassured her that no one who mattered treated her differently. She studied him, noting he wasn't what she expected, and he replied that she was exactly what he expected: smart, skilled, and annoyingly calm, but even better than her file suggested. Something in her softened as she complimented him, calling him pretty boy. He snorted, amused rather than irritated, and then turned to walk away, advising her to get some rest for the challenging day ahead. Ayana watched him leave, a smile forming on her lips, feeling a sense of belonging. The world was quiet at dawn, too early for classes, too late for sleep. The sky was a blend of soft blues and grays, the campus enveloped in a cool hush. Ayana laced her shoes with practiced speed, her muscle memory guiding her. Every morning since arriving at UA, she had run this loop, finding focus and balance in the rhythm. But it felt different now. Back home, her mornings had been filled with her mother's encouragement and her father's challenges. Now it was just her and the echo of her footsteps. As she opened the door to the hallway, she nearly collided with Bakugo, who stood there with his familiar scowl. He blinked at her, seemingly surprised that she had interrupted his morning. She raised an eyebrow, teasing him about stalking her routine. He dismissed the idea, claiming he didn't know anyone else was up so early. She stepped past him, indicating that he did now. Bakugo asked if she was running, and she confirmed she did so every morning. He shrugged, saying he would join her, which surprised her since he usually didn't run with anyone. He grumbled about being tired of the weight room, and she smirked, not arguing. They took off side by side, their footfalls syncing without either of them realizing it. The silence between them felt steady and familiar. For the first few blocks, they ran in silence, breathing and moving together. After the second hill, Ayana glanced at him, noting he was keeping up better than she expected. He scoffed, claiming she was cocky for being barely ahead. She laughed, genuine and quick, and they pushed harder, sharing glances filled with competitive energy. As they neared the training fields, Ayana's lungs burned, and her legs felt exhausted but alive. She slowed down, hands on her hips, catching her breath, while Bakugo stopped beside her, sweat on his brow and an unreadable expression. He asked if she did this every day, and she confirmed she did. When he inquired if she always ran alone, she mentioned that she used to run with her parents. She noticed a shift in his posture, and she exhaled slowly, acknowledging that now it was just her. Surprising herself, she admitted that running with him had been nice. Bakugo nodded, suggesting they should do it again. She teased him about whether he could keep up, and for once, his smirk held a hint of understanding rather than challenge. They stood together for a moment, the morning sun rising higher. Then Ayana nudged him with her shoulder, proposing a race back. Bakugo accepted the challenge, and without waiting for a countdown, she took off. Their footfalls thundered against the pavement, echoing through the quiet campus. Ayana grinned, pushing herself harder, exhilaration coursing through her. Bakugo quickly closed the gap, and soon they were neck and neck, racing toward the dorms. Ayana burst through the front door, breathless, with Bakugo just half a second behind her. The common area was filled with sleepy classmates, and they froze at the sight of the two of them, sweaty and panting. Mina's eyes widened as she paused mid-sip of her juice box, while Kirishima blinked in disbelief. Bakugo huffed but didn't respond, and Ayana simply smirked, greeting them with a cheerful, "Good morning." Kaminari dropped his toast, astonished, while Jiru narrowed her eyes, commenting on how Ayana had already broken Bakugo in just a week. Ayana feigned innocence, claiming he had asked to join her. This sparked a wave of chaos in the room, filled with shocked exclamations and teasing laughter. Bakugo scowled and headed for the stairs, calling everyone morons. Ayana lingered by the door, catching her breath and watching him disappear down the hall, feeling a little less alone than the day before. Mina insisted that Ayana should not walk to class alone after witnessing her and Bakugo together that morning. Ayana tried to downplay it, claiming it was just a run, but Mina was unconvinced. She described their return as if they were a power couple emerging from a training montage, which made Ayana roll her eyes. Mina tightened her grip on Ayana's arm, emphasizing that she appreciated everything Mina had done for her recently, but she was determined to stay focused on her goals at UA. Mina's expression softened as she acknowledged Ayana's seriousness, recognizing her dedication to becoming the best. She pointed out that Ayana was already impressing half the class with her skills. Ayana raised an eyebrow at the compliment, but Mina quickly reassured her that just because she was there to train hard didn't mean she had to do it alone. Ayana hesitated, feeling the tension in her shoulders ease slightly as Mina encouraged her to enjoy the friendships and connections that came with their training. Mina reminded Ayana that it wasn't weak to let people care about her, and it didn't diminish her strength. Ayana admitted that she was still figuring out how to belong at UA, and Mina offered her support, insisting that she didn't have to navigate this journey alone. As they approached the training field, the familiar sounds of their classmates filled the air. Ayana matched her pace with Mina's, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Jiru joined them, teasing that with Mina around, Ayana would never know peace again. When they arrived at the training field, students were stretching and chatting, but Ayana noticed a shift in the atmosphere as she walked in with Mina and Jiru. Some students recognized her not just as the transfer student but as someone they were beginning to see as part of their group. Then Bakugo entered from the opposite side of the field. Ayana felt a rush of awareness as their eyes met briefly, and something unspoken passed between them. Mina noticed the moment and remarked on Bakugo's focused gaze, while Jiru joked about the intensity of his expression. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter, announcing the day's training focus on terrain adaptation and Quirk stamina. Ayana stepped forward to join the line, feeling a familiar sense of determination. Bakugo approached her, cracking his knuckles and challenging her to another race, which made her smile. The tension between them eased, and Ayana felt the excitement of competition and connection that she had come to UA for. The training field had transformed into a challenging environment, with uneven terrain and obstacles set up for their drills. Aizawa explained that today's focus was on adaptability and control under pressure, emphasizing that real-world conditions were rarely flat and easy. He announced the pairings, and Ayana felt her heart race as he called her name alongside Todoroki. She blinked in surprise, while Todoroki simply nodded, ready to begin. Aizawa continued with the pairings, and Ayana could sense the anticipation building among her classmates as they prepared for the challenge ahead. Your partner tracks you from a distance, then takes over for a timed stamina drill using only their quirk. Ayana and Todoroki exchanged a look. He gestured toward the obstacle start line, indicating he would handle the terrain. Ayana nodded, determined to make the finish count. He offered her a rare, faint smile, acknowledging her resolve. Whistles blew, and students scrambled into place. As Todoroki stepped forward, Ayana took a breath, focusing. She felt the buzz of energy around her, dozens of quirks flaring into readiness, the ground humming with tension. Somewhere across the field, she sensed Bakugo watching. Let him. Todoroki moved with a grace that seemed natural for this kind of test, controlled, fluid, and unbothered by the terrain that tripped up others. While some students stumbled or slowed, he maintained his pace, vaulting over fallen beams, landing cleanly on loose rocks, and shifting his weight perfectly on uneven ground. Ayana tracked him through the field, standing by the quirk zone marker, her zone. Her pulse remained steady, but her fingers curled slightly at her sides, flexing with anticipation. She absorbed the feel of the space, the heat rising off scorched patches, the static buzz from Denki's earlier overload, the lingering tremor underfoot from Ida's sprint path. All of it was energy. All of it usable. Todoroki crossed the marker line with a short nod, signaling it was her turn. Ayana was already moving before he finished his sentence. She launched into the course without hesitation, her steps light and efficient. As soon as her foot hit the first incline, she called on the residual kinetic energy left in the dirt and air, speed borrowed, gathered, redirected. The wind responded, and she moved faster. Explosive momentum coiled in her legs like a spring. Each movement was measured up the steep incline, over a jagged rock slab, through a pit of unstable sand. She didn't brute force her way through, she adapted, redirected, and became fluid. A sudden blast of wind hit from a nearby simulated hazard, likely Uraraka's doing. Ayana countered without pause, drawing the gust inward and converting it into a boosted jump that carried her through the narrow stone arch with precision. Shiro observed from the sidelines, noting how she seemed to dance through the course, while Kaminari added that she was dominating the challenge. Bakugo crossed his arms tighter but remained silent. At the final stretch, Ayana poured everything she had gathered into her final sprint, every ounce of stored energy from the field beneath her, every stray charge, vibration, and wind shift. It pulsed outward in a ripple, and she crossed the finish line in a flash of force and heat. She skidded to a stop, chest heaving, sweat dripping down her temple, but steady, controlled. Across the field, even Aizawa lifted an eyebrow. Mina cheered, clapping loudly, exclaiming how cool that was. Todoroki approached, nodding once, acknowledging her efficiency. Ayana replied that she tried not to waste anything. Bakugo interjected, stating that it was overkill. Ayana turned slightly, her tone even as she remarked that she hadn't realized there was a limit on effort. Bakugo scoffed, but his gaze lingered on her a moment too long. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, glancing between them, questioning if he wanted to know what was going on. Ayana dismissed it, while Mina eagerly insisted he should. Aizawa cleared his throat, bringing their attention back. He informed them that team evaluations would follow cooldown, and they would rotate partners tomorrow, so they should take note of each other's strengths. As Ayana moved toward the sidelines with Todoroki, her gaze flicked back once toward Bakugo. He wasn't looking at her anymore, but she knew he had been watching the entire time. The training field slowly quieted as the drills wrapped up. Pairs broke off, some collapsing into the grass with groans, others walking laps to cool down. Aizawa dismissed them with a lazy wave and a warning to hydrate or face consequences later. Ayana rolled her shoulders, brushing sweat off her brow as she headed toward the edge of the field. Todoroki was already there, methodically stretching out his arms beneath the shade of a tree. She joined him, mirroring his stretch. He asked if she was always that efficient, and she smirked faintly, saying it was only when she had something to prove. Todoroki shifted into a lunge, curious about her motivation. She admitted it was to everyone, which earned her a brief glance from him, curious, not judgmental. He acknowledged that he had been trained like a weapon, suggesting he had forgotten how to be anything else for a while. Ayana paused, exhaling through her nose, and softly asked if he ever wondered who he would be without their names. He replied that he thought about it all the time. They stood there for a moment, two children of giants, cooling down beneath a world that once demanded they become something perfect. Finally, Ayana broke the silence with a tired smirk, stating that at least they were terrifying together. Todoroki gave her a rare smile, appreciating the sentiment. She nudged him gently with her shoulder, thanking him for not making it weird. He replied dryly that he saved his weird for Midoriya. That elicited a quiet laugh from her, one that settled comfortably in her chest. They didn't need to say anything more. For once, neither of them felt like they were carrying the weight of their last names alone. From across the training field, Bakugo leaned against a tree, arms crossed, a water bottle dangling loosely from one hand. The post-training buzz of the class faded into the background. He wasn't listening to Kaminari's bragging or Siro's retelling of a stumble that turned into an intentional tactical maneuver. His eyes were on her. Ayana stood beneath the shade of another tree, talking with Todoroki. Both were still winded from the drills, sweat clinging to their foreheads, but their posture was relaxed. They weren't smiling wide or laughing hard, just sharing a moment of quiet, mutual understanding. It shouldn't have meant anything. Yet Bakugo felt something tighten in his chest as he watched her tip her head slightly, listening to whatever Todoroki said. She nudged him with her shoulder, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Todoroki actually smirked. She laughed softly. Bakugo tightened his grip on the water bottle. He could still feel the remnants of that morning's run lingering in his body, her footfalls in rhythm with his, the look on her face as they spoke, how her eyes lit up at the mention of a challenge. She wasn't like the others. She didn't flinch when he snapped. She didn't scramble to please him or act like he was some unreachable star. She just looked at him, equal parts calm and challenge, and dared him to keep up. Now she was over there with Todoroki, looking so comfortable. Not guarded like she had been with him. Not ready for a fight. Something about that dug under his skin. Kirishima sidled up beside him, eyebrows raised. He noted that Bakugo was staring at them intensely. Bakugo scowled and told him to mind his own business. Kirishima held up his hands, backing off with a grin, suggesting Bakugo go easy on the tree since it hadn't done anything to him. Bakugo didn't respond. He kept his eyes on Ayana, still standing too close to Todoroki, still smiling that smile. He looked away sharply, took a long drink from his water bottle, and muttered an annoyed sound. It didn't matter. She could talk to whoever she wanted. Laugh with whoever she wanted. It wasn't like he cared. Right? He shoved off the tree and stalked toward the locker rooms without looking back. But as he walked, that restless feeling clung to his chest like static. And the worst part? He knew exactly what it was. He just refused to say it out loud. Ayana pulled her hair back into a loose tie, the sweat cooling against the back of her neck as the shade offered some relief from the heat of training. Todoroki leaned back against the tree beside her, arms crossed casually. He noted that she had adjusted well to the incline changes during the terrain drills, mentioning that most people took a few runs to adapt. Ayana shrugged modestly, explaining that she had trained in varying environments before. Her father used to take her through canyon runs in Utah to challenge her elevation tolerance. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, commenting on the unique bonding experience. She replied softly, a fondness brushing the edge of her voice. Their quiet moment stretched, filled only by the distant sounds of classmates laughing and the metallic clang of gear being put away. It was calm, grounded, and for the first time in a while, Ayana didn't feel like she was on the outside looking in. Still, something felt. She scanned the field, her eyes drifting unintentionally until she noticed the tree across the way the one Bakugo had been leaning against earlier. It was empty now. Her gaze lingered there for a moment too long. Todoroki asked if she was looking for someone, not unkindly. Ayana blinked and replied that she was just making sure she wasn't needed for anything else. Todoroki didn't press, but something in his expression suggested he had caught more than she wanted him to. She cleared her throat and straightened, brushing off the dirt from her gloves, suggesting they head in before Aizawa decided cooldowns were optional and made them do laps for slacking. Todoroki gave a small nod, acknowledging her adjustment. Ayana offered a faint smile, expressing her effort to adapt. But as they turned toward the locker rooms, she found herself glancing back one more time toward the tree that now stood empty. The tension of the morning clung to Bakugo like the sweat drying on his skin. He yanked open his locker, the metal door clanging loudly. Around him, the chatter in the locker room was a low harmless noise. Kaminari complained about how sore his legs were, Kirishima tossed a towel at him mid-sentence, and Siro teased Mineta for tripping during the last drill. Business as usual. But Bakugo didn't hear any of it. Not really. He toweled off his face with rough, impatient movements, trying to shake the image of Ayana's easy smile as she talked with Todoroki. He didn't even realize he was scowling until Kirishima elbowed him lightly, asking if he was okay. Bakugo grunted in response, slamming his locker shut. Kirishima cautiously pointed out that it didn't look like he was having a bad day, noting that he had crushed it in the course and that Ayana looked pretty impressed. Bakugo snapped that he hadn't done it for her. Kirishima blinked in surprise, stating that he hadn't said he did. Bakugo grabbed his shirt and shoved his arms through the sleeves, the fabric clinging to his still damp skin, irritation mounting. He hated this feeling. The not knowing why her laughter with someone else made his jaw tighten. Or why it mattered that she looked more at ease around Todoroki than she ever had with him. He didn't want to care. He didn't want to think about how her breath had matched his during their run or the way she had called him pretty boy like it was a challenge and not a joke. But he did. And worse, he didn't know what to do about it. So he did what he always did. He shut it down. Silence. Sharp movements. A wall no one could scale. Let them think he was upset about training. Let them think he was just being Bakugo. Because anything else, anything softer was too complicated. Ayana peeled off her training jacket, the inside damp with sweat and effort. The girls' locker room was filled with the soft sounds of rustling clothes, steam from the showers curling through the air, and the occasional burst of laughter echoing off the tile. She kept to the side, as she always did, not out of rudeness, just habit. It was easier not to take up too much space. Easier to observe, to stay sharp. But today felt different. Jairu passed her with a nod and a towel slung over her shoulder, complimenting her on her performance. Ayana returned the nod, acknowledging her. She sat on the bench, slowly unwinding the bandage from her wrist, her fingers still buzzing faintly from one of her earlier energy redirects. It had been a good session, demanding but focused. She liked that. Still, her thoughts kept drifting back to the cooldown. To the moment under the tree with Todoroki. How easy it had been to talk to him. How he didn't push or pry. He just listened. She wasn't used to that. Mina's voice cut through the air, followed by the familiar pop of her bubblegum. She needed answers, and she needed them now. Ayana looked up just in time to see Mina plop down beside her, still damp from the showers, a towel draped like a cape around her shoulders. Mina narrowed her eyes, asking why Todoroki looked like he had just come out of a therapy session and why Ayana looked like she might actually be smiling. Ayana blinked, surprised by the suggestion. Mina insisted that she was smiling, and Jairu chimed in from her locker, noting that it was creeping them out. Ayana rolled her eyes and explained that they had just talked. That was all. Mina waggled her brows, intrigued. Talked about what? Feelings? Trauma? Quirk mechanics? Mina asked, her tone light. Ayana replied quietly but evenly, mentioning parents and hero legacies, reflecting on what it meant to grow up with expectations before truly understanding oneself. Mina's teasing softened slightly as she acknowledged the topic. Ayana nodded in agreement, and a thoughtful pause followed before Mina remarked that he understood. Ayana leaned back against the locker, her gaze drifting to the ceiling as she affirmed that he really did get it. Jairu chimed in, noting that they both carried a similar weight on their shoulders. Though not identical, it was still heavy. Ayana felt a shift within herself. Her chest eased a little, and the silence in the room transformed from isolation into a comforting space to breathe. After a moment, she inquired if it was always like this: the teasing, the questions, the camaraderie. Mina grinned and assured her that it was, encouraging her to get used to it because she was one of them now. Ayana glanced down at her hands, realizing for the first time in a while that she didn't feel the need to defend her space or shrink herself to fit in. Perhaps this was okay. Maybe she could belong here. The classroom buzzed with post-training energy, a mix of exhaustion and lingering adrenaline. Ayana settled into her usual seat by the window, sunlight streaming across her desk. Mina and Jairu flanked her, chatting about the morning drills, while Kaminari leaned back to converse with Kirishima 2 rows behind. The noise felt familiar, not quite home but something close to it. Ayana scanned the room, spotting Bakugo at his desk near the front, glaring ahead as if the board had offended him. She noticed his fingers drumming restlessly against the desk, a sign of distraction. Aizawa entered, his sleeping bag slung over his shoulder, eyes already half closed. The class quieted immediately as he announced they would review the morning's terrain work, not just stamina or completion time, but how they adapted, their instincts, and decision-making. He tapped his tablet, illuminating the classroom display with heat-mapped diagrams of each student's route through the obstacle course. Ayana's path stood out, marked by clean, curved arcs and sharp angles. Aizawa pointed to her route, declaring it a demonstration of measured control. The room fell silent as he praised her advanced adaptability, noting her ability to redirect kinetic input mid-run without overcorrecting. He expressed surprise at her accurate read on terrain soft spots, especially for a new student. Ayana blinked, unaccustomed to being praised in front of others, let alone by a pro hero. Mina leaned over, whispering that she shouldn't look so shocked because she was kind of a badass. A small smile crept onto Ayana's face, and she felt a sense of pride. As Aizawa continued with feedback on Todoroki and Kirishima, Ayana's thoughts lingered on the realization that she was no longer blending in, she was standing out. For the first time in a long while, that felt promising. In the cafeteria, the midday frenzy buzzed with laughter, clattering trays, and the occasional heated food debate. Ayana navigated through the crowd with ease, heading to a quieter table by the windows. She sat alone, savoring the first few bites of her meal in peace, enjoying the warmth of the sun filtering through the glass. Then a tray landed across from hers. She looked up, curious rather than startled, to see Todoroki sitting down without a word, beginning to eat as if it were a normal occurrence. Ayana raised an eyebrow, teasing him about his silence. He replied that noise gave him a headache, to which she smirked, noting he had chosen the right table. They shared a comfortable quiet that Ayana hadn't expected from him. He complimented her on handling the drills well, noting her efficient reaction time. She acknowledged the praise, appreciating the sincerity behind it. They resumed eating, a stillness settling between them. The calm didn't last long. Mina's tray slammed down beside Ayana's, nearly spilling her drink as she declared a friendship ambush, plopping down with an exuberant grin. Jair followed, muttering about Mina's rush to beat them to the table. Kaminari joined them, teasing Mina about her dramatic entrance. Ayana blinked at the lively scene, unimpressed but entertained. Mina declared it a declaration of lunch solidarity, while Jairu affirmed Ayana was one of them now. As more classmates gathered, Kirishima dropped into a seat beside Kaminari, commenting on Ayana's recent praise from Aizawa, which he deemed a high score. Ayana smiled faintly, clarifying that she hadn't made him say anything. Kirishima insisted she had earned it, and Kaminari teased him about nearly face-planting during drills. The banter continued, and Ayana leaned back, observing the lively chaos around her. It was loud and different from what she had known back in the States, yet it felt nice real. Her gaze drifted across the cafeteria, landing on Bakugo at his usual table. He held a rice ball in one hand, the other resting on the table, his expression unreadable but his gaze fixed on her and the growing group around her. Their eyes met briefly before he looked away, not joining them or making a scene, but the weight of his attention lingered, creating an unspoken tension. Mina waved a piece of lettuce in front of Ayana's face, bringing her back to the moment. Ayana was lost in thought when a voice broke through her reverie, teasing her about her distraction. She felt a flush creep up her cheeks but managed to respond with steadiness, remarking on the noise around them. Mina gasped in mock offense, while Jairu chuckled, suggesting that Ayana was adapting to her surroundings. Kaminari chimed in, playfully predicting that soon she would be throwing popcorn during movie nights and yelling during sparring matches. Ayana considered this for a moment, and for the first time, her response felt like a promise rather than a reluctant concession. The dorm halls were quiet, the lights-out hour having passed nearly an hour ago. Ayana found herself unable to sleep, not from restlessness but from a strange hum beneath her skin, a lingering adrenaline that left her feeling unsettled. She had never learned how to simply relax, so she chose to move instead. Dressed in sweats and a loose tee, she padded barefoot down the hallway, passing softly glowing emergency lights and the muffled sound of someone snoring behind a door that might have belonged to Kaminari or Siro. Unsure of her destination, she stepped outside into the cool night air, the wooden porch warm beneath her feet from the day's sun. The world beyond was still, with moonlight casting soft shadows over the courtyard and the occasional flicker of a firefly breaking the calm. It was a quiet she could sink into, a stillness that didn't demand anything from her. Leaning against the railing, Ayana let her eyes wander across the horizon. The stars weren't as visible as they were back home, but she could still make out a few constellations if she concentrated. The door creaked behind her, and she didn't turn as Bakugo's low voice reached her, revealing his presence. He hadn't known the porch was occupied. She glanced over her shoulder to see him barefoot, dressed casually, his hair still damp from a shower. He looked less like an explosion waiting to happen and more like a fuse left unlit. She assured him that the porch was open, and he joined her, resting his arms on the banister as they both took in the dark yard. For a while, they existed in silence, sharing the same air and the same stillness. Eventually, Ayana broke the silence, noting that he didn't seem like someone who had trouble sleeping. He admitted that he usually didn't, and she understood that feeling all too well. Bakugo turned to her with a curious look, stating that he couldn't figure her out. She blinked in surprise at his words, asking what he meant. He elaborated, suggesting that while she acted as if nothing affected her, she looked at people as if she were waiting for them to disappoint her. Ayana didn't flinch at his observation, acknowledging that it wasn't hard to understand people often did disappoint. Bakugo glanced at her, recalling how Todoroki hadn't disappointed her. Ayana took a breath, confirming that he hadn't. They stood in silence again, the weight of their conversation hanging between them, but it didn't feel suffocating. It was the kind of silence that could tip into something more if either of them allowed it. She softly remarked that he wasn't what she had expected. He scoffed, asking what she had anticipated. She replied honestly, describing him as a ticking time bomb, loud, reckless, and impossible to talk to. When she reflected on her current impression, she admitted that he was still loud and reckless but not impossible to connect with. Bakugo grunted, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. She added that he was intense, but not in the way people assumed. He warned her to be careful, as it almost sounded like a compliment. She smirked, telling him not to get used to it. Bakugo tilted his head, asking if she was always this hard to get close to. She replied that it depended on who was trying. Their eyes locked, neither backing down, simply observing one another. For once, Ayana didn't feel the need to brace for impact, and Bakugo didn't feel the urge to explode. He shifted beside her, asking if she planned to keep shutting people out. She considered his question, explaining that she didn't shut anyone out, she just didn't let people in easily. He noted that he had noticed. When she asked why he bothered, he took a moment before responding, admitting that he understood her and perhaps didn't want to be the only one who did. Ayana went still, her gaze dropping to her hands on the railing. For once, she didn't have a witty comeback, just a steady pulse in her chest. She quietly admitted that maybe she didn't want to be alone either. Bakugo didn't say anything further, but his arm brushed against hers, a gentle presence rather than a challenge. It felt steady and real, and for now that was enough. After a long moment, Ayana looked away first, stating that she should head back. Bakugo nodded but didn't move. As she stepped toward the door, she paused to thank him for not asking her to explain. He replied that she would have lied anyway, prompting a slow, tired smile from her as she agreed. With that, she left, the door shutting softly behind her, leaving Bakugo alone under the stars. Yet he didn't feel alone, something had shifted within him. After a moment, he moved not back inside or to bed, but forward. He reached out, resting his hand where Ayana's had been on the railing. His fingers curled around the wood, and he exhaled softly. He didn't need to touch her to feel the weight of the moment, the tension, and the calm that she brought out in him. The way she looked at him made him feel seen, not just as a fuse but as a person. Bakugo let the quiet linger before turning and walking back inside, the door clicking shut behind him. There were no explosions or fireworks, but something real and steady had changed. The morning air was sharp with chill as Ayana stepped onto the path, mist curling low over the school grounds. The sky was undecided, caught between gray and golden hues. She stretched her arms overhead, rolled her shoulders, and began to run. The gravel crunched beneath her shoes, her breaths coming in a steady rhythm. The solitude was something she had come to rely on. These quiet stretches of morning provided her with a clarity no training drill ever could. But halfway through the loop near the hill that marked the course's turning point, she heard it. Another set of footsteps. She didn't break pace or look back. Bakugo fell in beside her, his gait fluid and unbothered. He remarked that she was early, to which she replied that she was always early. They ran in silence for a stretch, their shoes striking rhythm into the dirt. The cold burned less with each stride. Eventually, he asked if she always ran the same route. She explained that she liked consistency. His response was a simple acknowledgement, which felt almost like understanding. They turned the corner by the training field, the sun starting to bleed orange across the clouds. The light caught the sweat clinging to her brow and the way her hair was pulled back into a tight knot. She noted that he didn't talk much when he ran, and he pointed out that she didn't either. She insisted that her focus was different, and he claimed he was focused too. They exchanged a glance, a flicker of challenge passing between them. Then, without a word, Ayana kicked forward, quickening her pace. Bakugo didn't hesitate, he matched her stride for stride. What began as a quiet morning run transformed into a sprint, unspoken and inevitable. They barreled up the last incline, neck and neck, breath burning in their lungs. At the peak, they slowed, both breathless but unwilling to show it first. Ayana leaned forward, hands on her knees, grinning through her exhale, teasing him about his performance. Bakugo scoffed, dismissing her claim that she was dragging her feet. For a few moments, they stood there, watching the sunrise paint fire across the sky. Neither spoke. Then Bakugo shifted slightly, close enough to be intentional, and brought up the situation with Todoroki. Ayana blinked, curious about his thoughts. He explained that she didn't owe him an explanation, but he understood the pressure and legacy that came with their names. She nodded slowly, acknowledging his insight. Bakugo remained quiet, standing close enough that the edge of his shoulder brushed against hers, not skin, just fabric. Not contact, just presence. Somehow, it conveyed more than words could express. They walked back in silence, side by side, not competing this time, just existing together. By the time they reached the dorm building, the sun had fully crested the horizon, bathing the hall in soft gold through the tall common room windows. The rest of Class 3A was still asleep or pretending to be. The dorm was quiet, wrapped in that early morning hush before alarms began to sound and chaos took over. Ayana opened the front door, holding it for Bakugo without comment. He stepped through, brushing past her with that same coiled energy he carried everywhere. He casually asked if they would meet at the same time tomorrow, not looking back. Surprised he was the one to suggest it, she smirked and challenged him to keep up. He grunted in response, disappearing up the stairs, leaving her alone in the quiet. Ayana watched the empty stairwell for a moment longer than necessary before shaking her head and making her way toward the kitchen. She poured herself a glass of water, leaned against the counter, and let herself breathe. Her muscles were sore in a good way, earned, deserved. But it wasn't just the run that left her feeling off balance, it was him. The way he matched her stride without trying to outdo her. The way he listened without needing to fix anything. The way his presence didn't demand anything from her. That was new, and it lingered. She was still in the kitchen when Mina patted in 10 minutes later, wrapped in a robe, hair piled in a messy bun, eyes squinting as if the morning offended her. She mumbled about Ayana being up early and was surprised to learn that Ayana had gone for a run. When Mina realized she hadn't been alone, Ayana took another sip of water, remaining nonchalant. Mina gasped, realizing it was Bakugo. Ayana arched a brow, remaining neutral, but Mina was already excited, declaring that the slow burn was going to be the end of her. Ayana rolled her eyes and walked past her toward the stairs, insisting there was nothing to burn. Mina called after her, claiming she could practically smell the unresolved tension. Ayana didn't respond, but the corner of her mouth twitched as she climbed the stairs, the quiet settling behind her like a secret she wasn't quite ready to name. Not yet, but maybe soon. Bakugo had barely made it downstairs before he regretted it. He had come for coffee, just caffeine and silence. Instead, he found Mina Ashido perched on the couch like a predator who just scented blood, with Jairu lounging beside her, wearing the same look of quiet amusement that always preceded trouble. Mina greeted him with far too much enthusiasm for that hour, pointing out that he and Ayana had gone on a run together, not just once but twice. Bakugo grunted and made a beeline for the kitchen, but Mina wasn't done. She noted that he never ran with anyone, often barking at people for breathing too loud during warm-ups. Yet, with Ayana, it was matching strides and shared silences under the sunrise. Bakugo muttered something under his breath as he yanked a mug from the cabinet. Jairu pointed out that he wasn't denying it. Bakugo slammed the cabinet shut, not aggressively, but with enough force to make his point. He insisted it was just a run. Mina leaned toward Jairu, whispering that it was indeed a run. Jairu solemnly agreed, suggesting it could be a metaphor. Bakugo turned to glare at them, insisting they needed hobbies. Mina cheerfully replied that this was their hobby. As he poured his coffee, Bakugo grumbled that Ayana had asked him to run. Jairu quickly corrected him, stating they had asked her. Bakugo froze, realizing he had been set up. Mina's grin turned feral as she confirmed it, and he slowly turned to face them, realizing they had orchestrated the whole thing. Jairu raised her hands innocently, claiming they just made sure she got out the door at the right time. Mina added that he needed the endorphins. Bakugo cut himself off, muttering something dark before downing half the mug of coffee in one go. They watched him, and he scowled, insisting that she wasn't annoying. Mina's brows shot up, and Jairu smirked, noting that it might be the closest thing to a compliment he had ever given anyone. Bakugo didn't respond, but his silence spoke volumes, and they knew better than to push further for now. Jairu leaned back, satisfied, and casually mentioned tomorrow's run. Bakugo didn't look at them as he walked out of the kitchen, but they heard him mutter that it was a possibility. Mina squealed with delight. Jairu celebrated with a fist pump, while Bakugo, coffee in hand and a hint of pink on his ears, grumbled as he disappeared down the hall. Ayana paused at the bottom of the stairs, her footsteps quiet as she caught the end of their conversation drifting from the common room. Bakugo's voice was rough, almost reluctant as he insisted that someone was not annoying. There was a moment of stunned silence before Jairu, clearly amused, remarked that it might be the closest thing to a compliment Bakugo had ever given anyone. Hidden by the stairwell wall, Ayana felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Bakugo grumbled again, sounding more like he was issuing a warning than making a statement. Jairu pressed on, clearly enjoying the moment. There was a muffled response from Bakugo, perhaps a grunt, followed by the unmistakable sound of Mina squealing and Bakugo stomping away in retreat. Ayana stepped back into the shadows just before he passed, waiting until the sound of his door closing echoed faintly down the hall. She lingered for a moment longer, a trace of surprise softening her expression. Not annoying, she mouthed to herself, a quiet, incredulous breath escaping her lips like a laugh she didn't fully commit to. She wasn't sure what to make of it, but she wasn't brushing it off either. With a small shake of her head, she continued down the last step and into the common room. Mina and Jairu looked up in perfect unison. Mina grinned, as if she had orchestrated this moment. Ayana casually mentioned she had just come for water, heading to the fridge. Jairu feigned innocence, asking if she had heard anything. Ayana, with her eyes hidden by the fridge door, replied that she only heard Kaminari should never be allowed near the UX court again. Mina gasped, defending Kaminari, while Jairu corrected her, saying it had happened 3 times. Ayana shut the fridge and leaned against the counter, sipping slowly from her bottle. She remarked that whoever Bakugo had been talking about would be thrilled to know they were not annoying. Mina's jaw dropped, and Jairu snorted into her tea. Ayana turned to leave, a smirk tugging at her lips as she said she would see them at movie night, not waiting for their response. Upstairs, behind a closed door, Bakugo sat frozen with his mug halfway to his mouth, having definitely heard her voice just moments after he escaped. The worst part was that he knew she had heard him. Ayana stepped outside, her bag slung over one shoulder, the crisp morning air clinging to the ground like fog. The dorms behind her buzzed faintly with noise, laughter, shouts, and the occasional crash that could only mean Kaminari had tripped over something again. She adjusted her hoodie and started down the path toward the main building, her legs still aching slightly from her run, her mind filled with static from the earlier commotion in the hallway. She hadn't spoken to Bakugo since. Footsteps fell in behind her, and Todoroki greeted her evenly as he fell into step beside her. They walked in silence for a moment, the soft thud of their shoes against the pavement the only sound between them. She appreciated the quiet. Todoroki was one of the few who understood that silence wasn't always a void to be filled. After a pause, Todoroki mentioned he had seen her the night before on the porch. Ayana blinked, surprised, and clarified that she and Bakugo had just talked. Todoroki nodded, suggesting it looked like more than that. She shot him a sideways glance, insisting it was just a talk. Todoroki reassured her that it was okay if it wasn't just that. Ayana's steps slowed as she turned to look at him, trying to gauge the sincerity in his words. She took a moment before responding, the weight of his statement settling heavily in her chest. She explained that her focus was on becoming the best hero she could be, and friendships had never been part of her plan. Todoroki walked quietly for a moment, his expression unreadable but his gaze steady on her. He understood, having been raised with a singular focus on surpassing his father and all might, believing anything else was a distraction. He shared that he had thought he could keep everything out: friends, family, anything that might get in the way of his goals. But he realized that keeping things at arm's length for too long made it harder to feel like he was truly living. Ayana absorbed his words, her gaze returning to the path ahead. She had never thought of herself in those terms, always driven by the goal of proving she could be more than just the daughter of 2 powerful heroes. She admitted that she didn't know how to let anyone in without it getting complicated, and she felt complicated enough already. Todoroki pointed out that she had already let people in: Mina, Jiru, and even Bakugo, whether she realized it or not. Ayana faltered for a moment, considering his words. She hadn't thought of those small moments of connection as letting her guard down, even if just a little. She hadn't been intentionally pulling people in, but perhaps that was exactly what had been happening. Ayana reflected quietly, looking down at her shoes for a moment before lifting her gaze to meet Todoroki's. She had been telling herself that she didn't need anyone, that it was easier to stay focused. But it didn't feel easier, it felt lonely. Todoroki walked beside her in silence, his face calm and unreadable, yet there was a softness in his eyes. He acknowledged her feelings, explaining that it wasn't supposed to be easy. People were meant to be around each other, to push and challenge one another, to share the load. Ayana shared her past experiences at the American Institute, where she had felt isolated and thought it was easier to be alone. Todoroki nodded, understanding her perspective. He revealed that his own father had ensured he felt isolated too, never encouraging friendships and always pushing him to surpass expectations. He glanced at her, his expression softening as he noted that such isolation left one feeling incomplete, with a void that was hard to name. Ayana absorbed his words, her mind racing. She had always believed that being alone made her stronger, that focusing without distractions was the key to success. But hearing Todoroki speak about his struggles made her realize how much she had buried under the guise of strength. She admitted to him that she had never allowed herself to build connections, thinking that focusing solely on becoming a hero would be enough. Todoroki remained beside her, his presence steady and silent, allowing her to process her thoughts without pressure, offering the quiet comfort of someone who understood the burden of striving for success at the expense of personal connections. He finally spoke, suggesting that no one could carry everything alone, not forever. Ayana paused, feeling the weight of his words sink in. It was difficult to admit, but perhaps he was right. As they walked, Ayana felt the eyes of her classmates on her, passing glances from those gathered on the steps, their voices dropping as she and Todoroki moved through the courtyard. There was something about them, two legacy students wrapped in silence that conveyed more than words could express. She didn't break her stride, but she felt exposed, aware of how much she had just revealed, even if only to Todoroki. The vulnerability sat just beneath her skin, sharp-edged yet honest. She inhaled slowly, grounding herself. By the time they reached the building, the morning chatter had resumed, the buzz of routine swallowing any lingering tension. Todoroki opened the door for her, allowing her to step in first. Inside, the familiar scent of disinfectant and old wood greeted her, comforting in its predictability. They walked the hall toward their classroom in silence again, but it felt different now. It was not the silence of avoidance, but something more companionable and lighter. Todoroki reminded her that she didn't have to figure everything out today, urging her not to close herself off from something real. She was not alone anymore. Ayana paused just outside the classroom door, staring at the familiar plaque on the wall, Class 3. She turned back to him, really looking at him, and expressed her gratitude sincerely. He nodded, his expression softening in that quiet way he had when he felt at ease. They stepped inside together. The class was half full, with Mina waving frantically from her desk while Jur leaned over with a smirk. Kaminari looked like he had been electrocuted by his own toast again, and Siro was building a chair pyramid with desks. The usual chaos surrounded them. Ayana slid into her seat as Todoroki took his near the window. When she glanced toward the door again, there he was, Bakugo. Late as always, a few strands of his hair still damp, shoulders tense, and eyes unreadable. He paused just long enough to meet her gaze, and something flickered between them, brief, tense, unspoken. This time, Ayana didn't look away. It had been a month since Ayana's arrival at UA, and while most days began with the usual chaos of Class 3A, today felt different. The classroom buzzed with a sharper energy, filled with anticipation that only came with competition. The announcement had come the day before. Class 3A and Class 3B would participate in a joint combat training session, a full-on class versus class simulation. Mina was practically vibrating in her seat, whispering animatedly with Jiru while glancing toward the clock. Kaminari had already short-circuited his pencil in excitement, and Siro had given up on rebuilding his chair pyramid, fully focused on the hallway beyond, as if he expected Class 3B to march in at any moment. Ayana entered quietly, sliding into her seat as murmurs of strategy and speculation filled the air. Her eyes drifted to the front of the room and then flicked back to Bakugo, already in his usual seat, arms crossed and jaw tight. He hadn't spoken a word yet, but his silence was louder than the rest of the class combined. Ayana smirked, slightly controlled and calm. She enjoyed this kind of tension. She wasn't the only one. She mouthed a warning to Mina, already catching the gleam in her friend's eyes. Mina mouthed back, hands up in mock innocence, but added with a wink that she was just watching the battlefield. Ayana rolled her eyes, ready to respond, but the door slid open sharply. Aizawa entered, followed closely by Vlad King, and the room fell silent. Aizawa's voice was flat but firm as he addressed the class, reminding them of the day's importance. Class 3B was waiting at the training grounds, and this wasn't a spar, it was an assessment. Vlad King crossed his arms, emphasizing that they wanted to see how well the students applied what they had learned under pressure and against unfamiliar opponents. Aizawa explained that they would be working in mixed teams, not just with their classmates, to foster synergy across different perspectives and combat styles. He tapped his tablet, and the training teams began to appear on the projection screen. Ayana scanned quickly for her name, her eyes narrowing with focus. Team 4, Ayana Selwyn, 3A, Setsuna Tokeage, 3B, Yosetsu Owaze, 3B, Mashireo Ojiro, 3A. She tilted her head slightly, feeling optimistic about her team. Ojiro was steady and strategic, Setsuna was unpredictable and sharp, and Owaze was resourceful. Ayana observed the dynamics of their team as Mina leaned over her shoulder, whispering that Owaze was also cute and warning Ayana to watch out, as he might try to win her heart. Ayana shot her a flat look, pointing out that it didn't make sense. Mina insisted that it didn't have to, suggesting that being on the same team was how these things often started. Across the room, Bakugo remained focused on the board, but his jaw clenched slightly. Team 5 consisted of Katsuki Bakugo, Denki Kaminari, Kinoko Komori, and Ibara Shiozaki. Setsuna approached Ayana with her signature grin, announcing that they were up against Bakugo's team in the first match and hoping Ayana was ready to ruffle some feathers. Ayana smirked, expressing her eagerness for the challenge. Owaze casually joined them, questioning whether they would survive the blast radius. Ayana confidently replied that they would redirect it. Bakugo's ears perked up at her tone, sensing her confidence and lack of hesitation. He didn't respond, but his scowl deepened. The first match was set, Team 4 versus Team. As the briefing concluded, Ayana stretched her shoulders, her focus sharp. She noticed Bakugo across the field, arms crossed and eyes narrowed in their direction. His team was solid, but she could already see the weaknesses. Kaminari was inconsistent under pressure, and Bakugo's explosive style often clashed with others. Still, he was dangerous, and he was watching her intently. Owaze asked if she was ready, and Ayana replied that they were going to make some noise. A green flare arced into the air, signaling the start of the match. Ayana moved first, darting ahead with Setsuna beside her, while Ojiro covered the rear. Owaze flanked right, taking elevation. Their movements were clean, efficient, and synchronized. Bakugo saw red the moment he spotted Ayana cutting across the central alley with Setsuna. He launched himself forward, explosions cracking through the air as he rocketed toward them fast, aggressive, and unpredictable. Ayana twisted midair, gathering kinetic energy from the first blast and redirecting it into a downward shockwave. Dust clouded the area, and when it cleared, she had repositioned herself. Owaze called out that Bakugo was circling wide, and Ayana calmly acknowledged him. Setsuna grinned, enjoying the thrill of the moment. Kaminari overloaded a junction, causing spores to sprout along the walls from Kinoko's cover. Ayana swept through like a gust of wind, using the slippery footing to slide into a pivot that dislodged their opponents. Bakugo landed hard, clearing debris with a wide blast and growling for Ayana to stop dodging and fight him. She appeared behind him with a sharp smile, teasing that she thought he liked a challenge. Their eyes met, charged and unreadable. Bakugo lunged and Ayana met him head-on. The clash resonated through the air. Bakugo's palms flared with heat, and Ayana countered with redirected force, balancing his raw explosion with calculated control. She wasn't trying to overpower him, she was shaping his power, twisting it back at him. This infuriated and thrilled him at the same time. From the sidelines, Aizawa and Vlad King observed quietly. Vlad commented on how they were reading each other better than anyone else, while Aizawa noted that it was more than just synergy, it was instinct. As the adrenaline faded, Ayana felt a strange stillness settle in. She peeled off her gloves with practiced precision, avoiding everyone's eyes as she navigated through the aftermath of the match. Compliments from her teammates bounced off her like rain on glass. Setsuna praised her performance, Owaze grinned and clapped her on the shoulder, and Ojiro offered a respectful nod. She responded with polite smiles and small words, but inside, she was pulling back not out of pride or strategy, but instinct. She caught Bakugo's gaze once across the field during the debriefing. His hair was tousled from the fight, and the collar of his uniform was singed. He looked like he wanted to say something, but she didn't give him the chance. Instead, Ayana turned on her heel and walked away. She told herself it was because she needed to cool down, to get water, to take a break. But the truth weighed heavily in her chest. She didn't understand what had just happened. The fight had been electric, every move met with equal force, every strike answered with something sharp and reactive. She hadn't just kept up with him, she had danced with him in a language only they seemed to understand. And that terrified her. She hadn't meant to provoke him with her smirk, hadn't meant to enjoy the way he glared at her as if she were the only person worth chasing. She certainly hadn't meant for her heart to race for reasons unrelated to combat. Ayana ducked into the locker room, the cool tile under her boots grounding her against the fire still simmering beneath her skin. She sank onto the bench, burying her face in her hands. This wasn't supposed to happen. She had come to UA to train, to focus, to become the best hero she could be, not to get distracted or feel anything. Yet, that feeling lingered like static, like the echo of an explosion still ringing in her ears. She squeezed her eyes shut, questioning what was happening to her. She wasn't ready for this, wasn't built for it. For the first time since arriving at UA, Ayana felt something she hadn't allowed herself to feel in a long time: uncertainty. Meanwhile, Bakugo stalked through the edge of the training grounds, his palms raw and heat still curling off his skin from the final blast. He hadn't waited for the full debrief, mumbling something that resembled "done" as he walked away. He needed to move, to breathe, to not think about how her eyes had locked with his during the fight, as if she were the only thing in his world for that fleeting moment. She hadn't hesitated, flinched, or backed down. No one did that with him, not like her. Then she had just walked away, turning and leaving without a snarky remark or lingering glance. He punched the nearest training dummy, the impact causing the metal frame to snap sideways, sparks sputtering from the seams. He didn't understand her or this feeling. It wasn't supposed to feel like this or mean anything. She was just a new teammate, another variable in a roster of people striving for the top. Yet, every time she was around, he found himself watching her, hating that he noticed the way she moved and calculated her momentum before a strike. The way she looked at him, unafraid of what she might discover, stirred something deep within him. More than that, he despised how much he wanted her to look at him like that again. Bakugo took a sharp breath and turned his face toward the sky. The clouds were heavy, still warm from the afternoon sun. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple, and he didn't wipe it away. She made him reckless, and it wasn't just on the battlefield anymore. He clenched his jaw and turned toward the building, toward the locker room. He didn't have a plan, just motion, just instinct. Something told him she had gone quiet, and that never sat right with him. He was done pretending it didn't matter. The training grounds were behind her, but Ayana still moved as if she were in the midst of combat, quick steps, sharp turns, eyes scanning even though there was nothing left to fight. Nothing was chasing her but the feeling stuck in her chest. She had made it halfway down the corridor outside the locker rooms before the adrenaline began to fade. And when it did, it hit hard. The air felt too still, too real. Her heart was still racing, but not from exertion. It was that chaotic kind of fast, the kind that didn't come from a fight but from everything that followed. That look in Bakugo's eyes, the heat in his voice, the tension between them had shifted from sharp-edged rivalry to something she couldn't name. And worse, she hadn't hated it. That was the part that scared her. Ayana slipped into the locker room, her hands trembling faintly as she stripped off her gear, each movement mechanical. She avoided the mirrors, not wanting to see whatever was written on her face. This wasn't supposed to happen. She was there to train, to focus, to become the best hero she could be, not to feel something, especially not for him. He was everything she avoided: explosive, relentless, unpredictable. Yet he had looked at her as if she were the only person on that battlefield who mattered, as if he had been waiting for her to finally challenge him, as if she belonged at his side. Ayana shoved her gear into her locker, slamming the door harder than she intended, then backed away as if it might explode. She needed to get out of the room, out of the building, out of her own head, because she didn't know what this was, and worse, she didn't know what it meant. So she did the only thing that ever worked. She ran. Down the stairs, through the side door, into the training courtyard and past it, into the trees where no one was waiting. Where no one would ask questions or flash teasing grins or challenge her to admit the thing she couldn't even say out loud yet, that she was afraid. Not of him, but of herself, of what she might be starting to feel, and what it might cost her if she let it grow. Ayana didn't know how long she had been sitting there on the cool stone bench tucked between the trees, hidden from the pressure and the noise and the ache she didn't know how to name. Her knees were drawn up, elbows resting on them, fists curled beneath her chin. The run had burned off the adrenaline, leaving only silence and her own racing thoughts. She didn't hear him approach, didn't need to. The soft shuffle of footsteps slowed behind her, followed by a pause. A long one. She didn't look up, but she felt it familiar, steady, warm. Then a voice, low and worn yet impossibly kind, broke the silence. He mentioned how he used to come there too, back when he didn't know what he was doing either. Ayana's head lifted slightly, but she didn't turn around. Her shoulders relaxed just a bit. All Might stepped into view, not as the towering symbol of peace, but in his true form, thin, fragile, human. He didn't ask if he could sit beside her, he just did, easing onto the bench with a soft grunt. The silence stretched again, not awkward but comfortable. He figured he might find her out there, recalling how she used to run when her thoughts became too loud. She exhaled just once, surprised that he remembered. He smiled gently, recalling how she used to hide in the closet when her parents argued about who loved her more. A breath of a laugh escaped her, unsteady but real. She missed her mom, and he acknowledged that softly. She glanced at him then, her eyes rimmed with the remnants of battle but softer than they ever were in training. This wasn't supposed to happen. She had come to focus, to follow her plan. He reassured her that she was still on that path, becoming the best hero she could be. But he reminded her that heroes were still people, and people didn't get to choose when their hearts became complicated. She looked away again, her jaw tight, insisting she didn't know what it was and didn't want to know. He suggested she already did. The breeze rustled the trees above them as All Might leaned back against the bench, gazing up at the canopy. He mentioned how she reminded him of her dad, focused and fiery but also had her mom's depth, her heart. She loved fiercely but quietly, and it scared her too, sometimes. Ayana's throat tightened as she expressed that she couldn't afford to feel something like this, not now, not for someone like him. He reassured her that she didn't have to decide anything right now, but running from it wasn't who she was. She didn't respond immediately, then whispered that he looked at her as if he saw all of it, even the parts she didn't want to show anyone. And that terrified her. He smiled faintly, telling her that it was a good sign, it meant it was real. She turned her face toward him, searching for something in his expression, asking what if she wasn't ready. He simply said she could take her time, and when she was ready, if it was still there, she could decide what to do with it. But she shouldn't shut herself off just because it was easier. A long moment passed, and Ayana closed her eyes. Before opening them again, softer this time. She thanked him, calling him Uncle Toshi, which made him chuckle fondly. She leaned lightly against his side for just a moment, warning him not to get used to it. He let out a breath, saying he wouldn't dream of it. They sat in silence after that, no words needed, just shared stillness. For the first time that day, Ayana didn't feel like she was running, not anymore. Bakugo didn't like not knowing. He didn't like the quiet that had followed Ayana's disappearance. He didn't like how no one had seen where she went after the match. The training ground felt unusually empty without her passing by him, as she always did, head held high, calm, and in control. But she hadn't been in control when she walked away, and that unsettled him more than it should have. After the cooldown, he had doubled back, convincing himself it was just to retrieve his gauntlets from the field locker, but he didn't even glance at the storage room. Instead, he wandered the halls, once and then again, until he heard her voice, faint and familiar. He paused just outside the path that wound around the wooded edge of the campus, following it instinctively. His boots crunched softly over gravel, careful not to announce his presence until he saw them. Her and All Might, slouched on the bench beside her, as if the world wasn't shifting beneath them. She leaned against him, not speaking, not moving, just still. Bakugo froze, feeling something punch hard in his chest, sharp and uninvited. It wasn't jealousy, not exactly, but it was the longing to be the person she turned to like that, the one she ran to, not from. He couldn't hear their conversation, but he didn't need to. He saw her expression, soft, worn down and real. The kind of look she didn't wear around him, and it made everything ache. He didn't step out or interrupt. He stayed hidden among the trees, fingers curling tightly at his sides, convincing himself he wasn't being a coward. He was giving her space. She didn't need him charging in, demanding answers she didn't owe him, not yet. So he waited until she stood, watching her brush her hands down the sides of her pants. He caught the soft thanks she murmured before she turned back toward the dorms, her shoulders lighter than before. All Might watched her go for a moment before heading the other way. Bakugo exhaled slowly, then turned and walked back the way he came. Tomorrow he would say something. But tonight? He needed to clear his head. That fight had changed something, and if he wasn't careful, so would she. Neither of them went for a run that morning. The path lay empty, dew still clinging to the grass, the sky painted in muted grays and golds. The same winding trail that had echoed with footfalls, breathless challenges, and unspoken tension was silent. Ayana sat on the edge of her bed, fully dressed with her shoes laced. She hadn't slept much if at all. Her thoughts had spiraled too fast, her body too tense. When the time came, when the clock struck the hour they usually met outside, she didn't move. And neither did he. Across the dorms, Bakugo stared at the ceiling from where he lay, one arm behind his head, the other clenched in a fist beside him. His alarm had gone off at the usual time, but he turned it off without a word and remained still. It wasn't like they had planned it. It just happened. Or didn't. And that spoke volumes more than either of them would admit. Ayana hadn't moved from her bed, sitting with her elbows on her knees, fingers loosely clasped, eyes fixed on the floor. The dorm was quiet, too quiet. The rest of the girls wouldn't be up for another 30 minutes, maybe longer. But Ayana had been awake for hours, watching the clock and listening to the silence. It was silly how much she noticed the absence of footsteps outside her door, how much she expected to hear the shuffle of boots, the faint slam of the entrance, the heavy stride she had memorized without meaning to. She didn't expect the knock, soft and hesitant, followed by a familiar voice. Ayana. It was Mina. Ayana exhaled through her nose, wiping the tiredness from her eyes with the heel of her hand before responding. It's open. The door creaked as Mina peeked in, still in her robe, her curls a little flattened on one side from sleep. She looked around as if she half expected Ayana to be mid-sparring with her pillows. You didn't go running, Mina said carefully. Ayana offered a small shrug. Didn't feel like it. Mina stepped inside and closed the door behind her, arms crossed as she leaned against the wall. Bakugo didn't either. A moment passed, and Ayana didn't answer. Mina tilted her head. You two don't usually skip, especially not together. It wasn't planned, Ayana said. He does what he wants. Mina's brows lifted slightly, but she didn't push yet. So do you? Ayana nodded. Exactly. The silence lingered for a second before Mina crossed the room and flopped onto the bed beside her, dramatically pulling Ayana's blanket over her lap as if settling in for a therapy session. I'm not going to press, Mina said, her voice softer now. But I'm going to sit here. Something happened yesterday, and you look like you're thinking so hard your brain's about to short-circuit. Ayana huffed, the corner of her mouth twitching just slightly. You're dramatic. Mina grinned. Only because you're trying so hard not to be. Ayana didn't respond, not needing to. Mina didn't expect her to. Instead, they sat in the quiet, the kind that only came when someone knew you well enough not to fill the space. After a while, Mina added, whatever it is, you don't have to face it alone, you know. Ayana's throat tightened just a little. She didn't look over, but she nodded. I know. Ayana stepped outside, bag slung over one shoulder, the crisp morning air still clinging to the ground like fog. The dorms behind her buzzed faintly with noise, laughter, shouts, the occasional crash that could only mean Kaminari had tripped over something again. She adjusted her hoodie and started down the path toward the main building. Her legs still ached slightly from her run, and her head was full of static from the earlier commotion in the hallway. She hadn't spoken to Bakugo since. Footsteps fell in behind her. Morning, Todoroki said evenly, falling into step beside her. Ayana blinked. Morning. They walked in silence for a moment, the soft thud of their shoes against pavement the only sound between them. She didn't mind it. Todoroki was one of the few people who understood that silence wasn't always a void to be filled. Todoroki matched her pace easily, hands tucked into the pockets of his jacket, his expression unreadable, but there was something quieter than usual in the way he looked at her. Observant. Thoughtful. I saw you, he said after a pause. Ayana's gaze flicked toward him. Saw me? Yesterday. During the match. Her steps faltered slightly, but she recovered quickly, not quick enough to hide it from him. With Bakugo, he added, his voice calm as ever. Ayana's jaw tightened, her eyes dropping to the pavement ahead. It was just training. Todoroki didn't argue or press. He only nodded once before responding. It didn't look like just training. The silence returned, but this time it wasn't comfortable. It wasn't hostile, either just tense and honest. Ayana swallowed, trying to clear the static in her mind. Todoroki contemplated Ayana's uncertainty before speaking with his characteristic measured tone. He reassured her that she didn't have to figure everything out just yet. As they approached the main building, Ayana reached for the door handle but hesitated, feeling the cold steel beneath her fingers. Todoroki glanced at her, his voice softening. He acknowledged that individuals like them often struggled with what to do when faced with something genuine. Ayana met his gaze for a moment, affirming his words without needing to elaborate. Instead, she nodded, opened the door, and stepped inside. Upon entering the classroom, Ayana noticed that most of Class 3A was already present. She kept her head down, making her way to her seat without looking toward the corner where Bakugo sat. She didn't need to see him, she could sense his presence, like static in the air, and intense heat against her back. Mina waved subtly from her desk, Jair offered a quiet smile, and Kaminari gave her a thumbs up, which earned him a puzzled look from Zero. The moment passed quickly as Ayana settled into her seat and took out her notes. Bakugo remained a palpable presence behind her, his attention unyielding. He hadn't looked at her, or perhaps she hadn't looked back. Regardless, the weight of his presence felt different, more intense, as if something had been drawn but not yet put away. Aizawa entered, dragging his sleeping bag, and the morning chatter faded into silence. He instructed the class to settle down, and the noise subsided as chairs scraped and pens clicked. Ayana focused on the page in front of her, though her mind wandered. Aizawa announced that they would continue analyzing the previous day's team exercises, reviewing strengths, weaknesses, and crucial moments of failure. When her name appeared on the screen alongside Team 4's match, she felt a shift in the room. An image captured her mid-action, redirecting energy in a high-speed maneuver with Awaze and Bakugo in pursuit. Aizawa continued, highlighting the tactical intensity of the match. Someone coughed behind her, and Ayana's grip on her pen tightened. Aizawa called on her to explain her strategy during the first 60 seconds. Standing slowly, she squared her shoulders, her voice steady despite the tension. She detailed how she and Tokage pushed the front to provoke an early overcommitment from Bakugo's team, while Ojiro covered blind spots and Awaze controlled vertical movement. Aizawa nodded, prompting her to discuss Bakugo's tactical shift. Ayana hesitated, recalling the moment he had pivoted, the fierce intensity in his eyes, and the explosion that had narrowly missed her, not because he couldn't hit her, but because he chose not to. Or perhaps that was just her imagination. She finally responded, albeit a moment too late, admitting that she had countered his move. Aizawa's gaze sharpened, not in judgment but in understanding, as he noted her pause. She corrected herself, stating that she had readjusted. The class remained silent, and Bakugo didn't react. Yet she could still feel his presence, like a fuse still smoldering. Aizawa instructed her to sit, and she complied, her pulse racing in her ears. The remainder of the review blurred by more footage, more names, more breakdowns of moments she hadn't been involved in. The pressure in her mind didn't dissipate. Her thoughts continued to spiral without finding resolution. When the bell rang, Ayana was the first to rise. She reached the door when she heard his voice low and gritted. She stopped and turned halfway to see Bakugo standing a few feet behind her, his expression unreadable, jaw tense. He glanced around as if he hadn't meant to call her name, as if the moment had slipped from his grasp. With his hands in his pockets, his voice was firm as he stated they needed to talk. Ayana's heart raced, and she opened her mouth to respond but closed it again, simply nodding. She told him they could talk after class and left before she could see the slight relief in his posture, as if he had been holding his breath. Their next class was in one of the larger lecture halls, typically reserved for hero studies seminars. Ayana didn't think much of it at first, walking with Mina and Jairu, their conversation light and teasing, while her mind wandered elsewhere. However, when they entered the hall and saw All Might at the front, his bright smile and dramatic pose brought some ease to her tension. He wore a more formal version of his usual suit, sleeves rolled up, radiating energy. All Might boomed a welcome as the class filed in, announcing a shift from battlefield tactics to real-world hero applications. He introduced the idea of exploring teamwork, leadership, and high-stakes pressure with heroes who understood those concepts intimately. Ayana assumed they would be meeting some of Japan's top heroes, but she was mistaken. The excitement in the room grew as the side door opened. A tall man entered first, imposing and broad-shouldered, his sharp blue eyes scanning the room. Xavier Selwyn, known as Thermalance, with the quirk of thermal energy control, stepped through the door. Right behind him was a woman with long, flowing white hair, exuding a commanding presence and a smile that suggested she had triumphed in many battles. Ophelia Selwyn, known as Forcewave, with the quirk of kinetic energy manipulation. Ayana blinked, feeling the atmosphere shift as her classmates began to whisper. Everyone knew who her parents were, but seeing them in person was an entirely different experience. All Might announced that Thermalance and Forcewave were the number 2 and number 1 pro heroes in America, respectively. Together, they had led more successful high-intensity rescue and suppression missions than any other duo in history. Xavier nodded to the class, standing beside All Might with his arms crossed. He explained that they were not just there to observe but to train the students as they had trained their own daughter. Ayana wished she could sink into her seat and disappear. Ophelia stepped forward with a smirk, assuring the class that Ayana wouldn't receive any special treatment. Ayana held her breath, feeling exposed. Xavier continued, emphasizing that this year, their final year, was when the pressure became real. They would face pro-level scenarios with real-world stakes, and team chemistry would be more crucial than ever, especially with people outside their usual circles. Ophelia nodded in agreement, arms crossed, as the class braced for what was to come. What makes a hero great isn't their power, it's their choices, how they work with others, how they adapt under pressure, and how they carry the weight of failure. After a brief pause, Ophelia added with a sharp grin that Ayana had seen countless times before, they would be putting everyone through a challenging experience that day, but they would be grateful for it later. A few nervous chuckles rippled through the room. Kaminari shifted in his seat, already feeling the pressure. Shiro let out a low whistle, while Todoroki remained unreadable as always. Bakugo sat still, his expression unchanging. Ayana felt a slight curl of her fingers against her thigh. She felt exposed in a way she wasn't accustomed to, not because her parents were present, but because they were pro-heroes in her space, her school, her world. Her parents stood in front of the class like they belonged there, and in truth, they did. They were legends, icons, the kind of heroes that children studied and admired. She just happened to be their daughter. Ophelia scanned the room, her gaze landing on Ayana for a brief moment, soft and knowing, but she didn't linger. It would have been too much for Ayana. Xavier stood tall, shoulders squared and back straight, his presence commanding like a mountain. The atmosphere shifted as students leaned in, whispering behind their hands, their eyes darting between Ayana and her parents at the front of the room. Mina leaned over, her voice barely above a whisper, noting that this was not part of the syllabus. Ayana didn't respond, her voice came out flat when she acknowledged it. All Might clapped his hands once, cheerfully announcing that they would be splitting into field units for a real-world simulation. The objectives would be shared once they reached the site. Xavier interjected, stepping forward to activate a digital projection behind him. He explained that he and Ophelia would lead parallel teams through a mock scenario designed to test adaptability under dynamic stress. Ophelia added that they would be assessing leadership, individual decision-making, and teamwork under pressure, with evaluations kept secret until the end. The screen displayed 2 colored routes through a simulated city block, one marked red, the other blue. Ayana's stomach twisted. She recognized that simulation. She had trained in it since she was 12. Xavier continued, explaining that students would be split evenly into pairs, relying on both their quirks and communication to achieve their objectives: capture the point, secure civilians, and neutralize threats. A hush fell over the class, and Mina raised her hand, asking if it was like a combat exercise. Ophelia's smirk revealed her confidence as she confirmed it was just like the real thing. Ayana felt Bakugo's gaze on her, even without turning around. She didn't want to imagine what he was thinking, whether it was respect, doubt, or something else entirely. She flinched when her name lit up on the assignment list, called second. Ayana Selwyn Unit Alpha. Under Thermalance. She barely registered the names that followed until she heard, Katsuki Bakugo Unit Alpha. Also under Thermalance. Her head shot up, unable to mask her shock, confusion, and a hint of betrayal. All Might's eyes met hers briefly, an unspoken apology in the wrinkle near his temple. He had known. Xavier remained unfazed. Bakugo exhaled sharply, leaning back in his chair as if handed a challenge. He hadn't looked at her all morning, but now he did, and she looked back. For once, neither of them spoke, but the silence between them was louder than anything they could have said. In the gear bay with the rest of Unit Alpha, the low hum of lockers and suit adjustments echoed off the walls. Ayana tightened the straps on her gauntlets, her movements precise and mechanical. Her face was unreadable, focused, but inside, she felt a storm brewing. Across from her, Bakugo adjusted his gloves, his jaw clenched. He hadn't spoken since the assignments were given, and neither had she. She could feel his presence beside her, just slightly too close, the heat of him familiar yet volatile. Xavier stood at the head of the unit, tall and composed, issuing final briefings with a crispness that left no room for doubt. He didn't treat Ayana any differently than the others. If anything, he was harder on her. They were to deploy in 2 minutes. Xavier reminded them that their quirks were tools, their instincts weapons, and they would not rely on familiarity but operate as professionals. Ayana's mouth felt dry, her helmet resting in the crook of her arm. She didn't dare look at her father or Bakugo. Bakugo broke the silence, stating that Ayana had done this scenario before, his voice low and even. It wasn't a question. She confirmed it and he asked how many times. She considered lying but brushed the thought aside, replying simply that it was enough. Bakugo nodded, his fingers tightening around the edge of his gauntlet, instructing her to lead. Ayana blinked in surprise. He wanted her to take charge. She swallowed, wanting to assure him he wouldn't regret it, but instead, she just nodded and promised she wouldn't. The signal sounded, doors hissed open, and they ran. The simulation dropped them into a mock urban district, smoke curling from fake debris, sirens wailing faintly in the background, and the scent of scorched pavement wafting through hidden vents. It felt real. It always did. Ayana hit the ground running, Bakugo at her side. She quickly assessed the situation, noting 2 hostiles in the northeast alley, one on overwatch, and instructed their teammates to flank support. Bakugo agreed to take rooftop clearance, fully aware of the risks. They split, moving as one, Ayana charging down the main street, harnessing momentum from debris and redirected shockwaves to propel herself forward, while Bakugo launched skyward, a blast echoing as he disappeared onto the rooftops. Bakugo landed on the rooftop with precision, trusting Ayana's intel without hesitation. A shadow moved to his left, and he pivoted, ready for action. A hostile target, a dummy reinforced with AI-controlled movement, lunged at him from behind an air conditioning unit. He let out a fierce snarl and blasted forward, catching it with a precision detonation that sent the dummy flying off the edge. He reported that the rooftop was clear, and Ayana's steady voice confirmed it. Her calmness settled something in his chest, even as the air remained thick with smoke. Down below, Ayana surged forward, a blur of velocity and controlled bursts, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Her energy manipulation allowed her to slip past traps, redirect debris, and disarm 2 of the hostiles, before they even realized she was there. She didn't hesitate, didn't stumble. She moved as if the simulation knew her name. Bakugo caught a glimpse of her through the smoke. She twisted her body midair to avoid a falling support beam, snapping her wrist to ricochet a burst of force off a broken wall, using it to propel herself up to a second-floor balcony. It was effortless, beautiful. He ground his teeth. She shouldn't look beautiful in combat. Ayana hit the upper floor and dropped low, sliding into cover beside a flickering, civilian, dummy they were meant to evacuate. She tapped her comm again, reporting a civilian located and noting 2 more heat signatures converging east. Bakugo flared into view beside her seconds later, smoke curling off his gauntlets. Their eyes met, and without a word, he nodded once. She bolted and Bakugo followed. They swept the rest of the zone in perfect tandem, him destroying barricades and drawing fire, her moving through the chaos like a phantom, every movement deliberate. They didn't speak again until the final signal flared above the rooftops, indicating that the simulation was cleared and Unit Alpha had successfully extracted. As the digital overlay flickered off and the vents ceased pumping smoke, Ayana stood straighter, her chest heaving. Across from her, Bakugo pulled off his helmet and shook his head, muttering that it wasn't a total disaster. Ayana arched a brow, sensing disappointment in his tone. He snorted, acknowledging that she had kept up. She narrowed her eyes, questioning his words, but his mouth twitched as if he might have been fighting a smirk. Before she could respond, Xavier's voice crackled through the comm system, ordering them to return to base. Ayana's shoulders stiffened, not because of the order, but because her father had delivered it without a hint of praise, just an expectation met. Bakugo noticed the shift in her posture but chose not to comment. The look in his eyes, curious, tense, respectful, spoke volumes. They weren't done with this exercise, nor with each other. As they turned back toward the extraction point, Ayana didn't feel the silence pressing down on her. She welcomed it. It meant something had changed, though neither of them knew what, not yet. But it was there, and neither was running from it anymore. The simulated city was still smoldering around them, false smoke curling through the ruined mock streets. Unit Alpha stood scattered across the site, breathing hard, their gear scuffed and sweat cooling against their skin. They had completed the mission, technically, but it hadn't been pretty. Ayana crouched behind a collapsed barricade, catching her breath as she slowly removed her helmet. Her hair clung to her forehead, and her pulse echoed in her ears. The entire scenario had lasted less than 30 minutes, but it felt like hours. A voice crackled over the comm, announcing the termination of the simulation and instructing all units to hold their position. Xavier's tone left no room for celebration. Ayana straightened, glancing to the side just as Bakugo landed beside her in a low crouch, his boots skidding across broken concrete. His gauntlets hissed as the heat diffused from his palms. They didn't speak right away, their eyes meeting for only a second, tension still taut between them like an uncut wire. Xavier's silhouette emerged through the settling smoke. Behind him, Ophelia and All Might walked the perimeter, speaking in low tones with faculty assistants, gathering data and pointing toward key impact zones from the simulation. Xavier scanned the team with sharp calculation, stating that he had told them not to rely on familiarity, but some still leaned into comfort instead of clarity. Ayana didn't flinch, and Bakugo didn't move. But then Xavier continued, acknowledging that they had adapted, recovered, and made calls under pressure. He looked directly at Ayana and then at Bakugo, noting that there were no casualties, the civilian capture point was secured, and threats were neutralized in under 27 minutes. The mission was successful, but only barely. Ophelia chimed in, cautioning them not to mistake completion for perfection. In the real world, hesitation, miscommunication, and pride could be deadly. Her eyes flicked between the two of them as if she knew something. Xavier gave a final nod, instructing them to cool down and rehydrate before the debrief in 40 minutes. Just like that, they were dismissed. The moment they were out of earshot, Ayana exhaled slowly, turning to unclip the last fastener on her suit. The tension in her body settled into a strange sort of exhaustion, part physical, part emotional. As she slipped off the rest of her uniform, she was left in her sports bra and spandex shorts, readying her hair when she heard Bakugo's voice. He hesitated, caught between defiance and something else entirely, before apologizing for not realizing she was there. Ayana turned slowly, her expression guarded. She met his gaze but didn't flinch or cover up. Instead, she stated that he had seen worse in training. Bakugo responded that those others weren't her, the words slipping out before he could stop them, rough, raw, and too honest. Ayana froze, her fingers stilled mid-twist in her hair. The silence stretched between them, heavy in a way that made her heart stumble against her ribs. Slowly, she dropped her hands, asking what he meant. Bakugo didn't answer right away, keeping his gaze angled slightly to the side, jaw tight, arms crossed as if bracing against something internal. Finally, he admitted that this situation with her was different. Ayana's breath caught in her throat. She hadn't expected that from him. She couldn't respond, every muscle in her body locked, uncertain whether to bolt or stay. The part of her that had always known exactly what she wanted had never prepared for this. Bakugo's voice dropped lower, quieter, as he confessed that he didn't understand what it was or if he wanted to, but he couldn't stop thinking about the fight and about her. Ayana blinked, stunned into stillness. It wasn't loud or dramatic, but coming from him, it felt like a confession. Bakugo shifted, finally daring to meet her eyes again, reiterating that he had seen worse in training, but they weren't her. She swallowed hard, the weight of his words settling into her chest, heavier than her armor. Her voice, when it came, was quieter than she intended. She remarked that he wasn't making this any easier. Bakugo let out a dry huff of a laugh, one without any real humor, stating that he wasn't trying to. They stood there, neither moving. Neither of them moved closer, as they couldn't not yet, not without risking something neither fully understood. Ayana took a breath and reached for her jacket, pulling it on with slow, steady movements. She grabbed her UA sweats and mentioned that her dad didn't like to be kept waiting. Bakugo nodded sharply and silently, stepping back to give her space. He remained quiet, knowing that if he spoke he might reveal too much. As Ayana finished zipping her jacket and adjusted the collar, she tried to calm her racing heartbeat. The echo of his words lingered in her chest, reminding her that their situation was different. She hadn't been prepared for that, or for him. They walked side by side through the mock city ruins, their boots crunching on broken pavement, with the occasional hiss of vented smoke filling the air. They maintained a careful distance close, but never touching, always skirting the invisible line neither dared to cross. As they neared the command tent, the atmosphere shifted. Xavier was waiting just outside, arms crossed and eyes sharp. Ayana instinctively straightened, adopting a disciplined posture. Bakugo remained tense, shoulders squared and eyes forward, ready for anything. Xavier acknowledged their presence without preamble, noting their early arrival. Ayana nodded stiffly, reminding him of the scheduled debrief. He pointed out that she hadn't rehydrated, and she insisted she was fine. Xavier raised an eyebrow, unconvinced, and Ayana retorted about not receiving special treatment. Xavier's expression almost softened, but he quickly returned to a more serious demeanor, explaining that not calling her out in front of others was a form of special treatment. Bakugo observed the exchange, piecing together the history behind it but choosing to remain silent, hands shoved deep in his pockets. When Xavier turned to him, Bakugo braced himself, but Xavier commended him for following Ayana's lead. Bakugo stated that he trusted her judgment, which surprised Ayana. She glanced at him, narrowing her eyes slightly. Xavier studied Bakugo for a moment before approving his response. Ophelia's voice interrupted from the other side of the tent, asking if they were going to start the debrief. Xavier directed them inside, where the rest of Unit Alpha was already gathering. The lights inside were harsh, and screens flickered with playback footage from the simulation, highlighting areas of high damage and near failures. The debrief room was quiet, filled only with the soft hum of machinery and the flickering red zones on the digital map. A few students murmured to one another, but as soon as Xavier stepped to the front, silence enveloped the room. Ophelia stood to the side, arms folded, her gaze tracking every student, lingering on Ayana more than once. Xavier began the debrief by tapping a panel, zooming in on their entry point and highlighting every path and wrong turn. He bluntly pointed out that their initial execution had been sloppy, costing them precious time due to underestimating the opposing force. Ayana didn't flinch, she had known it the moment it happened. However, he noted their quick recovery and clean midpoint adaptation, praising the coordination between team members. Bakugo stood with arms crossed, nodding in acknowledgement. The feed shifted to show Ayana's approach to a civilian dummy, revealing her precise movements but also a brief pause. Xavier zoomed in on that moment and pointed out her hesitation, asking for an explanation. Ayana squared her shoulders and explained that she had registered another presence and was confirming it wasn't a civilian. When asked if it had been, she clarified it was a decoy. Xavier studied her before moving on, shifting the screen to show footage of Ayana and Bakugo clearing the final building in perfect synchronization. Ophelia stepped forward, declaring that their synergy had saved the mission. Murmurs rose behind them as she emphasized that such synergy couldn't be taught but could be refined if they were willing to put in the work. Ayana remained still, while Bakugo's hands curled into fists, but he replied steadily that they were willing. The room fell silent again. Ophelia smirked faintly and announced it was time to return to the lecture hall for another topic. Ayana didn't need to ask, she knew it would be about pro-hero soulmate synergy. It was a rare topic, especially since her parents were a unique pair in America. Soulmates were more common in Japan, with several bonded pairs in her class. The lecture hall felt different now, the chatter from the simulation replaced by a buzzing tension of expectation and curiosity. Ayana took her seat near the middle, flanked by Mina and Jairu, while Bakugo sat a few rows back, close enough to feel but far enough to avoid. At the front of the hall, All Might stood off to the side, allowing Xavier and Ophelia to take center stage. Xavier began the subject, noting it was rarely discussed or demonstrated. He gestured to the large projection screen, where a title appeared, Soulmate Synergy in Pro-Hero Partnerships. Murmurs rippled across the room, and Ophelia stepped forward to explain that soulmates shared a unique, genetically resonant bond, which often became romantic. Especially in high-pressure fields like theirs, Ayana felt the tension in the air. She could sense the eyes of her classmates on her, but she chose not to look at anyone. Ophelia continued to speak, explaining the significance of being one of the few bonded pro-hero pairs actively working in the field. Xavier raised his arm, revealing a faint shimmer on his skin where Ophelia had touched him earlier. It glowed softly, a reminder of their connection. Ayana stared at it, feeling the weight of its meaning deep within her. Xavier explained that these marks were the result of direct skin-to-skin contact between soulmates, temporary but significant, representing resonance. Ophelia elaborated that resonance could enhance quirk efficiency, shorten reaction times, and sharpen instincts, which could be crucial in combat. Mina leaned closer to Ayana, admiring her mother's strength and hinting at where Ayana might have inherited her abilities. Ayana remained silent, her focus on the screen showing her parents in action, working seamlessly together. Xavier emphasized that soulmate synergy was not a shortcut or a cheat code. It came with responsibilities and demands for communication, trust, and control. He warned that most bonded pairs do not find each other until later in life, urging everyone to find their strength within themselves first. Ophelia smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes, hinting at the profound changes that finding a soulmate could bring. The room fell silent, and Ayana felt a twist in her stomach as All Might opened the floor for questions. Hands shot up eagerly, but Ophelia reminded them of the rarity of having 3 bonded pairs in one class, causing a stir among the students. Kaminari blushed, and Mina leaned into Kirishima, who didn't pull away. Ochako exchanged a shy glance with Izuku, their hands finding each other beneath the desk. Ophelia then asked how many knew of their bond before their first mark appeared, prompting a mix of responses from the students. Ophelia explained that the initial pull of resonance required maturity and vulnerability, something many were not accustomed to showing in the field. Xavier added that denying the bond made it harder to work with, amplifying emotional instability. Mina asked what happened if someone didn't know their soulmate yet, and Ophelia explained that they would receive a faint mark, with resonance building with each contact, even if unrecognized. Aizawa interjected, limiting the questions, and Todoroki asked if they had ever seen a soulmate pair fail. Xavier confirmed that it could happen if one fought against the bond or expected it to work without effort. Ophelia added that when it worked, it was the most powerful experience one could have. Then Bakugo stood, the scrape of his chair drawing everyone's attention. He posed a question that resonated deeply: what if someone felt the resonance but didn't want it? Ophelia acknowledged the complexity of that situation, explaining that soulmate resonance doesn't ask for permission and can appear when one is unprepared or scared. Bakugo's tension was palpable, and he asked what to do if it frightened someone. Ophelia stated that one could either run or face it, emphasizing that fear should not be mistaken for weakness. Xavier reinforced this, sharing that some of the strongest heroes had been terrified upon realizing their bond. Bakugo remained standing for a moment, his body tense, before finally sitting down again. Ayana's heart raced, and she didn't realize her hands had clenched into fists until Mina gently touched her arm, checking in on her. Ayana couldn't respond because she didn't know how she felt. The air was thick with unspoken questions, and Bakugo's inquiry lingered in her mind, suggesting that deep down, she already knew the answer. After the final bell rang, Ayana packed her things slowly, her mind heavy with the day's events. As Ayana exited the classroom, she spotted her parents near the faculty lounge with All Might, their presence both commanding and comforting. Both Xavier and Ophelia were in their hero costumes, having just finished a seminar with the last class of the day. Memories of her childhood flooded back, and a small smile appeared at the corners of her lips as she recalled the times she had seen the trio together. Approaching them, Ayana felt a sense of familiarity in their powerful stances, which brought an involuntary smile to her face. Xavier caught her eye, and his face lit up, which drew her mother's attention. Ophelia's expression softened as she saw her daughter approaching. The faint lines around her mouth eased into a warm smile that made her usually imposing figure seem more approachable. She greeted Ayana with a tone that lost its professional edge. Ayana responded warmly, her voice tinged with a hint of exhaustion, and nodded toward Xavier, who was still beaming at her. Ophelia observed her daughter's demeanor, noting the fatigue etched in her posture and expression. "I'm fine," Ayana insisted, not wanting to worry her parents. Xavier, however, pointed out that while she excelled in many things, lying was not one of them, especially not to them. Ayana chuckled softly, the tension easing slightly from her shoulders. She admitted to them that she had been hard on herself regarding the simulation they had run. It had been a familiar exercise, one she had been performing for as long as she could remember. 2 months ago she had executed it flawlessly, but today she had stumbled. Her mother reminded her that every other time she had run the simulation, she had done so solo, and that working with a team was a different experience. Ayana countered that she had participated in multiple team and partner trainings since arriving at UA. Xavier nodded, understanding her frustration, and pointed out that she had not been performing in front of them before. Despite her efforts to carve out her own identity as a hero, Ayana still held her parents' opinions in the highest regard. Ophelia praised her for how well she had adapted, even if it didn't feel like it to Ayana. When Ophelia spoke of her past experiences at the American Institute, where she had felt isolated, she highlighted how different things were now. Ayana had built relationships and learned to trust others, a significant change from her previous self. Xavier added that she was learning to balance her strengths with those of her teammates, emphasizing that this growth was not just as a hero but as a person. All Might agreed, stating that true heroism was about uplifting those around her and contributing to the team. The weight of expectations had always driven Ayana to excel, but now she was learning to be more than just a skilled fighter. She was becoming a dependable teammate, a leader, and a friend. Ophelia encouraged her to view her day not as a failure but as a step forward, reminding her that every challenge and mistake was a lesson to learn from. Reflecting on her day, Ayana recognized that her frustration stemmed from her fear of disappointing those she respected and loved. She admitted to her parents that she had been placing too much pressure on herself to be perfect and that she needed to trust her team more. Xavier acknowledged this realization, reminding her that no hero stands alone and that even the greatest heroes had their teams and mentors. Just then, Mina's excited voice echoed down the hall, and Ayana turned to see her friend rushing toward her, full of energy and enthusiasm. Mina, always vibrant, contrasted sharply with the heaviness Ayana felt within herself. Ayana greeted her friend with a smile, which became genuine as Mina skidded to a halt in front of them, breathless and eager to share that they had missed their group study session but that she had saved the notes. Touched by Mina's thoughtfulness, Ayana expressed her gratitude. Turning back to her parents and All Might, she introduced Mina, who greeted them with respect and enthusiasm. Ophelia and Xavier responded warmly, thanking Mina for being a good friend to Ayana. Xavier extended his hand, which Mina shook eagerly, while Ophelia teased Ayana about her previous social struggles, earning a playful glare from her daughter. Mina, blushing with pride, promised to keep Ayana in one piece, prompting Ayana to groan softly, though a smile lingered on her lips. Xavier chuckled, noting that they had begun to think Ayana had chosen the lone wolf path for good. Seeing her surrounded by people who cared about her meant more than they could express. Ayana glanced between her parents and Mina, who was already flipping open her tablet, ready to dive into the study materials. For the first time that day, the weight on her chest loosened just a bit. She murmured that it meant a lot to her as All Might folded his arms with a wide grin, reminding them that they should not keep each other from resting. A hero's brain needs as much recovery as the body. Mina responded enthusiastically, throwing a playful salute and assuring Ayana they would review their notes and try to get to bed early. Ayana corrected her friend, suggesting they would attempt to crash early. Mina simply winked in response. Ophelia leaned in to kiss Ayana's temple, whispering words of encouragement, expressing pride in her daughter and urging her to keep moving forward, step by step. Xavier gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze, letting her know they would be around for a bit longer and that she could come to them if she needed anything. Ayana promised she would and thanked them for everything. As her parents and All Might walked down the corridor, Ayana stood quietly for a moment, watching them disappear from view. Mina nudged her again, this time with a softer touch that silently asked if she was okay. Ayana turned to her friend and, for once, didn't deflect. She admitted she was getting there. On the walk back to the dorms, Ayana couldn't help but reflect on what her parents had said. She recalled a moment when Xavier extended his hand to Mina, who shook it eagerly. He expressed gratitude for having friends like her looking out for Ayana. Ophelia teased that it was nice for Ayana to have any friends at all, earning a glare from her daughter. Mina blushed with pride and excitement, joking that she would keep Ayana in one piece. Ayana groaned softly, a hint of a smile on her lips, acknowledging that Mina would never let her live that down. Ophelia smirked, unapologetic, while Xavier chuckled, noting that they had begun to worry Ayana had chosen the lone wolf path for good. Seeing her surrounded by people who cared about her meant more than they could express. Ayana exhaled slowly, her hands tucked into her jacket pockets as the path curved toward the dorm buildings. The quietness enveloped her, broken only by the rhythmic sound of her boots against the concrete, the distant hum of campus lights coming to life, the soft rustling of wind through the trees, and Mina's endless chatter beside her. She had been a loner, not by choice, but because of who she was. Being at the top of her class didn't make her popular, it made her a target for jealousy and isolation. People often viewed her achievements as a benchmark for their failures. Additionally, being the daughter of two top heroes, the number 1 and number 2 came with its own set of challenges. That kind of legacy didn't invite admiration, it brought assumptions, whispers behind her back, and classmates waiting for her to stumble so they could say she wasn't that special after all. So, Ayana had learned early to keep her circle small or non-existent. It was easier that way, cleaner and safer. But here at UA, things were different. The pressure was still present, but instead of judgment, she found Kaminari's easy chatter, Jaire's quiet support, Mina's unwavering loyalty, Todoroki's thoughtful silences, and the genuine encouragement from Kirishima, Izuku, Ochako, and many others. And then there was Bakugo, the wild card, the contradiction who should have driven her up a wall but somehow grounded her instead. Mina nudged her playfully, bringing her back to the moment and teasing that she had been staring at the sidewalk as if it owed her money. Ayana blinked, apologizing and admitting she was just lost in thought. When Mina asked if she was thinking about today, Ayana revealed that her mind was occupied with thoughts of today, yesterday, last week, and her entire time at UA. She shook her head, realizing how much she had changed in just over a month. Mina offered a softer perspective, suggesting that change meant growth, which was what Ayana had come to UA for. Ayana glanced at her friend, surprised by the depth behind Mina's bubbly persona. Mina, beneath her sparkles and grins, truly saw people. Ayana quietly acknowledged that she hadn't expected the experience to feel like shedding an old version of herself. Mina agreed, noting that the old version had served her well, but it was okay to outgrow her, especially when the new version got to have friends like Mina. As they approached the dorm entrance, Ayana caught sight of Bakugo, Kaminari, and Kirishima arguing in the common area through the window. Kirishima was gesturing wildly, trying to mediate, while Kaminari looked animated, likely teasing. Bakugo appeared ready to explode, and Ayana couldn't help but smile. Mina laughed, commenting on the chaos, and Ayana reminded her that one of those gremlins was her soulmate. Mina rolled her eyes dramatically, maintaining her playful stance. Ayana chuckled, suggesting that if Kirishima ended up with a concussion from flying Uno cards, Mina might have to file a report. Mina responded with a grin, stating she would just kiss it better, a perk of their bond. Ayana shook her head fondly, feeling the warmth of their easy banter wrap around her like a familiar blanket. It was strange and wonderful how normal this felt. When Mina asked if she was coming inside, Ayana said she would be in a moment, her eyes lingering on the common room. Mina nodded knowingly and went inside to ensure they hadn't burned the couch again. Ayana took a breath, her gaze drifting to Bakugo, who was glaring at Kaminari with an intensity that suggested he was mentally setting him on fire. Yet he remained there, not storming off. He was trying, and that mattered more than anything else. Finally, Ayana opened the door and stepped into the warmth of the dorms. Bakugo barked at Kaminari, teasing him about his shuffling skills. Ayana raised an eyebrow at the oddly specific remark. Kirishima brightened, calling for Ayana to help settle a debate about whether skipping a turn in Uno was a valid strategy or if Kaminari was just being chaotic. Kaminari pointed at Ayana, pleading for her support. Ayana smirked as she walked over, hands on her hips, declaring that skipping one's turn only counted if the goal was to lose. Bakugo snorted, while Kaminari groaned in response. Kirishima pumped a fist in triumph. He wondered how Mina and Jair managed to put up with the others, chuckling slightly at the thought. Chapter 23. Mina groaned as she flopped onto Ayana's bed, feeling as if the world had just ended. She reminded Ayana that they had agreed to attend the party, which meant Ayana couldn't show up dressed as if she were about to lead a tactical briefing. Ayana crossed her arms, unbothered by Mina's comments. She liked her clothes. Mina, dragging herself dramatically across the bedspread, insisted that Ayana's outfit conveyed a message of dominance rather than approachability. She believed Ayana needed to look fun and ready to dance if the right song played. Ayana arched a brow and stated that she didn't dance. Mina ominously declared that Ayana would dance, sitting up and wagging a finger. She then set to work transforming Ayana's look. After a flurry of hangers, fabric, and glitter, Ayana stood in front of the mirror, arms stiff at her sides. Mina beamed behind her, glowing with pride. Ayana examined her reflection. The black crop top was simple yet sharp, snug and short enough to feel daring. Paired with a high-waisted burgundy skirt that hugged her waist and flared slightly at the hem, it was bold yet comfortable, still very much her style, but undeniably different. Her silver-white hair had been brushed and left loose, parted just off-center. The soft waves curled at her shoulders, giving her an effortless look that felt too calculated to be accidental. She muttered that she looked like she was about to star in a music video, tugging at the hem of the crop top. Mina corrected her, saying she looked stunning, devastatingly so, as if she could start a fight just by walking into the room. Ayana expressed that she didn't want to start fights, to which Mina happily replied that being in a room with Bakugo made that inevitable. Ayana shot her a flat look, but Mina smirked and encouraged her to go out and make an impression. The party was already in full swing when Ayana and Mina stepped into the common room. Music pulsed through the walls, filling the air with energy, while strings of fairy lights cast a warm glow overhead. A chaotic snack table suggested someone, probably Kaminari, had been in charge of refreshments. Laughter and voices mixed with the occasional shout from a card game in progress. Ayana paused just past the threshold, scanning the room. Mina reminded her in a stage whisper that she was there to enjoy herself, not to overthink. Ayana replied that she didn't vibe, but Mina assured her that she would. As they entered, Ayana's gaze landed on a group clustered around the lounge. Kaminari was animatedly arguing with Kirishima over something on his phone, while Jair lounged with a soda, nodding to the music. Momo and Ochako were setting up a tower of plastic cups for a game of party Jenga. Then her eyes caught him Bakugo, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, watching the chaos unfold. The moment Ayana walked in, his gaze snapped to her, lingering as he examined her from head to toe. Mina noticed the look and practically vibrated with excitement, whispering that steam was about to rise. Kaminari then blurted out that Ayana looked like she could step on him, prompting several heads to turn in her direction. Ayana groaned softly, while Mina grinned as if she had just won a gold medal. Jairu raised her cup in approval, commenting on Ayana's unexpected outfit choice. Ayana shrugged, trying to remain composed under the attention, and admitted that Mina had styled her. Mina's eyes flicked back to Bakugo, who was still watching, his jaw tight and grip on his arms tense, as if he were holding something back. Mina leaned in and whispered that she had predicted Bakugo would combust. Ayana shot her a sideways glance, noting that he hadn't yet. Mina smugly replied that the vein in his forehead was certainly trying. Ayana rolled her eyes, but a flicker of satisfaction tugged at the corners of her mouth. Before she could respond, a hand landed lightly between her shoulder blades. Awais greeted her, surprised by her party-ready appearance. Ayana turned slightly, acknowledging him. He complimented her look, saying he hadn't expected Class A to bring this much heat. Mina, eager to interject, remained silent but her grin was evident. Ayana raised an eyebrow, asking if that was a compliment. Awais confirmed it, stating she looked good, his tone softening. From across the room, Bakugo shifted slightly, his attention still on Ayana and Awais. Awais then invited her to join a game that was starting, one filled with dares and chaos. Mina quickly answered for Ayana, insisting she was in. Ayana narrowed her eyes, questioning if she really was. Mina sweetly reminded her of her promise not to hide in the corner. Awais chuckled and gestured dramatically, offering to escort her to the chaos. Ayana stared at him flatly, warning him not to try that again. He raised his hands in surrender, agreeing to keep it simple. They made their way toward the circle forming in the common area, where students from both Class A and B gathered with drinks, shouting over one another with the kind of energy that only came from a room full of overpowered teenagers trying to be normal. Ayana sat between Mina and Jairu, casting a wary glance at the Bluetooth speaker on the floor, which blinked ominously. She muttered that this was going to be dumb. Jairu replied dryly that was the point, though her smile betrayed her enjoyment. Awais took a spot directly across from Ayana, next to Minoma, who was already explaining his own rules to no one in particular. Ayana deliberately looked elsewhere until her gaze was drawn back to Bakugo, who had moved closer, leaning against the back of the couch with a fiery gaze fixed on Awais and Ayana. His arms remained crossed, fists clenched, and his posture shifted from casual to coiled, as if he were ready to spring into action. The music kicked on with a sudden thump of bass, and everyone in the circle perked up. Jairu cleared her throat and explained the rules. The music would play, the light on the speaker would spin, and when it stopped, it would land on someone. That person would then choose truth, dare, or spin. Curiosity sparked among the group, and someone asked what spin meant. Jairu smirked and replied that they wouldn't know until it was their turn, which was part of the fun. Ayana exhaled slowly, contemplating the game. She then asked what would happen if she refused. Mina cheerfully chimed in that she would personally double dare Ayana, and she would make it romantic. Ayana turned to Mina, surprised. That hadn't been part of the agreement. Mina grinned and called for Bakugo to join them. Bakugo flinched, feeling the spotlight on him. He called back, trying to sound casual but landing somewhere between annoyed and on edge. Mina didn't hesitate, declaring that he was now part of the game. Bakugo flatly denied it, already bristling. Mina challenged him, saying everyone would know what he had said about Ayana earlier. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, and the room fell silent. Ayana rolled her eyes, recognizing the mischievous glint in Mina's expression. She didn't need to hear the words, she just needed Bakugo to believe Mina might say them. Bakugo's glare darkened, and he muttered that she wouldn't dare. Mina shrugged innocently, daring him to try. For a tense moment, Ayana thought Bakugo might explode, but with a sharp exhale and a reluctant growl, he stepped forward. He didn't say another word as he moved into the circle, avoiding everyone's gaze, especially Ayana's. But he sat right beside her, and the air felt different, heavier and electric, like the stillness before a storm. Mina beamed at him, and Bakugo muttered for her to shut up. Kirishima leaned over to Kaminari, whispering that he would never bet against Mina. Kaminari agreed, and Jairu smirked, ready to spin the chaos wheel. She tapped her phone, and the speaker lit up, cycling through colors as the beat dropped. Everyone leaned in closer, anticipation buzzing in the air. Ayana could feel Bakugo beside her, tense and unreadable. The light slowed, then stopped on Ayana. Of course, she thought, crossing her arms as groans, cheers, and laughter erupted around her. She chose truth, and the chorus of boos and groans followed. Jairu leaned forward, eyes gleaming with amusement, and asked who in the room made Ayana the most nervous. The atmosphere shifted, the room quieting with sharp interest. Mina gasped in delight. Ayana remained composed, responding that it depended on the kind of nervousness, whether it was the kind that made her fear for her safety or the kind that stemmed from feeling exposed. The silence thickened, and Jairu encouraged her to answer however she wanted. Ayana's fingers curled around her knee as she stared straight ahead and stated, "Bakugo." She delivered it like a fact, dropping it into the center of the circle without hesitation. A collective breath was held, even Monoma silenced. Ayana didn't clarify or explain, but her tense hands and tight jaw indicated she meant what she said. Next to her, Bakugo went rigid, the fire simmering just beneath his skin. Mina's eyes darted to him, filled with disbelief and thrill, while Jairu nodded solemnly, as if Ayana had passed an unspoken test. Mina pressed for an explanation, but Ayana calmly stated that it wasn't part of the question. This only heightened the tension in the room. Mina stared at her, shocked, before turning to Bakugo, who remained still, his breathing shallow. Then he exhaled sharply, a controlled release that everyone could sense was costing him. Jairu glanced between them, aware of the tension, and suggested they keep the game moving. The speaker whirred again, lights spinning, and it landed on Bakugo. Groans and laughter erupted once more, and Mina clapped her hands, excited for what was to come. Bakugo hesitated before muttering his choice dare. Jairu smirked and dared him to give one piece of his clothing to someone else. Laughter circled the group, and Monoma groaned, calling it lame. Bakugo let out a slow, dismissive breath and didn't argue. He leaned forward and unzipped his jacket without looking at anyone. The sound was sharp in the quiet. Then he shrugged it off and, without a word, draped the jacket across Ayana's shoulders. The room froze as Ayana blinked, her fingers brushing the collar to confirm it was real. To us. Bakugo sat back, arms crossed, his expression unreadable, as if he hadn't just dropped a bombshell on the group. Ayana didn't speak or react outwardly, but she adjusted the jacket, pulling it a little tighter. Awais shifted uncomfortably beside her, his usual confidence dimmed by the sight of Bakugo's jacket on Ayana. Mina and Jairu noticed, as did Bakugo. The speaker pulsed again, lights flashing, and the game continued. Bass thumped in the background, the music continuing to play even though no one was really watching. When the light stopped, it landed on Awais. He took a moment, exhaling with a light laugh, his eyes darting between Bakugo, the jacket, and Ayana. He acknowledged that it was his turn. Awais glanced at Ayana again, this time more cautiously, as if unsure if she was still a target. Jairu raised an eyebrow and asked whether he chose truth, dare, or spin. Awais tilted his head and smiled, almost sheepishly, and decided on spin. Groans erupted from the group, but there was a hint of relief in their voices, as they all understood that truth could have been risky, and dare might have been worse. Jairu tapped her phone, and the speaker blinked rapidly, cycling through colors until it pulsed crimson and stopped. A red envelope in the center of the circle lit up, as if it had been waiting for this moment. Jairu grinned, declaring it a wild card. Awais leaned forward and picked it up, a smile on his face that suggested he didn't fully trust it. He slid the slip of paper out and read it, pausing as his brows lifted slowly before he laughed. Mina insisted that he read it aloud, and Awais glanced at Ayana, then Bakugo, before returning to the paper. The challenge was to whisper something into someone's ear that would make the whole room suspicious. Awais expressed his dry amusement, calling them evil, but Jairu shrugged, reminding him that it was part of the game. Kaminari cheered him on to choose his victim. Everyone expected him to lean toward Monoma, Momo, or even Jairu just to stir the pot. But Awais didn't hesitate. He leaned toward Ayana, doing so carefully and deliberately, without making contact. Ayana didn't pull away or move, but Bakugo tensed beside her, his jaw clenched and hands flexing against his knees. Whatever Awais whispered was brief and quiet, but Ayana's reaction spoke volumes. She blinked slowly and tilted her head toward him, a faint smile forming on her lips. Awais' grin widened as he softly acknowledged the risk he was taking, but he found her captivating. The room might not have heard the words, but they felt the shift in the atmosphere. Ayana's expression had changed slightly, still guarded but undeniably engaged. Bakugo, on the other hand, didn't explode or flinch, but the air around him felt charged, as if his temper was simmering just beneath the surface. Mina's eyes darted between the trio, and she let out a high-pitched exclamation. Jairu cleared her throat, suggesting they spin again before things escalated further. The speaker came back to life, and Ayana, without looking at anyone, pulled Bakugo's jacket tighter around her shoulders, a clear signal that she wasn't going anywhere. The speaker spun again, and the room was silent, tension hanging in the air. The light slowed and landed on Ayana once more. Groans filled the room, exaggerated but masking the underlying tension that everyone felt. Kaminari accused her of rigging the game, but Jairu, grinning, admitted she wasn't stopping it. Mina eagerly asked Ayana to choose again, and without hesitation, Ayana declared spin. Jairu's grin sharpened as she tapped her phone, and the speaker whirred again, its light flashing a deep violet before stopping over a slim envelope. Jairu picked it up, her brow arching in curiosity. She slid the card out, read it, and paused, her smirk turning more dangerous as she announced the challenge. Choose someone to ask a question in private, and they must answer out loud. The room erupted with excitement, Mina shrieking and grabbing Jairu's arm in disbelief. Ayana, however, remained composed and lifted her chin slightly, choosing Bakugo. A hush fell over the group, the music seeming to dim as the atmosphere thickened. Bakugo stared at her, sharp-eyed and cautious, as if she had handed him something delicate. Mina's jaw dropped, and Shiro muttered under his breath while Kaminari whistled lowly. Bakugo stood up, moving with purpose, and the room parted for him as he walked toward Ayana. She stood too, instinctively mirroring his movement. They didn't touch or speak, but the tension between them was palpable, electric, and alive. Bakugo tilted his head slightly, confirming the need for privacy, and Ayana nodded. He leaned in, and the entire room seemed to lean with him, the moment stretching long enough for someone to cough. Whatever Bakugo whispered didn't show on her face immediately, but her fingers tightened around the fabric of his jacket, her other hand clenching into a fist. She turned her head, met his gaze, and answered clearly, affirming her choice. The room erupted in chaos, Kirishima yelling something unintelligible over Kaminari's disbelief. Shiro was on the floor, Jur had her hands over her mouth, and even Minoma looked stunned. But Bakugo remained still, his expression revealing that whatever answer she gave confirmed something he had been holding back for too long. Ayana didn't explain or elaborate. She sat down slowly, the jacket still wrapped around her, chin lifted as if she hadn't just ignited the room. Bakugo took a seat beside her, not close enough to touch but close enough to remain present. The game continued. As the game moved forward, Ayana's affirmation lingered in the air like static. Jairu cleared her throat, trying to bring the energy back to the group. The speaker blinked again, a whirl of colors flashing across the floor. Ayana and Bakugo remained unresponsive, but the rest of the room leaned in, eager for the next turn. The light slowed and landed on Todoroki. Mina exclaimed in excitement, half horrified and half thrilled, while Todoroki blinked, mildly intrigued. He considered the options presented to him before finally choosing spin. Groans filled the room once more, but Todoroki appeared genuinely curious, as if the rules of this social experiment had finally captured his interest. The speaker whirred again, highlighting a plain white envelope. Jairu picked it up with a little flair, unfolding the card. She read it, then squinted. It was a more relaxed prompt. They had to make a statement, and anyone in the circle who agreed had to raise their hand. Todoroki nodded in acknowledgement. The room waited, half expecting something philosophical or completely off the wall. He glanced around, expression deadpan, noting that Bakugo and Ayana were making the rest of them uncomfortable. Ayana turned her head sharply toward him, while Bakugo shot him a glare, threatening to unleash his explosive temper. Yet, 5 hands went up immediately, including Mina, Kaminari, Shiro, and reluctantly Momo. Todoroki tilted his head, intrigued. Kaminari was wheezing with laughter, claiming he knew Bakugo had it in him. Ayana rolled her eyes, but a flicker of a smile threatened to break through. Bakugo muttered something under his breath, clearly displeased. Jairu chuckled, declaring that Todoroki should get the next spin just for that moment. As the speaker spun again, Ayana leaned back against the couch, her jacket still wrapped tightly around her. For the first time since that whispered question, she exhaled. The speaker lit up again, colors flashing as if it sensed the mood had shifted and wasn't done with them yet. Mina leaned forward, eyes wide with excitement, practically vibrating with anticipation. She begged for it to be her turn, claiming she had too much power and no impulse control. The light slowed, flicking past Kaminari, Shiro, Monoma, and finally landing on Mina. The room collectively groaned, and Kaminari whispered that they were doomed. Mina jumped to her feet as if she'd won the lottery, exclaiming her delight and eagerness to cause some emotional chaos. Jaira asked whether Mina wanted a truth, dare, or spin, already bracing herself. Mina's grin was wild as she chose dare. Shiro buried his face in a pillow, predicting their doom. Jaira tapped her phone, and the speaker lit up with a blinking amber light before revealing a thin, gold-trimmed envelope tucked under a bowl of snacks. Mina snatched it, tore it open without hesitation, and read aloud that they were to initiate a round of ship it or skip it. She had to pick 2 people and the group would vote with only 2 pairs allowed. Mina howled with excitement, declaring it was on. Jaira reached for her drink, already regretting the chaos to come. Mina spun dramatically, scanning the circle like a hunter. She pointed at Ayana and Bakugo, and everyone groaned in unison. Ayana's shoulders tensed slightly, while Bakugo remained still, staring back at Mina as if daring her to continue. Mina demanded their votes, and hands shot up around the circle. Kaminari, Shiro, Jaira, and Todoroki all voted to ship the pair, while Monoma scowled and suggested they skip. Momo muttered that the majority wins, and Mina beamed with triumph, declaring they were sailing the ship. Ayana remained silent, her gaze dropping momentarily to the jacket around her shoulders. Bakugo merely grunted in response. Mina pivoted like she was on stage, ready for the second pair. Everyone braced themselves as she spun slowly, smirking before pointing at Ayana and Awaze. The room froze, and Mina grinned, unfazed by the tension. Awaze shrugged, aware of Bakugo's intense glare. Ayana didn't react, meeting Mina's gaze with a steady challenge. Mina sang out the question again, and Kaminari wheezed, realizing the danger. Jaira quickly voted to skip, valuing her own safety. Momo looked like she wanted to disappear into the couch, also voting skip. Monoma voted to ship, just to be contrary, while Shiro groaned and opted for a hard pass. All eyes shifted to Todoroki, who finally stated that Awaze was already pushing his luck. Mina clutched her chest dramatically, lamenting the lack of adventure among them. Ayana added dryly that perhaps they just liked breathing. The group erupted with laughter, and Kaminari collapsed against Shiro, exclaiming that Ayana had spoken the truth. Awaze chuckled, lifting his hands in mock surrender, while Bakugo remained silent, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Ayana shifted, her hand resting gently at the edge of her jacket sleeve, fingers curling as if seeking a connection. Mina, clearly delighted, flopped back into her seat, declaring the round fun and electrifying. Jaira rolled her eyes, calling Mina insufferable, to which Mina responded with a cheeky grin, insisting that Jaira loved her. The speaker blinked again, almost forgotten in the aftermath of Mina's chaos, before spinning once more. Jaira frowned, realizing she hadn't pressed anything. The lights flashed in a blur, colors dancing until they slowed and landed on Bakugo. The room fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Mina gasped, and Kaminari's mouth opened and closed, unsure of what to expect. Shiro muttered that this could either be legendary or catastrophic. Jaira grinned mischievously, asking Bakugo whether he wanted a truth, dare, or spin. Bakugo's eye twitched as he glanced at Ayana for just a moment before choosing truth, his voice low and steady. The tension in the room tightened as Ayana finally looked at him. Jaira raised an eyebrow, confirming his choice. Bakugo didn't waver, and Mina's grin turned wicked, eager to ask her question. Everyone groaned in unison, but Mina insisted it was her right to ask. Jaira sighed, conceding to Mina's enthusiasm. Mina clapped her hands and pointed at Bakugo, asking what one thing about Ayana got under his skin the most. The room collectively held its breath as Ayana questioned why everything had to revolve around her. Bakugo didn't answer immediately, he simply looked at Ayana, not with his usual scowl, but with a steady gaze. He finally spoke, revealing that it was because Ayana had walked in as if she owed no one anything, as if she belonged there from day one. Ayana blinked, and the room held its breath, waiting for her reaction. Bakugo added that perhaps she did belong, but it had irritated him. Mina made a noise of excitement, while Ayana sat perfectly still, her fingers frozen around the edge of her jacket. Jaira opened her mouth, then closed it, taking a long drink instead. Kaminari whispered in awe, and Bakugo leaned back against the couch, arms crossed as if he hadn't just dropped a bombshell in the middle of the circle. Ayana felt her stomach flip as the atmosphere shifted. The group fell silent, a rare occurrence for them. Bakugo offered no further explanation, simply looking away, leaving a weight in the air. Ayana took a slow breath, her voice barely above a whisper as she acknowledged the moment with a quiet, "Noted." The game continued, the speakers spinning again, but this time the room was tense, as if everyone sensed the stakes had risen. The light slowed and landed on Momo, who blinked in surprise. Mina, sensing an opportunity, eagerly prompted her to choose. Momo hesitated before deciding to spin. The speaker pulsed softly, illuminating a pale green envelope near the couch. Momo picked it up and opened it, reading the contents with a raised eyebrow. "This is oddly specific," she remarked, prompting Mina to urge her to share. Momo cleared her throat and read aloud, "Choose 2 people and describe what kind of movie their dynamic would be." The room perked up, intrigued. Momo scanned the group thoughtfully before settling on Bakugo and Ayana, despite Ayana's warning look. "Drama. Slow burn. You think it's going to end in disaster but somehow, it doesn't," she said, leaving Ayana in stunned silence while Bakugo remained still. Siro whistled softly, acknowledging the truth in Momo's words. Momo then turned to Kaminari and Mina, describing their dynamic as an explosive rom-com with at least 3 musical numbers and property damage. The group erupted in laughter, the tension easing slightly, but Ayana remained focused on Bakugo, who was now looking back at her. As the laughter from Momo's comment faded, Jai reset the speaker for another spin, muttering about the group's antics while trying to suppress a smile. The lights danced around the circle of teenagers, and Ayana sat still, her jacket wrapped tightly around her shoulders. Bakugo's shoulder brushed against hers, and the air felt charged. The speaker slowed and landed on Monoma, who sat up straighter, excitement glinting in his eyes. He declared that the game had finally piqued his interest. Mina groaned, hoping he wouldn't say anything too outrageous. Monoma chose "Dare," prompting a collective intake of breath from the group. Jairu sighed, preparing for the inevitable. The speaker lit up, revealing a metallic silver envelope that Jairu handed to Monoma with caution. He opened it with flair and grinned, announcing his dare, to swap seats with someone of his choosing for the next 3 turns. He confidently declared he would take Bakugo's seat, causing a stunned silence to fall over the group. Bakugo's brow twitched as he calmly asked if Monoma was sure about that. Monoma's grin widened as he sauntered over, leaving Bakugo to take his now empty seat across the circle. Monoma settled beside Ayana, close enough that she could feel the shift in the atmosphere. He grinned, claiming he was just there to enjoy the view, while Bakugo cracked his knuckles across the room, tension radiating from him. The game continued, and the speaker spun again, landing on Ayana, prompting a mix of excitement and apprehension from the group. Ayana remained unfazed, her grip tightening on Bakugo's jacket as Mina asked her to choose. After a moment of contemplation, Ayana chose "Dare," igniting a wave of gasps and protests from her friends. The speaker flashed through colors before stopping on a thin black envelope, which Mina handed to Ayana as if it were something dangerous. Ayana opened it slowly, reading the dare before tilting her head and flatly stating that the game was evil. When asked what it was, she revealed that she had to whisper a confession to the person next to her, while the rest of the group guessed what it was. Silence enveloped the room as Ayana turned to Monoma, who looked delighted by the challenge. Bakugo's body tensed, ready for anything. Ayana leaned in, whispering something that made Monoma blink in surprise and then laugh, not mockingly but genuinely, as if he hadn't expected her words. Mina clapped her hands, eager for the group to guess, while Kaminari humorously suggested she had threatened Monoma's bloodline, which he quickly denied, claiming it was worse. Ayana stormed out into the cold night, her anger boiling over. Away's words echoed in her mind, igniting a fire within her. The chill in the air did nothing to cool her temper. Instead, it heightened her awareness of her clenched fists and the frustration coursing through her. She didn't even know where she was going, but her feet led her to the training area. Alone. The door slammed behind her, and the harsh sounds of her frustration filled the empty space. She kicked off her flats without thinking, letting them hit the floor with a loud thud. Her skirt followed, discarded carelessly. She didn't care about anything but the fire inside her. Spandex shorts replaced the skirt, leaving her feeling oddly more grounded. She tied her hair up in a quick motion, not thinking, just moving. The tension was too much. The only thing she could focus on was the burning need to release it all. She turned toward the punching bag. With a growl, she threw herself at it, her fists landing with force. and again. Her body moved instinctively, her muscles aching with each hit. Every punch was an attempt to rid herself of the anger gnawing at her. Every punch a desperate need to release anything. But it wasn't enough. The anger stayed, simmering just beneath the surface. And then the door creaked open. Ayana didn't flinch. She didn't need to look to know who it was. Bakugo. Her hands curled tighter around the bag as her body stiffened, still striking with all the strength she had left, but her mind was elsewhere. Her thoughts spiraled, not only about what Aways said, everything that happened during the game, her confrontation with Bakugo during their mixed-class combat training, the tension during the training simulation her parents supervised, and his question during her parents' lecture on pro-hero soulmate pairs. Bakugo's voice cut through the tension in the air, asking if she thought punching the bag would fix whatever was going on in her head. She didn't respond. Her fists kept moving, each punch harder than the last, each one meant to hit back at whatever was frustrating her. But he didn't leave. She could feel the weight of his presence behind her. He continued, pointing out that she didn't walk out of there angry, get herself all worked up, and come in here thinking she was fine. She was about as fine as a ticking bomb, and he urged her to stop pretending. She was silent for a long moment. Her body ached, her fists sore from the force she'd put behind every strike. But even still, the tension remained in her chest, and she knew he was right. The anger wasn't just from the game. It was everything that had been building up in her life, in her head. The stress of keeping it all together. The constant push to prove herself. And then there was Bakugo, his drive and determination, his skill, his dedication, and the way he never backed down from her. Ayana's breath hitched, the anger and frustration mixing with something else, a knot of emotion she couldn't quite name. It wasn't just the game or Away's taunting comment. It was everything that had been building inside her, the constant pressure to stay strong, to keep going, to not let anyone see the cracks. And here he was, Bakugo. The one person who could get under her skin more than anyone. The one person who didn't let her hide behind her walls. She let out a slow breath, trying to keep her hands from shaking. The pause between them stretched out, both of them caught in the weight of unspoken thoughts and unexpressed emotions. Bakugo broke the silence, asking what she wanted him to do. Ayana turned sharply to face him, her expression a mix of defiance and vulnerability. She wanted him to prove Aways wrong. Bakugo's features hardened at her words, the raw challenge igniting something fierce within him. He stepped forward, closing the space between them with palpable intensity, demanding to know how she wanted him to prove it. Her heart raced, her resolve mingling with something dangerous and all-consuming. She challenged him, asking if he needed her to spell it out. He was close now, so close she could feel the heat radiating off his body. She stepped backward, but Bakugo matched her movement until her back hit the wall, trapping her with the intensity of his presence. His question hung in the air, his gaze locked on hers, searching and demanding. The intensity of the moment overwhelmed Ayana's senses. She swallowed hard, the words catching in her throat but her resolve clear in her eyes. She wanted him to stop thinking and kiss her. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Bakugo's hands were on her, pulling her in fiercely. Their lips met in a clash, full of pent-up frustrations and unspoken desires. His kiss was all-consuming, a storm that swept her up. Ayana's hands gripped his shirt, pulling him even closer, her nails digging slightly into the fabric. Bakugo deepened the kiss, exploring and demanding, as if he could convey all his turbulent emotions through this single act. His hands roamed her back before one slid up to tangle in her hair, anchoring her to him, while the other pressed her more firmly against the wall. Her own hands traced the muscles of his back, feeling them tense under her touch. The kiss morphed seamlessly from fierce to desperate, their breathing ragged as they gasped for air between the intense joining of their lips. Bakugo's mouth trailed from her lips down her jawline to her neck, each kiss planted with a mix of aggression and care. As Bakugo's lips brushed against the sensitive skin at the base of Ayana's neck, she tilted her head back against the wall, a sound escaping her that was a mix of pleasure and surrender. The sound seemed to energize Bakugo, his movements becoming more intentional, ensuring every part of her neck felt his touch. His teeth grazed her skin, leaving a burning sensation that Ayana felt would linger for days. Each gasp and involuntary sound from her seemed to drive him further, his actions both a claim and a confession. When they finally pulled apart, both were breathless, their chests rising and falling against each other. Bakugo's intense gaze scanned her face, as if memorizing every detail marked by their passionate exchange. He realized he hadn't just left marks on her skin but fingerprints, signs of their connection. A small chuckle escaped him as he remarked that it was, of course, her. Ayana leaned back against the wall, her eyes closed as she tried to steady her breathing. Bakugo's hand, still tangled in her hair, relaxed slightly, but he remained close, watching her intently, waiting for her to open her eyes and see the marks she had left on him. Not just marks, but soul prints, evidence of their bond. When Ayana finally opened her eyes, it was as if she was waking from a deep dream. Her gaze met his, and she noticed the way his breath caught slightly, his eyes searching hers for any sign of fear or rejection. Instead, she reached up, her fingers trembling as they traced the outlines of the prints on his skin. She humorously wondered if Aways would leave her alone now that she bore his marks, her voice a blend of defiance and relief. The words hung in the air, her fingers still tracing the unique marks that defined their soulmate bond. Bakugo responded with a low chuckle, his gaze intense yet softened with affection, suggesting that if the soul marks didn't convince Aways, the marks on her neck would. This comment drew a reluctant smile from Ayana, easing the moment's intensity. She shifted slightly, relaxing into his touch, silently acknowledging their undeniable connection. Mina, she mused, would never let them hear the end of this. Bakugo suggested they could worry about that tomorrow, emphasizing that tonight was just for them. Ayana closed her eyes again, leaning into him. The world outside the noise and tension felt distant, swallowed by the storm of emotions between them. The bond they shared was undeniable, something neither had anticipated. Bakugo kissed her again, this time slower and softer, savoring the moment and its newness. Ayana's heart raced, but not from anger or frustration. It was a feeling akin to peace. When they finally pulled away, a shared understanding passed between them. They didn't need words to acknowledge the shift that had occurred. Everything had changed in the span of a kiss, and for once, Ayana felt she was no longer running from the things she couldn't control. Bakugo suggested they get out of there, his voice low and steady, contrasting with the chaos they had just left behind. As they walked back toward the dorms, neither spoke. Bakugo's jacket was wrapped around Ayana's shoulders, the sleeves hanging past her wrists. Her lips were slightly swollen from the kiss, her face flushed, but her eyes were clear and focused. They walked close enough that their hands brushed once, and neither moved away after that. When they reached the common area, the lights were off, and the party had ended. The silence felt heavier than before, but not uncomfortable, just full. Ayana paused at the hallway split, and Bakugo stopped beside her, asking if she wanted to be alone. She hesitated, her gaze lifting to his, not uncertain, but searching. He didn't answer immediately, his eyes meeting hers in the low light, sharp and unreadable, but never cold. He assured her he wouldn't be standing there if he wanted to be alone. Ayana's breath caught in her throat, not from surprise but from the honesty of his words. No games, no walls, just truth. This made her take a small step forward. She admitted softly that she had never done this before, her voice barely audible in the quiet. Bakugo tilted his head, watching her with a patience that felt foreign but not unwelcome. When she clarified that she meant any of it, he could see her embarrassment for the first time since they met. Ayana, the top of her class and daughter of legends, who could outmaneuver pros in training and faced enemies without flinching, was now standing in front of him, flushed and fidgeting. It wasn't weakness, it was raw, genuine vulnerability, something she rarely allowed anyone to see. She tugged the jacket tighter around herself, as if it could shield her from feeling exposed. Bakugo was caught off guard, not because she didn't have the right to feel that way, but because he had never seen her uncertain. She kept her gaze low, fingers twisting in the fabric of his jacket, expressing her frustration at not knowing how to handle this situation with him. Bakugo felt a tightening in his chest, not from pity but from something deeper, something that felt like awe. He asked if she thought that changed anything, and Ayana admitted she didn't know. Maybe it did. He stepped closer, almost toe-to-toe, and told her she handled her first kiss like she handled everything else. She dove in and held her ground. This surprised her, making her look up with wide eyes. Bakugo chuckled softly, admitting he had kissed girls before, but none of it felt like this. The heat in her face deepened, but she held his gaze this time. Ayana expressed her concern, not wanting to become a source of regret for Bakugo. This revelation momentarily halted him, and the intensity in his eyes deepened, revealing a controlled but fierce emotion. He admitted that she was the only thing that made sense to him, leaving her momentarily speechless. As he stepped closer, he gently rested his forehead against hers, creating a calming connection without any pressure. He confessed uncertainty about their situation but made it clear he wasn't going to walk away from it. Ayana leaned into his warmth, feeling grounded by his presence, her heart racing, but now with a sense of calm rather than panic. Bakugo pulled back slightly to meet her gaze and quietly invited her to join him. Without hesitation, she accepted and intertwined her fingers with his. A fleeting smile crossed his lips, but he remained silent, allowing their hands to stay connected naturally. The walk to his room was brief, yet the silence was filled with a comfortable understanding. When he opened the door, she entered first, finding the room exactly as she expected: minimalistic, clean, and purposeful, reflecting Bakugo's essence. She sat on the edge of the bed, legs crossed beneath her, still wrapped in his jacket, without asking for anything more. Bakugo locked the door and leaned against it, observing her as she settled in his space. It felt right to him. When she playfully questioned his gaze, he admitted he was simply looking at her, noting how she belonged there. Her cheeks flushed, but she held his gaze, teasingly asking if he planned to just stand and stare all night. He replied that it depended on her expression, prompting her to tilt her head in a soft yet playful manner. He chose to sit beside her, their shoulders brushing, and they shared a comfortable silence, both catching up with their own feelings. Ayana wrapped his jacket tighter around her and inquired if he was always this good at letting people in. Bakugo's response was simple only with her, which made her laugh softly. Leaning against him, she found solace in his presence, and he adjusted slightly to make her more comfortable, resting his arm behind her. They remained in that peaceful state, free from tension, just enjoying the safety they found in each other. Eventually, Ayana murmured if he was okay with her staying. Bakugo glanced down at her peaceful form, her eyes closed and breathing steady. He assured her he was sure, and as sleep enveloped them, neither resisted it. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, and Ayana stirred first, feeling warm and safe. She blinked slowly, momentarily disoriented, until she noticed Bakugo asleep beside her, his arm around her waist. His breathing was deep and calm, showcasing a relaxed side she had never seen before. Initially, she considered leaving quietly, but Bakugo mumbled in his sleep, tightening his grip slightly, as if he didn't want to let go. Something within her settled at that moment, and she chose to remain still, watching him. She didn't fully understand what this meant, but it felt right. As she allowed herself to relax, Bakugo's voice broke the silence, acknowledging her presence. She opened her eyes to find him still there, and he expressed surprise that she hadn't sneaked out. She admitted she had thought about it but ultimately didn't want to leave. An unspoken understanding passed between them, hinting at deeper feelings beginning to form. She reached down to lace their fingers together, their hands resting gently, signifying a shared understanding of the moment. Bakugo sighed contentedly, a feeling he was unaccustomed to but welcomed. He began to address the previous night but paused, prompting Ayana to reassure him that she was present too. He then confessed that he should have kissed her in front of everyone, a statement that stunned her with its sincerity. As she processed his words, Bakugo leaned in closer, pressing his forehead against hers, solidifying the connection they had begun to forge. Letting Away's talk like that and allowing her to walk away without saying anything had frustrated him. He searched her face, feeling a tightness in his throat. She hadn't needed to say anything, she didn't owe him anything. Bakugo shook his head. That wasn't how it worked with her. Ayana swallowed hard, the edges of her armor softening slightly. She leaned in, brushing her lips against his in a kiss so light it barely counted, but it was hers, intentional and steady. She murmured that if he had kissed her in front of everyone, she wouldn't have known how to breathe. Bakugo's grin was slow and crooked, teasing her about how she had barely known how to breathe the night before. Ayana playfully swatted him with the back of her hand, trying to suppress a laugh. She told him to shut up, and he challenged her to make him. As she hovered just above him, their faces inches apart, she warned him to be careful, teasing that she had been known to win challenges. He laughed quietly, warm and gravelly, asking if she was going to pin him to his own bed to prove it. Her smirk twitched as she replied not to tempt her. Bakugo raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued, and reminded her that she had claimed not to know how to breathe. She confidently stated that she was adapting, leaning in just enough for their noses to brush, claiming he wasn't as overwhelming in the daylight. He scoffed, incredulous, suggesting it sounded like a dare. She kissed the corner of his mouth, hinting that maybe it was. His hand slid up her back, settling beneath the jacket still hanging from her shoulders, fingers splayed across the fabric as if trying to memorize how she felt. He muttered that she was dangerous, and she smiled, brushing her lips against his jaw, knowing he liked that about her. Instead of denying it, he gently tugged her down, one hand curling around the back of her neck, steady and certain. Their lips met again, slow and unhurried, more like warmth than fire, a promise instead of a spark. Ayana melted into it, one hand slipping beneath the edge of his shirt, fingertips brushing against the scarred skin of his side. She felt him flinch slightly, but he didn't pull away. He never pulled away from her. He breathed her in, as if she were the only steady thing in a world that kept asking too much. His grip on her neck eased slightly, fingers sliding into her hair as he deepened the kiss just enough to steal her breath again. Ayana sank into him, her body molding to his like she belonged there, without expectations or armor, just skin, breath, and heartbeat. He shifted beneath her, gently rolling them so she was tucked beneath his arm again, her head pressed to his chest. His heartbeat thudded steadily beneath her cheek, and neither of them spoke. They didn't have to. Bakugo's hand moved in lazy circles over her shoulder, fingertips brushing the fabric of his own jacket. Ayana's fingers were splayed across his ribs, tracing an old scar she hadn't noticed until now, a silent kind of reverence. He murmured that she wasn't afraid of them, referring to the scars. She tilted her head to look up at him, asking why she would be. He shrugged, stating that most people were, or they pretended not to be. She reminded him that she wasn't most people, and he agreed. Leaning in again, she pressed a kiss to the center of his chest, right over his heartbeat, assuring him that she wasn't going anywhere. Bakugo didn't respond immediately, but she felt the way his fingers stilled for a moment against her shoulder, the subtle hitch in his breath that might have gone unnoticed by anyone else. She repeated that she wasn't going anywhere, quieter this time, not a vow, not a plea, just truth. His arm tightened around her instinctively, as if holding on to something precious before the world could try to take it. For a long moment, there was only the steady beat of his heart beneath her ear and the soft rasp of his thumb against her spine. Finally, he said that it was good because if she did leave, he would just come find her. Ayana smiled, her lips brushing his skin, agreeing that it sounded like something he would do. They lay there for a while longer, suspended in a peace neither of them had known much of, not in recent years, maybe not ever. No words, no training, no expectations, just warmth. After a while, Bakugo muttered that he could get used to this, his voice rough with sleep but softer than usual. Ayana raised an eyebrow, still pressed to his shoulder, asking if he meant lying in bed all morning. He clarified that he meant lying in bed with her. That made her still for a moment, not because she didn't believe him, but because she felt it too. The warmth of his words settled deep within her. She whispered not to say things like that unless he meant them. Bakugo assured her that he didn't say anything he didn't mean. A few more minutes passed in the quiet warmth of his room, but the world didn't stay still forever. The sound of voices in the hallway broke the peace. Denki's voice carried through the door, mentioning that she wasn't in her dorm and that Mina was checking the gym. Kirishima added that she wasn't answering her phone either, noting that she always responded to her parents, who were waiting downstairs for breakfast. There was a pause as footsteps slowed outside the door. Kirishima continued, suggesting he would ask Bakugo if he knew another route she might have taken for her morning run, mentioning that she had seemed off the night before after the game. Denki let out a low whistle, questioning if she had bolted. Kirishima's voice dropped, thoughtful, stating that he didn't think she would just leave, but something was definitely different. Ayana stiffened under the blankets, while Bakugo remained still. Kirishima continued, asserting that she wasn't the runaway type, she was solid and tough. But even tough people could disappear when overwhelmed. Denki expressed disbelief that Bakugo hadn't confronted Aways the night before, calling the situation a disaster. Bakugo's jaw clenched, and Ayana placed a calming hand on his chest. Outside, Kirishima sighed, noting that Mina would be worried sick if she couldn't find her, and her parents had seemed too calm when they showed up that morning. Ayana observed her friends trying to maintain their composure. Denki wondered if Bakugo knew where she was, to which Ayana thought he might. As footsteps echoed, they faded toward Bakugo's room, causing Ayana's eyes to widen. Bakugo was already halfway out of bed, and she scrambled after him, whispering for him to wait, but it was too late. A firm knock resonated at the door, familiar and urgent. Kirishima called out, asking if Bakugo was there and mentioning he needed to discuss Ayana. Before she could intervene, Bakugo opened the door. Denki's eyes widened as he noticed the faint, glowing marks on Bakugo's neck and shoulder, resembling fingerprints. Kirishima froze, and Denki made a sound of surprise. Bakugo remained silent, unfazed, standing in the doorway, illuminated by the morning light, the glowing impressions undeniable. Denki started to exclaim, but Bakugo raised a hand, warning him to finish that thought at his own peril. Denki quickly fell silent. Kirishima blinked, trying to regain his composure, and asked who had left those marks. Denki quickly followed up with how it had happened. Bakugo's response was immediate and calm, stating it was none of their business, conveying a weight behind his words that made it clear this was not for them to know. Kirishima then explained he was looking for Ayana, as she wasn't in her room, her phone was off, and her parents were downstairs pretending not to worry. Bakugo didn't react initially but then stepped fully into the doorway, crossing his arms, revealing more of the glowing marks on his collarbone. Ayana debated whether to reveal herself or let Bakugo handle the situation, ultimately choosing to stay hidden, listening intently. Bakugo assured them she was fine. Denki, eager for more information, asked if Bakugo had spoken to her. Bakugo, without missing a beat, responded with a question of his own, implying Denki should know better. Denki, unfazed, remarked that Bakugo looked calm, recalling a previous incident where he had caused significant destruction. Kirishima sighed, trying to steer the conversation back on track. Bakugo reiterated that Ayana needed space, and he had given it to her. Denki pressed for details, asking if the space was here, prompting Bakugo's darkening gaze. Denki quickly backtracked, acknowledging that Ayana was alive and safe, and Bakugo was intimidating. Kirishima decided to inform Ayana's parents that she was okay and asked Bakugo to ensure she made it downstairs. Bakugo nodded, and after a moment of silent understanding, Kirishima turned to leave with Denki, stating they had overstayed their welcome. Once the door clicked shut, Bakugo leaned against it, exhaling deeply. Ayana peeked out from her blanket, commenting on his skill at deception. Bakugo smirked, insisting he wasn't lying and that she was simply not ready to be found. She settled back onto her pillow, acknowledging she owed him for that. Bakugo joined her on the bed, and Ayana nestled against him, feeling the warmth of his presence. As she leaned into him, the blanket slipped off her shoulder, and she playfully mentioned making it worth his while. Bakugo's smirk deepened, teasing her about another dare. She responded with a gentle kiss on his jaw, leaving him intrigued. Pulling away from Bakugo proved more challenging than Ayana anticipated, but her parents were waiting. She hurried to make herself presentable, completely forgetting about the marks left on her neck as she slipped on her shoes and left her dorm. Choosing the stairs over the elevator, she descended to the common room. Upon arrival, she spotted Mina pacing, worry etched on her face. Mina spun around, demanding to know where Ayana had been. Ayana froze, and before she could respond, Mina's gaze shifted to her disheveled appearance, her eyes widening in realization. Mina grabbed Ayana by the shoulders, turning her toward the nearest window, exclaiming in shock. Ayana attempted to deny it, but Mina's excitement only grew as she pointed out the marks on her neck. Ayana groaned, tugging at her jacket in a futile attempt to hide them. Mina, barely containing her excitement, insisted that Ayana was practically glowing. Ayana sighed dramatically, hoping Denki hadn't seen her yet. Mina assured her he hadn't, but warned that if she didn't fix her collar, he would start a conspiracy board. With a sense of urgency, Ayana reminded Mina that their parents were in the next room. Mina gasped, incredulous at the thought of Ayana meeting her pro-hero soulmate's parents looking disheveled. Ayana defended Bakugo, but Mina pointed out her unusual defensiveness, realizing something deeper was at play. Recognizing the urgency in Ayana's tone, Mina softened and released her grip. Ayana expressed her gratitude, relieved to have a friend who understood the weight of the moment. "Thank you," Mina added, her eyes shining with a mix of pride and mischief, that she had never seen Ayana like this. For the record, she believed Ayana deserved it. Caught off guard, Ayana blinked. The peace. The glow. The mess, Mina smiled. All of it. Ayana looked down, quietly stating that she would see Mina after breakfast. Mina nodded, stepping back as if resisting the urge to hug her. "I'll be here," she said with a grin, eager for the full breakdown, insisting that Ayana shouldn't spare a single detail. Ayana shook her head with a breathy laugh and turned toward the common room doorway. She could already see her mother pacing, arms crossed tightly over her chest, her expression unreadable but sharp with concern. Xavier stood nearby, his posture tense but composed like a coiled spring trying not to snap. The moment Ophelia spotted her, she stopped mid-step. Ayana. Her name was barely more than a breath, but it carried. Xavier's gaze snapped to her next, his protective eyes raking over her from head to toe in a way only a father could manage in one glance. Stepping forward, Ayana remained steady despite the wild rhythm of her heart. She apologized for being late. Ophelia didn't respond immediately. Instead, she moved forward and pulled Ayana into a tight hug. Ayana froze at first, then melted into it. "You had us worried," her mother murmured. "We didn't know if something happened." "I'm okay," Ayana said, her voice muffled against her mother's shoulder. Really? Xavier's voice was low and dry behind them, commenting that she looked like she had run through a storm on her way there. Ayana rolled her eyes, remarking that it was exactly what every girl wanted to hear. Ophelia huffed a soft laugh, pulling back just enough to cup Ayana's face between her hands. You do look a bit rough, sweetheart. Wow, Ayana deadpanned. I feel so loved right now. Xavier smirked faintly, crossing his arms. You are. That's why we notice. Ophelia brushed a strand of hair behind Ayana's ear, her eyes narrowing slightly as they landed on her neck. Petal, is that? Nothing, it's nothing. Ayana cut her mother off, glancing at her father. Xavier raised an eyebrow. Didn't look like nothing. Dad. I'm just saying, he gestured vaguely in her direction. Looked like a good old-fashioned mark to me. Ophelia sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Xavier, can we not? What? He feigned innocence. We were teenagers once too. I'm still right here, you know, Ayana muttered, her cheeks flushing as she yanked the jacket collar higher. Ophelia gave her husband a sharp look, then turned back to Ayana with a gentler expression. You don't owe us an explanation, sweetheart. But maybe, do a mirror check next time before coming down for breakfast with your pro-hero parents. Ayana groaned, feeling like this was her nightmare. Xavier chuckled under his breath, suggesting she could have at least introduced them to the lucky guy. Ophelia shot him another look. Ayana was expecting the dorms to be quiet when she returned, but she was wrong. The common room was packed, her classmates scattered across the space. Ochako, Izuku, Tenya, and Tsu sat at a table in the corner, their heads bent over battle strategies and notes. Momo, Todoroki, Hagakure, Oshiro, Shinso, and Tokoyami had claimed the couches, speaking in low voices while Hagakure tossed in her usual quips that drew soft chuckles from the group. Koda, Shoji, and Sato leaned over the back of the couches, observing the conversation with mild interest, their quiet commentary threading through the otherwise peaceful room. And then there were Mina, Kaminari, Jair, Denki, and Bakugo. Her eyes landed on him, and despite herself, a small smile tugged at her lips. She immediately groaned internally, realizing she was turning into a total sap. Still, she stepped into the room with practiced ease, drawing a few glances and sidelong looks. The last soul print had finally faded, and her hair was doing a decent job covering the marks Bakugo had left along her neck the night before. She could feel his eyes on her as she walked farther in, the weight of his gaze as familiar as it was new, warming her skin in places no one could see. They still had a lot to talk about, but for now that could wait. Right now, she had to do damage control because Mina could only be ignored for so long. Sure enough, as Ayana made her way toward the open armchair nearest Jairu, Mina's eyes never left her or, more accurately, her neck. Ayana rolled her eyes. Subtlety had never been Mina's strength. She sat with practiced grace, draping one arm over the side of the chair as if she didn't feel a metaphorical spotlight burning onto her. Jairu glanced up from her phone, raised a brow, then wisely returned to scrolling, having the good sense not to get involved. So, Mina said sweetly, her voice carrying despite its softness. Are we going to talk about what I saw this morning now? Jairu smirked. Kaminari perked up like a golden retriever catching a whiff of drama. Ayana gave Mina a long, withering stare, insisting there would be no discussion. But, nope. Just a little bit? Jairu snorted, pointing out that Mina wouldn't stop, no matter what. I know, Ayana muttered. Kaminari, ever opportunistic, slid closer, asking what Mina had seen that morning. Nothing, Ayana said immediately. Everything, Mina beamed. Define everything? Kaminari asked, his eyes gleaming. Nothing, she repeated, louder this time. Jair didn't look up. Neck stuff. Neck wait, like a bruise? Or oh my god. Denki gasped, his eyes widening. Like a mark. Mina clapped a hand over his mouth before he could shout it. Lower your voice. Ayana slumped in her chair, dragging a hand down her face. You're all insufferable. You walked into this, Jair pointed out. Literally. Okay, but who? Denki whisper-screeched behind Mina's hand. Is it someone we know? Wait, is it someone in this room? Ayana groaned louder, addressing Denki directly. He froze, realizing it was someone in the room. Across the way, Kirishima and Bakugo watched the chaos from their chairs. Kirishima leaned toward his friend, raising a brow. Are you good? Bakugo didn't answer. His arms were crossed, jaw tight, but his eyes hadn't left Ayana since she walked in. His fingers tapped rhythmically against his arm. Your poker face isn't great when she's in the room, Kirishima added quietly. Shut up, Bakugo muttered. Denki was deep in conspiracy mode, scanning the room as if solving a top-level case. Okay, process of elimination. Not Kaminari obviously. Not me. Thanks for clarifying, Jairu said dryly. Kirishima's taken. Very, Kirishima added with a grin. So that leaves, 10 suspects. There are 13 boys in our class, Jairu reminded him. One of them's Mineta, Denki said flatly. So, 11. Minus Iger. Minus me. We're at 9. Ayana shook her head, exasperated. You sound like my parents. I told you your parents would see, Mina sang. Ayana dropped her face into her hands, feeling overwhelmed. I barely survived that breakfast. Did they freak out? Mina asked eagerly. Cry? Threaten to incinerate him? They made a chart. Jairu blinked. Like a pie chart? No. Like a suspect board for who's leaving marks on my daughter. Denki wheezed. That was amazing, Ayana thought, though it felt mortifying. Mina asked again if they knew who it was. Ayana gave her a deadpan look and explained that she had gone from not having her first kiss to letting a complete stranger leave marks on her neck. Mina blinked, conceding the point. Jairu nodded in agreement, affirming that the logic made sense. Denki leaned in dramatically, suggesting that Ayana wasn't denying it was someone in the room. Ayana let her head fall back against the chair, expressing her frustration with her friends. Denki lamented the state of the world, noting how Bakugo had shown up with unusual marks on his chest, and now their sweet, innocent Ayana had similar marks on her neck. Jairu remarked that they had lost both of their emotionally repressed icons to the power of hormones, declaring it the end of an era. Kaminari gasped, wondering if they were secretly dating. Mina added that sneaking around would be even more exciting. Ayana groaned, wishing someone would hit her with a training weight. Jairu offered to fetch one, but Mina insisted they needed Ayana alert to narrow down their options, as she was the key witness. Ayana pointed out that she was literally sitting right there. Denki, brightening up, suggested they ask her directly. He inquired if the person was tall or short. Ayana stared at him, warning him not to push it. Denki pressed on, asking if the person was taller than her. When he guessed Todoroki, Ayana blinked in surprise, while Jairu choked back a laugh. Todoroki, from across the room, looked up from his tea, confused. Ayana didn't respond to Denki's question, instead giving him a long, flat stare that could have silenced anyone else. Denki winced, realizing it wasn't Todoroki. Mina leaned forward, excitedly suggesting that it would have been a plot twist. Jairu admitted he hoped it was Bakugo, just so he would blow a hole in the wall and end the conversation. Denki then asked about Shinso, who, from his spot near Tokoyami, looked up with a deadpan expression and remarked that he valued his life. Ayana confirmed that was the correct answer. Mina sighed, noting that Shinsu's quiet, brooding energy would have been appealing. Ayana, feeling exasperated, told them to stop trying to assign her fictional boyfriends. Jairu smirked, teasing her about being taken. Ayana's eye twitched, threatening to fry every phone in the room. Kaminari dramatically suggested that sounded like something someone with something to hide would say. Ayana sank deeper into her chair, feeling exhausted. Denki asked if it was Shiro, spinning around as if unveiling a mystery. Shiro entered the common room with a juice box, confused by the question. Ayana flatly told him no. Shiro, deflating, joined the group, lamenting that he always missed the good stuff. Ayana insisted he wasn't missing anything, while Mina whispered that she was just being difficult, which was part of her charm. Ayana shot her a look, and Mina cheerfully replied that she hadn't been trying to help. Jairu pointed out that they were all in the common room, suggesting it would be easier to just ask. Ayana narrowed her eyes, questioning if she looked like she wanted to make it easier for them. Kaminari suggested turning it into a game, like hot or cold, where they named someone and she would respond with hot or cold. Ayana threatened to throw Mina off the balcony. Mina grinned wider, interpreting that as confirmation that one of them was hot. Ayana gave her a flat look, clarifying that she hadn't denied it because she was busy plotting Mina's demise. Mina gasped dramatically, calling for Bakugo to protect her. Bakugo, who had remained silent, finally blinked slowly and replied that she was on her own. Kirishima nearly choked from laughter. Bakugo muttered something about self-preservation. Ayana could feel Bakugo's gaze on her, simmering beneath the noise. She didn't look at him, but she knew he was tense, arms crossed, body coiled like a wire. He wasn't going to step in, not yet. not while she held her ground. Kaminari suggested they take bets, with the winner getting the last dessert plate from lunch, but Sato called from the kitchen that it had already been eaten. Mina pressed for a hint, asking for a color, hair, eyes, or even a favorite tragic backstory. Ayana pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling overwhelmed. Kaminari urged her for the first letter of the person's name. Ayana inhaled slowly, contemplating her options. Kaminari leaned forward eagerly, nearly tipping out of his seat. She stared at him, questioning if he really thought she would just hand over a clue. Jairu chimed in, suggesting it would be the sporting thing to do. Denki then asked if it was Ida, claiming that his strictness suggested repression. Ida, overhearing, inquired what he was being accused of. Denki quickly reassured him that they were just admiring his dedication to the rules. Ayana groaned, covering her face with her hands, feeling like this was her nightmare. Mina persisted, asking for just one hint, any hint. Finally, Ayana lowered her hands and looked at Mina, her expression flat. She acknowledged Mina's relentless nature with a sigh. Mina beamed at the acknowledgement. Bakugo's fingers twitched, his jaw working as he held back his frustration. He was watching her closely, allowing her to handle the situation. After a moment, Ayana finally spoke, her voice calm but clipped. She offered a hint, and Mina leaned forward in anticipation. The room fell silent, even Siro pausing mid-sip of his juice. Ayana smiled sweetly and declared that the first letter was none of your business. Kaminari let out a sound of disbelief, while Jairu howled with laughter, expressing his admiration. Mina gasped, clutching her chest in shock. That was cruel and uncalled for, Ayana thought as she observed the reactions around her. Siro expressed his awe, commenting on the beauty of the moment. Kirishima laughed, shaking his head, noting how Bakugo had a flair for explosive DLVY. Bakugo merely grunted, but Ayana caught the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Mina gasped, clutching a throw pillow as if it were a lifeline in a dramatic scene. She speculated whether it was someone from Class B. Ayana blinked in surprise, questioning the assumption. Kaminari's jaw dropped in disbelief, wondering if Ayana had crossed class lines. Jairu wheezed with laughter, suggesting they were treating it like a forbidden romance. Ayana flatly stated that they were all one theory board away from losing their minds. Denki jumped up, insisting that Monoma had been acting stranger than usual. Siro tilted his head, questioning if that was even possible. Ayana felt a slight tension in the air, which Mina quickly picked up on, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she exclaimed that it must be Monoma. Ayana snapped that it wasn't him, and an immediate silence followed. Bakugo, who had finally stopped tapping his fingers, shifted his weight slightly. Ayana sighed, feeling the absurdity of the situation. Mina pointed out that Ayana could simply tell them. Ayana retorted that after the game last night, she wanted nothing to do with the boys in Class 2B. Mina blinked in confusion, prompting Ayana to cross her arms defiantly, reiterating that they had heard her. Denki leaned forward, seeking clarification on whether it was not Monoma. Ayana confirmed it was not Monoma, Aways, Tetus, or anyone else from that class. Mina narrowed her eyes suspiciously, noting how quickly Ayana had listed Aways. Ayana gave her a dry look, reminding her of the dare Bakugo had faced the previous night. Mina concluded that it was definitely not Class B. When asked if it was anyone outside you, Ayana tilted her head, questioning when she would have had the time. Mina nodded solemnly, realizing they were back to Class A. Denki threw his hands in the air, exclaiming that whoever it was had a death wish or a god complex. Jairu added that it could be both, casting a side-eye at Bakugo. Ayana remained silent, staring at them with an expression that conveyed her dwindling patience. Mina leaned in, her eyes sparkling with conspiracy, suggesting they think about who could be bold enough to mark Ayana as if they owned the place. Kaminari nodded, theorizing it was about dominance, territoriality, and primal instincts. Jairu muttered her disdain for how that somehow made sense. Denki suddenly had an idea, asking Mineta what Ayana's best assets were. Mineta didn't hesitate, praising her thighs and recalling how stunning she looked in spandex shorts. He even mentioned her running in a sports bra, describing it as a religious experience. The room fell into a heavy silence, the kind that felt seismic. Ayana remained still, not moving or breathing as the atmosphere thickened. Then Bakugo stood, fists clenching and unclenching, energy crackling around him. Mina yelled in excitement, but all attention was on Bakugo as he moved with deliberate intent. Denki scrambled behind the couch, calling for an abort. Jairu shouted for someone to grab Mineta, while Shiro lamented the mess he would have to clean up. Mineta blinked up at Bakugo, clearly unaware of how close he was to a serious confrontation. Bakugo growled, warning him to say one more word about Ayana, causing Mineta to whimper in fear. Bakugo didn't strike him. Instead, he turned and walked straight to Ayana, stopping right in front of her. The room was charged with anticipation, every pair of eyes locked on them. Ayana looked up, her heart racing as Bakugo's intense gaze bore into her. She opened her mouth to say something, but before she could, Bakugo reached out, took her hand, and pulled her up from her chair as if gravity had lost its hold. Without a word, he cupped her face in his hands and kissed her. It was a bold, defiant act, a statement of ownership. Gasps erupted around the room, and someone dropped a drink. Kaminari whispered in shock, and for a moment, Ayana forgot her reservations. His hands were on her face, his lips on hers, igniting a fire within her. When he finally pulled back, his forehead rested against hers, his breath warm. He declared for all to hear that she was his. The room fell into a stunned silence, even Mina speechless. Ayana blinked at him, unable to find her voice as Bakugo held her gaze, looking at her as if she were his entire universe. Then, without another word, he released her hand, turned, and walked out of the room, the door slamming shut behind him. The silence that followed was deafening. Then Mina screamed, Jar fell off the couch, and Denki fainted. Ayana stood there, stunned, her fingers brushing the spot where his hands had held her face, still reeling from the intensity of the moment. Kaminari whispered from the floor in disbelief, and Mina finally broke the silence, exclaiming that she had known it all along. Ayana turned slowly, as if awakening from a dream, and immediately regretted it. Mina was just inches from her face, brimming with energy like a pressure cooker ready to explode. Jairu was hunched over the back of the couch, still giggling, while Denki, the embodiment of lovable chaos, lay flat on his back on the floor, one hand over his heart as if he had just witnessed a divine vision. Kaminari asked again, louder this time, if they were going to ignore the soul prints Bakugo had left on Ayana's face and wrist, still flat on the floor as if he had been personally victimized by romance. Mina breathed in reverence, insisting they were appreciating them. Ayana blinked, finally finding her voice to question Mina, stating that this wasn't an art gallery. Jairu, from behind the couch, muttered that they had put on a whole exhibition. Ayana opened her mouth to respond but closed it again, her fingers drifting to her cheek where Bakugo's prints glowed faintly like a promise or a brand. Her wrist bore a matching mark, curling just beneath the edge of her sleeve. Soul prints. Right out in the open. Undeniable now. A distant boom echoed from outside, prompting Ayana to lift her head slowly. She noted that Bakugo was back to exploding things, and Kaminari remarked that it was basically his love language. Abruptly, Ayana stood, causing Mina to step back with a soft gasp, as if she already knew what was coming. Jairu quieted instantly, watching Ayana with a sharp, intuitive focus. Mina asked where she was going, her voice softer now. Ayana retorted that they could either let Bakugo burn the building down or keep questioning her. Mina blinked, stunned into silence, while Jairu gave a low whistle, acknowledging Ayana's point. Without waiting for a response, Ayana turned and headed for the exit, weaving through the scattered furniture and still stunned classmates with steady strides. Her hands were clenched at her sides not from anger, but from the way her heart hadn't stopped racing since Bakugo had kissed her. The hallway was quieter, but not by much. Another controlled boom rattled through the air, more like a vent-a-release. Ayana quickened her pace, her boots hitting the tile like drumbeats. She didn't have to guess where he'd gone, she already knew. Pushing open the doors to the practice yard, she witnessed another small explosion lighting up the far side of the field, sending a puff of smoke into the already scorched sky. Bakugo stood with his back to her, shoulders tense, hands still sparking faintly at his sides. He didn't turn when she stepped outside, but she knew he heard her. The sparks at his fingertips pulsed once, then faded. His shoulders rose with a slow breath, taut with restraint. She recognized that posture. He was trying to contain something, maybe everything. Ayana asked if he felt better now, her voice calm but edged with something quieter. Bakugo didn't turn immediately, muttering that he still felt like punching something. She stepped forward, slow but certain, suggesting that Mineta was still available. This earned a small huff from him, almost a laugh, but not quite. As she approached, she felt the heat radiating off him, not from the explosions, but from him. She stopped a few feet behind him, her voice softer now as she told him he didn't have to do that. Bakugo's hands curled into fists, but he didn't ignite them this time, insisting he had to. Ayana tilted her head, watching him with careful eyes, asking why. When he finally turned, the look on his face made her breath catch. He wasn't furious or even smug, he looked wrecked. Still burning but for her. His eyes held a storm of frustration, fear, tenderness, something deeper. Ayana took a step forward, her breath quickening, but she didn't look away. His gaze was intense, as if trying to reach inside her, pulling her closer or pushing her away. She couldn't quite tell. It was raw and real, an expression she hadn't seen from him before. She quietly asserted that he didn't have to protect her like that, stating she wasn't fragile and could take care of herself. Bakugo's jaw tightened, his fists still clenched, but his eyes softened for just a fraction of a second. He muttered that he wasn't protecting her, he was claiming what was his. Ayana stared at him, her heart racing. Those words, bold, unapologetic, unmistakably him, settled in her chest like a weight and a spark all at once. He didn't flinch or look away, standing there, daring her to push back, to deny it, to walk away if she didn't feel the same fire gnawing under her skin. She didn't. Taking another step forward, slow but sure, they were barely a breath apart. The heat of him wrapped around her like armor, like gravity. Her eyes searched his face, not for answers, but for truth. Bakugo didn't back down. His hands flexed at his sides, wanting to reach for her but not trusting himself to. His voice, when it came, was rough and unfiltered. He expressed that he couldn't sleep after having her in his arms, after feeling her next to him. He was done pretending it didn't mess him up, like he wasn't losing his mind every time he saw her and couldn't touch her. Ayana's breath caught, and she didn't move. He continued, his voice shaking, explaining that he hadn't exploded in there because he wanted to. He did it because he couldn't breathe. He wouldn't stand by while people acted like she wasn't his, like they had a shot. He took a step closer, his voice a low growl, asserting that they didn't and never did. The silence that followed was deafening. Ayana's heart pounded so hard it drowned out everything else, the wind, the faint buzz of the training lights, even her own thoughts. The soul prints on her skin pulsed faintly, still glowing in the places he had touched. She finally spoke, her voice soft but unwavering, cutting through the tension. She had always known what she wanted in life and had a plan. Her plan when she came to UA was simple: to be the best, learn from the best, get through the 6-month exchange program, go home, and start her career as a pro hero. Taking a deep breath, her gaze steady but revealing cracks beneath, she shared that she had been alone her entire life, depending only on herself and her parents. She had always been okay with that, building walls around everything that mattered: her heart, her focus, her future, making herself into someone no one could touch. Because if no one got in, then no one could leave. Bakugo remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, as if her words had struck a deep chord within him. Ayana met his eyes again, her chin raised defiantly, her lashes glistening with unshed tears. And then he happened: loud, reckless, impossible Bakugo. Every single day, he challenged her, pushing her in ways no one else ever had. He crashed into her life as if he were meant to be there, leaving her feeling like she had no choice in the matter. It was infuriating, and yet it was exactly what she needed. Her voice trembled as she spoke, revealing the vulnerability beneath her tough exterior. He made her feel things she never thought possible, igniting desires she had never allowed herself to consider. She glanced at her wrist, where the soul print still lingered, though it was beginning to fade. Last night, she had let Mina persuade her to attend that party and play a silly game. Then he had found her in the training area and kissed her. The moment hung between them, charged with unspoken words. Bakugo's eyes remained locked on hers, and she could sense the storm brewing behind his gaze. Ayana steadied her voice, despite the tremor. They had returned to his room, and he had told her she looked like she belonged there. Bakugo remained still, his expression unreadable, but she could see the fear and desire swirling within him, mirroring her own feelings. The silence stretched, and her heart raced. She spoke again, quieter this time, revealing her vulnerability. When she had woken up in his arms that morning, she had never felt so safe or wanted. Everything had felt natural, as if it were meant to be. But then Denki and Kirishima had knocked, shattering the moment and making it all too real. Her voice trailed off as she met Bakugo's gaze again, her chest tight. He was impossible, defying all the rules and plans she had tried to set for herself. She had thought she had everything figured out: who she was and what she wanted. Bakugo stood in silence, his expression unreadable. Ayana's heart raced as the silence lingered, but she held his gaze, needing to know if he understood her unspoken words. The soul prints on her wrist had nearly faded, But the warmth of him, the heat of their kiss, still lingered like an indelible mark. He broke the silence, revealing that he had a plan too. He had thought he knew exactly what he wanted, believing he could push everyone aside. But then she had walked into his life, disrupting everything he thought he had figured out. Her breath caught at the rawness of his admission, and for a moment, she struggled to find the right response, overwhelmed by their shared vulnerability. Bakugo's gaze remained intense, his shoulders tense, but there was something different in his demeanor now, something more grounded and real. He admitted he wasn't good at this, that he never asked for it, and sometimes didn't know what to do with her. He stepped closer, his voice softening, yet his intensity remained. Every time he tried to push her away, he found himself drawn back to her. She was not just a mission or a distraction. He didn't know how to walk away from this connection. Ayana's heart raced, her breath catching under the weight of everything they had just shared. She was tired of thinking, tired of fighting. Finally, she admitted her exhaustion, her voice barely above a whisper. Bakugo's gaze softened slightly, and he stepped closer, understanding her feelings. But before he could respond, she urged him to stop talking and kiss her. Bakugo needed no further encouragement. He reached for her wrist with a familiar grip, pulling her toward him as if the space between them had never existed. It wasn't gentle, but it was exactly what she needed. She let herself lean into him, surrendering to the pull. When their lips met, it ignited a fire within her. There was no tenderness, no careful exploration, just raw, desperate need. The kiss was intense, chaotic, and Ayana's fingers tangled in his hair, pulling him closer as if to erase the distance that had kept them apart for so long. Bakugo's other hand found her waist, holding her tightly, and she reveled in the connection. He pulled away for just a moment, their breaths mingling in the briefest pause. Ayana searched his face, her heart racing. His eyes were wild, the storm inside him still raging, but she understood. She felt it too. Bakugo's gaze never wavered, but there was something different now. The storm still raged, but it was no longer just fury. There was a softness in his expression that quickened her pulse. The fears and uncertainties that had once clouded her mind faded as she stood there, absorbing the weight of his gaze. He challenged her, asking if she was going to stand there or kiss him back. Her heart raced at his words, and she felt her breath hitch in her chest. This was real. This was happening. Her fingers trembled as she reached up to cup his face, the warmth of his skin grounding her. She had been waiting for him to understand, her voice teasing yet unsteady, reflecting the rapid pulse in her neck. Bakugo's lips curled slightly, hinting at a smirk. Without another word, he closed the distance again, pulling her against him with a fierce determination. The kiss was intense, deeper than the chaotic pull they had felt before. There was an understanding now, an acknowledgement that this was not just a fleeting moment. This was something neither of them could escape anymore. His hand moved to the back of her neck, holding her in place as he deepened the kiss, the sparks between them igniting with intensity. Ayana's hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer, wanting him to know she was just as lost in this connection as he was. The world around them faded away, leaving only the electric heat of their bond, the way their souls seemed to ignite with every touch. When they finally pulled apart, gasping for breath, Ayana's heart raced, and she found herself at a loss for words. But she didn't need to speak, the unspoken understanding between them conveyed everything. She playfully asked if he still felt like punching something, laughter escaping her lips. Bakugo's expression softened, yet the spark in his eyes remained. He quietly replied that he could get used to this. Curious, she asked which part, wanting to hear him say it. Bakugo shot her a look that mixed exasperation with something else she couldn't quite identify. He grumbled that she knew exactly what he meant, but there was no bite to his words. Instead, he sounded almost amused, a hint of his familiar arrogance returning, though it lacked its previous intensity. Ayana smiled slightly, her heart still racing from their shared moment. She felt as if she were on the brink of something monumental, and in a way, she was. There was no turning back from what they had just experienced, not from the raw honesty of their connection. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and stepped back just enough to look up at him. The tension between them remained palpable, but it had transformed into something different, something more profound. She didn't need to define it yet. She knew they would figure it out together, just as they always did, even if it wasn't perfect. She quietly expressed that she thought she could get used to this too. Bakugo's gaze softened slightly as he looked at her, and for a moment he didn't seem like the fiery force she had always known. Instead, he appeared almost vulnerable in his own way. He teased that they would see if she could handle him, to which she confidently replied that she had been handling him all along. Bakugo snorted, his usual arrogance creeping back as he noted that this was different. Ayana agreed, meeting his gaze with a steady confidence she hadn't possessed before. The lingering storm in his eyes softened further as their words settled between them. There was no need for grand declarations. They had already said everything that mattered. With a small huff, Bakugo pulled her back in, gently wrapping his arms around her. His usual force softened in this moment of quiet tenderness. Ayana leaned into him, allowing herself to relax in his embrace for the first time in a long while. Perhaps the chaos of their lives and their bond would never truly settle, but that didn't mean it couldn't be something she was willing to embrace. For the first time, Ayana realized it wasn't about perfection, control, or adhering to a rigid plan. It was about trust and taking a leap despite uncertainties, because she knew it was worth him. She pulled away just enough to catch his gaze with a quiet smile, suggesting they get back inside before anyone came looking for them and before he decided to cause any more chaos. Bakugo smirked, though a softness remained in his eyes. He reminded her that they still had unfinished business. Ayana raised an eyebrow, her smile unwavering as she teased him about this unfinished business. Bakugo's smirk transformed into something more genuine, less guarded, as he declared he wasn't done claiming what was his. She rolled her eyes, but there was no heat in it, just a flicker of fondness. He was impossible, and yet she liked him that way. Every sharp edge, every stubborn glare, every unfiltered word, she appreciated all of it. Not because he was easy, but because he was real, honest in a way most people were too afraid to be. He reached down, intertwining their fingers, skin to skin, without hesitation. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, faint prints began to bloom, like heat rising through mist, settling into the unmistakable pattern of his touch across her fingers, an echo of him. These marks were not permanent. Soul prints weren't meant to stay. They shimmered briefly, glowing like starlight beneath the skin, fading moments later. But the beauty lay in the fact that they always returned. Every time they touched, new marks appeared, like a promise. Ayana looked down at their hands, the soul prints fading slowly between their fingers like the last flickers of a fire refusing to extinguish. She didn't pull away, and neither did he. The common room was still recovering from the last explosion, not a literal one, though with Bakugo involved, the threat always lingered like smoke in the air. This was something else entirely, a tension thick enough to slice through, a hush that had settled over the room as if someone had pressed the world's most dramatic pause button. Mina was halfway through aggressively whisper-yelling at Kaminari, who had duct-taped together a makeshift theory board using napkins and colored highlighters. Jair had her head buried in a throw pillow, mumbling. Shiro was attempting to organize the betting pool, but his efforts were failing as Todoroki calmly stirred his tea, offering side commentary as if it were a stage play. Suddenly, the door opened. Ayana entered first, followed closely by Bakugo. Their hands were joined, fingers laced together as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The silence in the room shattered like thunder. Shiro dropped his marker, Denki dropped his juice box, and Mina's eyes widened comically, her mouth opening as if she were about to recite a long-awaited monologue. Yet no one spoke. Bakugo, seemingly unbothered by the dramatic atmosphere, gently tugged Ayana toward the hallway. Mina finally broke the silence, her voice cracking with the effort of holding back her excitement. She demanded to know where they thought they were going. Without looking back, Bakugo stated that they were heading to his room, where he intended to stay for the rest of the night. Denki squeaked in disbelief, gesturing wildly at Ayana. Bakugo confirmed that yes, he was going with her, his tone flat but carrying an undercurrent of possessiveness. Ayana remained steady, her hand firmly in his. Mina narrowed her eyes, her gaze shifting between Bakugo and Ayana as if she were watching an intense tennis match. She insisted that they couldn't just announce something like that and then disappear, claiming they had many questions. Bakugo tightened his grip on Ayana's hand but remained impassive, inviting Mina to ask away. Mina struggled to find her words, while Kaminari looked torn between excitement and fear, ready to take notes. Jairu, muffled beneath a pillow, pointed out that they needed to address the visible soul prints from yesterday, the kiss, and Bakugo's unexpected behavior. Shiro muttered that he had suspected it wasn't just training tension and needed to re-evaluate his predictions. Mina was practically vibrating with energy, demanding that Ayana sit and spill the details. Bakugo froze, his grip on Ayana's hand tightening, while Ayana calmly met Mina's gaze, raising an eyebrow and questioning why she should share anything. Mina gasped, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation but still insisting that walking and holding hands with Bakugo was monumental. Gyro confirmed that Mina had a binder labeled Explosive Ships and Emergency Soulmate Protocols. Kirishima grinned, asking if they were saying it was official. Bakugo rolled his eyes, clarifying that they were simply not hiding it. This statement silenced everyone once more. Ayana's voice softened but remained firm as she stated that was all they would say for now. Without waiting, Bakugo tugged her toward the hallway again. Mina looked as if she were physically restraining herself from chasing after them with a presentation. Once they reached Bakugo's room, he let go of Ayana's hand only to pull her inside, shutting the door behind them with a solid click. The sudden privacy enveloped them, thick with unspoken tension. Leaning against the door, Bakugo exhaled slowly, muttering that it had been quite an experience. Ayana crossed her arms, teasing him about holding it together, and he shot her a sideways glare, telling her not to start. Her laughter was light, easing the charged atmosphere between them. She complimented his growth, noting the lack of explosions or threats. Bakugo's mouth twitched in a reluctant smile, and he told her to be quiet. Ayana stepped closer, challenging him to make her. Without hesitation, Bakugo's hands found her waist, spinning her and backing her against the wall beside the door. His lips met hers in a quick, rough kiss, igniting a spark between them. Her breath caught, and she welcomed the heat that rushed in. He pulled back slightly, their noses brushing as he smugly declared that she was made. Ayana laughed breathlessly, her eyes bright, but before she could respond, a sharp knock rattled the door. Both of them froze, and a cool, unimpressed voice followed, unmistakably familiar. Aizawa demanded they open the door. Ayana felt a wave of dread wash over her, while Bakugo cursed under his breath, still braced against the wall. She looked up at him, wide-eyed, lamenting that it could only be Aizawa. Another knock followed, sharper this time, and Aizawa remarked that he could hear them breathing. Ayana groaned, dropping her forehead against Bakugo's chest, feeling doomed. Bakugo muttered that this was just their life now. He stepped back, exhaled, and opened the door. Aizawa stood in the hallway, wrapped in his capture scarf, wearing an expression of tired exasperation. He shifted his gaze between them, asking if they were done. Ayana opened her mouth but wisely closed it again, while Bakugo crossed his arms and asked for a definition of done. Aizawa blinked, visibly restraining himself. He explained that he had planned to save this for the morning, but since they had made a public spectacle of their soulmate bond and started a campus-wide betting ring, they were accelerating the next phase of training. He informed them that they would be paired for the upcoming max output Quirk test. Bakugo straightened, narrowing his eyes and asking what kind of test it would be. Aizawa replied that it would push them both to their limits and added that their parents would be present to observe. Ayana nearly choked at the news, and Bakugo's eye twitched in disbelief. Aizawa confirmed that both of their parents would be there, and as he turned to leave, he added that they would also participate in a synergy training exercise with the other bonded pairs. "I won't be leading that one. Let me guess," she sighed, "that will be led by my parents." He didn't look back. "Be in the field at 0700, he called. "And try not to leave any unsoul-related marks on the only daughter of America's top 2 heroes." Chapter 34. Ayana woke to silence. Not the soft hum of Bakugo's breathing, not the warmth of his hand across her stomach, nor the quiet rustle of sheets as he shifted beside her. Just silence. Not the peaceful kind that greeted her in the quiet moments before dawn, but the wrong kind. The kind that felt like something was missing. Her room was dim, bathed in the cool gray of early morning light. Everything was as it should be. Her uniform hung neatly on the back of her chair. Her boots were lined up beneath it. Her cloak rested across the foot of the bed. And yet, it felt off. The space beside her was too cold, too still, too empty. She blinked slowly, adjusting to the stillness, to the absence of warmth, of weight, of another heartbeat close enough to sync with her own. Her first thought wasn't the max output test, or the looming eyes of her parents, or even Aizawa's deadpan threat from the night before. It was him. The space beside her wasn't supposed to be empty. Not anymore. Ayana let her eyes fall shut for just a moment longer, breathing in deep. Lavender and linen, her usual scent, soft and familiar, but beneath it, clinging faintly to her pillowcase, was the sharp musk of ash and citrus. The scent she hadn't meant to memorize after one night. Almost twice, not even fully. But it had stayed with her anyway. She had left before he could talk her out of it. "You sure?" His voice had been low and rough, thumb brushing her wrist. "You don't have to go." She had. Not because she wanted to, but because she needed to. To breathe. To think. To feel her own heartbeat without his echoing through her chest. Except now? Now it just felt wrong. She reached instinctively for the place his hand had been, where fingers had curled against her stomach like he was holding something fragile. Her own hand drifted higher to her collarbone. The soul print had faded, but her skin still remembered the shape of him. It wasn't fear or regret. Just a faint, nagging discomfort in her chest, like waking up and realizing something important was missing. She sat up slowly, rubbed the sleep from her eyes, and exhaled. Demon him. But she didn't hesitate. She stood and stepped into her hero suit with steady hands. Black and violet. Weightless and sharp. The drape of her cloak whispered behind her as she secured the belt at her waist. Last came her gloves, tight and familiar, the last barrier between her and the world. Her reflection stared back at her from the mirror, clear-eyed, calm, collected. But under that calm, her pulse betrayed her. She was ready. She just wasn't used to wanting someone beside her when it mattered. Mina popped her head out of her room the second she heard Ayana's boots on the tile. "Good morning," she sang, already dressed and radiant with barely contained excitement. "Sleep well?" Ayana gave her a flat look as she adjusted her hero suit belt. "Not particularly. You didn't stay with Bakugo, did you?" Ayana didn't answer right away. She adjusted the strap on her gauntlet instead, slow and deliberate. "No, I didn't. I'm practically a zombie if Idru doesn't sleep next to me," Mina went on, stretching her arms overhead with a dramatic yawn. "Seriously. Like, scientifically proven. No cuddles, no REM cycles." Ayana snorted softly despite herself. "That's not how REM works." Mina grinned. "You're forgetting something very important." "And what is that?" "The soulmate bond." A door slammed closed, and Ayana had to bite back a smile. Only he slammed doors this early in the morning. Ayana didn't need to turn around to know it was him. The energy shift was immediate, sharp and hot, crawling across her skin like static before a storm. Her fingers twitched. Mina raised a brow, eyes flicking to Ayana's hands. "See? But..." "Shut up," Ayana murmured, but her voice lacked any real heat. Footsteps echoed down the hall. Heavy. Unhurried. Controlled but simmering. Bakugo passed them without a word, no scowl, no barked greeting, no glance back. But he looked at her. Just for a second. Long enough for the air between them to catch fire. And then he was gone. Ayana exhaled slowly. Mina opened her mouth to say something. "Jim Gamma," Ayana interrupted, already moving. "You two really are the perfect pair," Mina called after her with a grin, jogging to catch up. "All smolder and silent chaos. It's honestly kind of hot." Ayana rolled her eyes, but her steps didn't slow. They moved through the corridors side by side, the hum of overhead lights and the distant thrum of Jim Gamma growing louder with every step. Ayana flexed her fingers inside her gloves, the familiar prickle of nervous energy building low in her chest. She wasn't afraid of the test. She was afraid of what might crack open because of it. Mina seemed to sense the shift in her, because her tone softened. "You've got this, you know. Doesn't matter what anyone expects. Or who's watching." Ayana nodded once. Quiet. Grounded. The doors to the training arena loomed ahead, already open, lights spilling out in sharp, sterile strips. She could feel them on the other side. Her classmates. Her parents. Ayana stepped through first. And every head turned. The class stood behind the reinforced observation barrier as Bakugo stalked onto the field like it owed him something. No hesitation. No wasted movement. Just sharp, steady steps that cracked against the ground like warning shots. Ayana stood with her arms crossed, hood down, cloak still fastened but drawn behind her shoulders. From this close, she could see the way his shoulders rolled back loose but coiled. How his fingers flexed just once before his palms sparked to life. He wasn't nervous. He was ready. Aizawa stood off to the side, arms tucked into his scarf. "Bakugo Katsuki. Begin." Bakugo didn't need more than that. He launched himself forward in a blur of motion, explosions ripping from his palms, sending him flying across the field. He twisted midair, angled his trajectory, and detonated against one of the target pillars. The reinforced steel cracked with the force, and Bakugo didn't slow. His momentum was a weapon. Every blast propelled him harder, faster. One hand released a concussive explosion mid-dodge while the other launched a direct strike at a moving target. The impact thundered through the training field. Ayana's heartbeat stuttered, and not from the sound. She could feel it. Not the heat, not the shock wave, but the resonance. A thread of energy buzzing beneath her skin, reacting to his output like an echo bouncing inside her bones. Her gloves were grounded, but even through them, her fingertips tingled. She wasn't doing anything. But her touches. It was subtle. Just a prickle. A warmth at her core responded with every explosion he released. It felt like standing too close to a generator, as if a tether had been stretched between them and someone had just plucked it. Mina glanced over at Ayana, concerned for her well-being. Ayana didn't look away from the field, insisting she was fine. But she wasn't entirely okay, not because she was overwhelmed, but because she wanted to move, to react. Her instincts itched to take that energy and use it, channel it, convert it, sync with it. On the field, Bakugo landed hard, skidding backward before launching one final blast straight into the center of the arena. The reinforced target shattered, and fire bloomed outward in a controlled arc, more precise than raw, more heat than concussive force. It was beautiful. And then it was over. The smoke cleared, revealing a scorched crater and a low hum of power that lingered like thunder after lightning. Aizawa's voice crackled through the comms, noting Bakugo's improved control and increased output. On the observation deck above them, Ayana caught the shift in her father's posture. Xavier Selwyn's eyes were on Bakugo for a brief moment before flicking to her, then back to Bakugo, and then to her again. She knew he understood. Ophelia remained silent, her arms folded and her brows slightly lifted, a subtle smirk forming. Aizawa cleared his throat, calling for Ayana to step forward. She hesitated, her hand flexing at her side, feeling the echo of heat and energy that hadn't stopped humming. Finally, she stepped forward, and the air seemed to shift around her. Each step was measured and deliberate, as if she were controlling not just her pace but the energy beneath it. Her quirk buzzed just under her skin, alert and primed. Her fingertips itched inside her gloves, and her boots crackled softly as she crossed into the center of the field, sparks of violet shimmering in the dirt where she stepped. She could still feel Bakugo's energy residue from where he had just been. The heat hadn't even cooled before her body began to draw it in, resonating with him. Aizawa's voice came through the comms again, instructing her to begin. Ayana closed her eyes and pulled from deep inside, from the energy she had stored since the moment their bodies had recognized each other. Her foot hit the ground hard, sending ripples outward, not cracks, but vibrations, like the shockwave of a low-frequency pulse. Dust curled in a perfect ring around her boots. Behind the barrier, someone gasped. Ayana's body lit up in flashes, violet energy tracing through her suit. Like lightning under glass. Her hands glowed at the seams, trailing streams of heat and motion as she moved. She launched into a sprint, low, fast, controlled, drawing energy from the ground, the air, and the memory of his blast radius. Her first strike was a flat palm against one of the reinforced arena plates. It didn't break, it folded inward from the force of a shockwave that hadn't even touched it directly. The sensors above the arena lit up in warning red. She twisted mid-run, her cloak whipping behind her, and released a built-up kinetic charge from the soles of her boots. The ground erupted beneath her like a pulse, launching her upward. She flipped mid-air, gathering energy, converting it, and releasing it. One breath, then she unleashed a wave of violet-white energy from her palms in a wide arc, cracking through 3 reinforced targets and splitting the arena floor down the middle. The glow painted the sky for a brief moment before fading away, leaving silence in its wake. The spectators were stunned, not tense. Behind the barrier, Denki's mouth hung open in disbelief. Mina gasped, her hand flying to her chest, amazed by what she had just witnessed. Todoroki leaned slightly forward, eyes narrowed, acknowledging the tactical nature of her attack. Jairu lowered her earjacks slowly, recognizing the skill involved. Siro blinked, noting how she had made the ground move. Kirishima exhaled, impressed by her display of power. Kaminari scribbled furiously in his notebook, declaring that Selwyn was on another level. No one was laughing. They were witnessing something extraordinary, not just power, but control. Evolution. And Bakugo? He remained silent, his hands clenched at his sides, not in jealousy or challenge, but in something dangerously close to awe. He had known she was strong, but he hadn't realized she was this strong. Above the field, her parents watched in shock. Xavier lowered his hand from the comm, acknowledging that she had never done anything like that before. Ophelia's eyes remained fixed on the scorch-marked crater, realizing that Ayana had never had this kind of connection before. Ayana landed hard, her boots hitting the ground with a thud that echoed. The air shimmered around her, warm and buzzing with residual force. Her chest rose and fell, sharp but steady. When she looked up at the observation deck, her gaze locked not on her parents but on Bakugo, who stared back, unmoving. A breath passed between them, and he felt it too. The simulation field was still smoldering when Ayana stepped off the platform. She didn't stumble or sway, but her legs buzzed with energy that hadn't quite settled. Her cloak fluttered behind her in the heated breeze of her own making, the scent of ozone and scorched earth lingering in the air. Bakugo was the first person she looked at, and he didn't move or blink, just stared at her as if his mind was still processing everything. Kaminari broke the silence, exclaiming in disbelief that Ayana had been holding out on them. Before she could respond, Mina practically launched herself into her space, calling her display pure chaos magic. Todoroki, still sounding stunned, clarified that she had redirected energy through the floor with precision. Jairu crossed her arms, amazed that Ayana had managed to redirect heat and kinetic force simultaneously. Ayana gave a tired half-shrug, admitting that it usually wasn't possible. Mina yelled in frustration, insisting that she had cracked the arena in half and walked away like it was nothing. Then Kaminari's comment about Aizawa calling Ayana by a different name stopped the conversation cold. Everyone turned to him, slowly realizing the implications of what he had said. Ayana froze, and Mina whipped her head around, demanding clarification. Bakugo narrowed his eyes, confused by the revelation. Ayana shook her head, downplaying it as not a big deal, explaining that she had never gone by her first name. Just then, her mother descended from the observation platform, her heels clicking softly against the metal stairs, adding to the tension in the air. Ayana Selwyn appeared every bit the number 1 pro hero, composed, graceful, and just a little too smug for Ayana's liking. She stepped into the circle of students and reiterated that Aurelia meant the Golden One, a name with legacy. Ayana groaned quietly, wishing Ophelia would stop. Mina was practically buzzing with excitement. She exclaimed that Ayana's name was Aurelia Selwyn. Ayana muttered that technically, yes, but she had never gone by it. Jairu tilted her head, questioning if Ayana's file that stated A. Selwyn was just being extra. Ayana sighed, confirming that those were indeed her actual initials, but she simply didn't use the name. Kaminari, looking scandalized, wondered why Ayana didn't embrace such a dramatic name. Ayana folded her arms and explained that was precisely why she avoided it. Ophelia smiled knowingly at her daughter, mentioning that Ayana had always preferred her middle name, claiming Aurelia sounded like a name meant for someone who wore pearls and sipped tea in marble hallways. Ciro chimed in, agreeing with her assessment. Mina exclaimed that it was such a princess name, while Bakugo, deep in thought, quietly noted that Ayana hadn't shared this with him either. Ayana met his gaze, admitting she hadn't gotten that far yet. The classmates fell silent, the atmosphere thick with the weight of something NTMD now laid bare. Bakugo simply nodded, as if he understood. Xavier's calm and amused voice broke the tension as he descended from the observation deck, noting the commotion surrounding Ayana's name. He stopped beside Ophelia and added that Aurelia had a way of drawing attention. Ayana muttered her disdain for the situation, and Ophelia smirked, assuring her that she would get over it. Kaminari, still processing, blinked rapidly and asked if Ayana's full name was Aurelia Ayana Selwyn. Aizawa's dry voice cut in from the far end of the arena, instructing them to pair off for soulmate synergy training and to move to the next training area. At his command, everyone scattered as if a fuse had been lit. Jairu nudged Kaminari toward the exit, muttering that they were doing this. Kaminari nervously asked if they would have to do trust falls, expressing concern about dropping her. Jairu deadpanned that he would. Kirishima mock saluted Mina as she dragged him along, dramatically questioning the need for training since they already cuddled like champions. Ayana called after her, insisting it wasn't the same, but Mina just winked. Soon, it was just Ayana and Bakugo left behind once again. He watched the others leave before turning his gaze to her, eyebrow raised, asking if she was okay. Ayana hesitated, not from uncertainty but because the bond humming beneath her skin felt louder now, sharper, insistent, like something waiting to be used. She admitted it would take some getting used to and asked him how he felt. Bakugo didn't respond immediately. He glanced down at his hand and flexed his fingers as if he could still feel the ghost of her energy. Finally, he admitted it felt weird. Ayana gave him a sideways look, prompting him to clarify that it was not bad weird, just different, like having a second engine running. She exhaled, a small smile forming at the corner of her mouth, agreeing that was exactly how it felt. They stood in silence for a moment, the buzz of their classmates fading down the corridor. It wasn't awkward, it was charged, quiet but not empty. Finally, Bakugo shoved his hands into his pockets and gestured toward the door, suggesting they make their presence worth the attention they would draw. Ayana fell into step beside him as they walked down the long, clinical hallway leading to another training zone buried deep within UA. This one felt different, with a pulse in the air and a hum beneath the floor, as if the walls knew what was coming. Upon entering the Soulmate Synergy Simulation Chamber, they found it empty, no crowd, no classmates, just a wide, multi-level arena shrouded in shifting lights and concealed hazards, designed for chaos. It was not just a test of power but of connection, pressure, and instinct. Ayana's boots echoed softly as she stepped to the platform's edge, while Bakugo stood beside her, arms crossed, his expression unreadable but his energy sharp and focused. Then, the calm crackled to life. Aizawa's calm voice instructed them to begin when ready, noting that the simulation would adapt to their emotional and physical resonance. Ayana's brow twitched at the mention of adaptive, while Bakugo scoffed, affirming it was expected. As the chamber lights dimmed, the simulation began. The world around them twisted in an instant, transforming into a fractured urban landscape. Smoke curled from broken pipes, shadows danced over collapsed beams, and a siren howled in the distance, accompanied by faint echoes of distress from below. Bakugo's hand found hers steady, not forceful or soft. He urged her to move, and together they plunged into the simulation. The steel beneath their boots vanished, replaced by scorched concrete and a flickering skyline. A false city surrounded them, with shattered buildings and tilted pavement, heat shimmering off every surface. Ayana instinctively adjusted her stance as her quirk began to hum. She felt Bakugo not just beside her but within her, that second engine alive and hot. Bakugo crouched low, scanning their surroundings and noting they were boxed in with no roof access. He moved first, launching forward with a low blast that angled off a fractured support beam. His palm lit up as he struck the edge of a collapsed column, triggering a chain reaction that caused a wall to buckle and crumble. Without hesitation, Ayana darted in after him, her boots skimming the concrete. As her hand brushed the scorched wall he had just blasted, her quirk surged, the residual energy flaring through her system like a current. Her skin burned with the familiar energy, sharpened and alive. Ahead, Bakugo spun, detonating downward to clear their path, but Ayana redirected the energy instead. Her arms snapped forward, catching the edge of his blast mid-arc, twisting it to propel herself onto the broken scaffolding above. Bakugo looked up sharply, their eyes meeting, and she smirked, assuring him she had the area below covered. Ayana had the vertical covered. Before Bakugo could respond, the ceiling above them cracked ominously. A drone unit descended, hostile and locked onto its target. It fired a scatterbeam non-lethal but fast and wide. Instead of ducking, Ayana moved, her fingers skimming the railing just as Bakugo leapt into the open space beneath her, his palm exploding upward to shield them both. Her fingers caught his wrist, and in that instant, a soul print blossomed, a flicker of gold and violet across his skin. Her energy surged into his palm, amplifying his blast. The arena shook not from damage, but from resonance. A shockwave rippled out from the center of the chamber, knocking the drone backward and sending steam curling from every exposed vent. The walls groaned under the pulse. A voice crackled from above, announcing an unidentified reaction and a synergy spike detected, classified as overdrive resonance. Bakugo landed in a crouch, and Ayana dropped beside him, their hands still touching. Another soul print burned across her wrist. They didn't need to speak, their quirks were syncing, one pulse following the next, braiding together. Ayana caught her breath and noted that it wasn't just her power at play. Bakugo flexed his hand, still buzzing with energy. Then the simulation shifted. The sky above flickered from gray to deep red, and a rumble began beneath their feet. Ayana's eyes narrowed as she realized they were escalating the terrain. Bakugo growled, rising to his feet, acknowledging that they had caught their opponents off guard with a move they hadn't even known they possessed. She offered him her hand again, and he took it without hesitation. The soul print lit up like a flare, and together, they charged into the next level. They barely made it 3 strides before the floor dropped out beneath them, a grinding screech tearing through the chamber as the cracked concrete split apart. An underground level pulsed with flickering red lights and artificial fog, jagged platforms rising and falling, some edged with broken piping, others coated in slick, volatile oil. Ayana landed first, hitting hard and rolling to come up with her palm pressed to the metal. Her skin sparked, glowing a vibrant violet as she absorbed the charge vibrating through the steel. Bakugo dropped beside her, boots skidding on the surface. They were surrounded as 3 projection drones flickered into form from the fog, each resembling villain-class targets. One was humanoid with enhanced speed, another a brute tank, and the third smaller and quicker, armed with simulated EMP spikes. Bakugo snapped that the left one was his, and Ayana declared she would take the fast one. He nodded and launched into action. The blast from his hands illuminated the gloom, sending a wave of heat across the chamber. The brute drone met him head-on and was buried under a direct explosion to the chest. Ayana sprinted the opposite way, her cloak snapping behind her as the smaller drone locked onto her, unleashing a pulse meant to scramble her reflexes. The pulse hit her, but instead of shorting her out, the interference merged with her quirk, harmonizing and sending it rebounding around her like a barrier. She spun midair, planting her palm against a rising pillar and releasing the energy in a low, precise pulse that knocked the drone off course. Bakugo caught the flash from across the field and expressed his surprise at her new ability. They stood back to back now, the third drone circling like a predator. Ayana's breath was sharp as she formulated a plan. Without hesitation, she grabbed Bakugo's wrist, bare to bare, and the soul print blazed, gold threaded with violet. She pressed her free hand to the ground, siphoning the latent heat he'd left behind. Her quirk spiked, wild and charged. She instructed Bakugo to fire at her feet when she said, "Veil." The drone darted forward, too fast to dodge. When she shouted, "Now!" Bakugo detonated right at her boots. The explosion surged upward, and Ayana kicked off the shockwave, directing the blast with a pulse of her own, wrapping it around them like a cloak. For a moment, they vanished in fire and smoke, a flickering silhouette without a heat signature or electromagnetic trail. The drone's sensors spun wildly, but Ayana and Bakugo split in opposite directions from the heart of the smoke. The drone spun, trying to adjust, but it was too late. They hit it from both sides, her palm to its core, his explosion to its back. The simulation sparked and hissed as the drone dropped, and the chamber groaned, lights dimming before stabilizing. Overhead, the comm crackled again, registering their move as flashpoint veil, noting synchronized stealth detonation with no detection. Bakugo huffed beside her, hair slightly smoking, and remarked that she had just invented a cloaking bomb. Ayana, winded but grinning, responded that it was all about adapting. He smirked at her, and she reached for him, helping to steady his weight. Their bond pulsed between them like a second heartbeat, familiar and comforting. The simulation whirred, and the floor beneath them began shifting again, platforms rising into a jagged incline. Ayana looked up and noted that the next level was vertical. Bakugo cracked his neck, eager to test something. As they climbed, the incline forced them to move quickly, navigating jagged steel and cracked concrete that rose like the ribs of a half-buried machine. Pipes hissed from breaks in the wall, releasing jets of hot steam that distorted the air. Ayana leapt to the next ledge, crouching low as a blast vent roared beside her. Bakugo followed closely, warning her about a cracked pipe on the left side. She nodded, planting a palm to steady herself, but her quirk pinged with residual heat, not enough to weaponize, but enough to track. She realized they were being funneled into a narrower corridor, indicating an ambush ahead. Bakugo cracked his knuckles, ready for a fight. At the top of the incline, a narrow passage opened, walled by fractured concrete, resembling a collapsed subway tunnel with flickering lights barely illuminating the path. Ayana took point, instructing Bakugo to stay close as they moved in sync, careful but fast, their shoulders brushing in the cramped space. Suddenly, the ground beneath them dropped out without warning, and the hallway collapsed. Ayana fell hard but twisted midair, and Bakugo caught her wrist, their bare skin igniting a soul print across his forearm just before they hit the platform below. They landed in an enclosed pit, a circular chamber lined with reflective panels. The moment their boots hit the floor, the walls pulsed, and a dozen hard-light copies of themselves flickered to life. Ayana blinked in surprise, realizing they were facing mirror enemies. Bakugo growled that the clones moved in perfect sync with them. As the clones charged, Bakugo detonated to the left, catching one in a blast, but a second darted through the smoke, aiming straight for Ayana's exposed side. She pivoted but was too slow, prompting Bakugo to warn her of the incoming attack. He slammed his hand into her shoulder, spinning her out of the strike's path. The clone's attack narrowly missed, leaving behind a sharp glimmer of light, like refracted energy. The soul print on her skin pulsed with warmth. Ayana exhaled hard and suggested they try something new, asking Bakugo to brace her. Without hesitation, he grabbed her waist, his fingers warm against her skin. Another soul print illuminated just below her ribs. She grounded one palm to the chamber floor, drawing residual kinetic energy from their movement, then opened her other hand behind her, aiming without sight. She whispered for him to act. Bakugo ignited his palm against hers, and the impact vibrated rather than exploded. A magnetic pulse rippled outward, bouncing off the mirrored walls and rebounding into the clones. The hard-light enemies distorted and cracked under the pressure before disintegrating all at once. Silence enveloped the chamber. The comm buzzed with updates, confirming their successful move and synchronization rating. Ayana turned her head slightly, still holding his hand, and remarked that it felt new. Bakugo absent-mindedly grazed her wrist, agreeing that it felt right. Above them, the platform groaned, slowly rising toward the next level. As they ascended, Ayana noted they had taken down 3 enemies, while Bakugo reminded her there were 2 left. She looked at their joined hands, the soul prints still glowing between them, and assured him she was ready. The platform shuddered as it reached the next level, and Ayana stepped off first onto solid ground that felt anything but stable. The chamber ahead was larger, darker, and wider, with industrial scaffolding framing the perimeter. In the center stood a glowing generator, sparks leaping from its coils like lightning seeking a conductor. Ayana muttered about the power core, while Bakugo scoffed, suggesting it was more like a trap leaking energy intentionally. A sharp, electric screech tore through the chamber as sleek, agile units cloaked in EMP shielding emerged. They were designed not to overpower but to disrupt. Bakugo's expression hardened as he realized they were there to cut them off. Ayana felt the disruption in the air, like static under her skin, and noted that their quirks weren't responding as they should. She concluded they wouldn't get a clean charge, to which Bakugo suggested they go loud instead. He removed one glove, prompting Ayana to hesitate before stripping hers off as well. Their bare palms met, and the soul print between them bloomed wildly. The generator pulsed in response, and Ayana gasped softly, realizing it was reacting to them. Bakugo's grip remained firm as he urged her to give it something to react to. The drones moved swiftly, and Ayana turned toward them, reaching for the generator. It resisted at first, but when Bakugo squeezed her hand, her quirk flared. Instead of absorbing the charge, she harmonized it and redirected it. She shouted for him to act, and Bakugo twisted, pulling her along as they moved together. Her hand cast the charge like a whip, while his blast detonated the tether, resulting in chaos. A pulse of sound and flame surged across the field, causing the drones to short out mid-flight. Their shielding shattered as the chamber walls vibrated with resonance, and the lights cut out for a brief moment. Silence followed until the comm registered their move, confirming a synergized blast. Bakugo, filled with adrenaline, remarked on the intensity of the moment, while Ayana, breathless, agreed it was kind of perfect. However, the simulation wasn't over yet. The chamber walls peeled open, revealing a massive final platform that was exposed and circular. In the center stood a heavily armored humanoid combat unit, registered as a soulmate. Bakugo whistled low, acknowledging it as the final boss. Ayana briefly released his hand to roll her shoulders, asking if they were ready to finish this. Without answering, Bakugo tugged her glove off completely, then removed his own. Their fingers intertwined, bare and confident, and the soul print that lit between them was the brightest yet gold and violet like twin stars colliding. Bakugo smirked, ready to break something, and they charged together. The bot moved with precision, predicting their every move. It landed a glancing strike on Ayana's side, sending her sprawling, but Bakugo caught her wrist mid-fall. Something within her awakened not pain, but power. From where their fingers met, her quirk roared to life. Ayana surged forward, her boots sparking and palm glowing with charged heat. She slammed into the bot's arm just as Bakugo detonated the elbow joint with precision. The bot reeled, and Ayana grasped his hand again, fully and deliberately, whispering that she had one more move. Their eyes locked, and he nodded in agreement. She dropped to her knees, pressing both palms to the ground, asking him to channel her. Bakugo's blast hit her back, not as an attack but as fuel. She absorbed every ounce and redirected it through her limbs into the ground. The floor beneath the bot pulsed once before rupturing. A column of explosive energy shot upward like a geyser, engulfing the bot in fire, light, and vibration. Moments later, the bot exploded from within, and the chamber fell silent. The final comm registered their successful move, confirming a synergized blast inversion and marking the simulation complete. Ayana slumped back onto her heels, panting, while Bakugo stood beside her, chest heaving. Without a word, he reached down and pulled her to her feet, a fresh soul print lighting on her palm. Ayana looked up at him, sweaty and breathless, smiling. He didn't smirk but simply stated that he had told her they would make it worth it. For once, she had no sarcastic retort, only a tighter grip on his hand as they walked together out of the simulation chamber. As the doors hissed open, they stepped into the observation hall. Silence greeted them, followed by Kaminari's exclamation about their performance, flailing his clipboard in disbelief. He noted they had executed several boss fight moves, some of which weren't even in the database. Mina squealed with excitement, claiming it felt like a cinematic finale, while Kirishima remarked on how manly it was, feeling like they were side characters in an origin story. Jaira flatly pointed out that they had glitched the observation feed, causing Aizawa to reroute everything. Shiro added that the walls had flickered and one of the panels had shorted. Denki exclaimed that they had blown up a reinforced platform, which was supposed to withstand Bakugo's explosions. Ayana rubbed the back of her neck, admitting it might have been her fault. Bakugo shrugged, insisting it had worked. Kaminari, still scandalized, argued that they had rewritten the syllabus. Ayana Selwyn stepped forward, smiling faintly, and commended them for their impressive performance, her voice rich with pride. Xavier's gaze was sharp as he observed the two of them. They had only known they were soulmates for 2 days. Aizawa stepped forward, noting that they had already executed 3 synergy maneuvers that outpaced most pro-level pairs. He paused, scanning them both before declaring that the simulation had passed with unprecedented performance. Bakugo remained silent, while Ayana gave a quiet, steady acknowledgement. Mina then swooped in, flinging an arm around Ayana and expressing her excitement. Ayana groaned, wishing to avoid the attention, but Denki chimed in, announcing he was already creating a betting pool for their next combo move. Jaira muttered a warning not to encourage them, but Todoroki remarked that they would invent something by accident if not encouraged. Kirishima, grinning, clapped Bakugo on the back, impressed by their level of performance. Throughout the commotion, Bakugo stood watchful and, without a word, reached down to brush his fingers against Ayana's. The soul print shimmered to life across her skin, soft and golden with violet edges. She didn't look at him, she didn't need to. The warmth conveyed everything. As Ayana turned toward the chaos of her classmates, Aizawa called out one last note, urging them to figure out what else they were capable of. They both stilled, and Ayana looked up at Bakugo again, asking if it still felt strange. He snorted in response, admitting that it did, but added that it was theirs. For the first time since the simulation began, Ayana allowed herself to smile. After the simulation, Ayana remained quiet during the walk back. She didn't respond to Mina's jokes or Kaminari's rankings of their synergy moves. Instead, she focused on her breathing. The hum in her skin hadn't faded, her hands still tingled where Bakugo had touched them, his pinky brushing hers in a way that felt almost accidental, but she knew it wasn't. He hadn't let go. Since the doors closed and she hadn't asked him to. When they reached the dorms, the class scattered in different directions. Todoroki gave her a long look before disappearing up the stairs, as if trying to understand what had changed. Bakugo remained silent, simply tilting his chin toward the rooftop door at the end of the hall. Ayana followed him outside. The evening air was cold against her damp skin, but it felt real and honest. The rooftop was empty, bathed in twilight blue and streaks of pink from the fading sun. For a moment, only the sound of the wind and the soft hiss of the rooftop vents filled the space. Then Bakugo broke the silence, asking if she was okay. His tone was neither casual nor soft, but it was genuine. Ayana let her fingers drag against the railing before admitting she didn't know. Bakugo grunted, asking if it was that bad. She clarified that it wasn't bad, just honest. He didn't push for more information. Instead, he stood beside her, his hands braced on the rail, close but not touching. The wind caught his hair, and his scent lingered nearby. After a moment, Ayana spoke again, sharing that she felt something in the simulation when he grabbed her hand. It wasn't just heat, it was a connection that allowed her to anticipate his movements. Bakugo didn't look at her, but his voice was low and steady as he admitted he felt the same. She continued, expressing that it felt like a decision, as if they were choosing to connect. Bakugo took a slow breath and asked if she was scared. She considered it before shaking her head, clarifying that she wasn't afraid of the bond. When he pressed for what she was scared of, Ayana swallowed and confessed that she was afraid of how much she wanted to keep choosing it. Silence hung between them, heavy yet meaningful. Then, almost hesitantly, she added that even without the bond, she would still choose him. She turned to face him, repeating her choice. Bakugo didn't respond immediately, he simply looked at her with sharp eyes and an unreadable expression. Finally, he quietly admitted that he wanted her even before they knew about the bond. Ayana blinked, her breath caught in her throat as he continued, revealing his frustration at how much he noticed her and cared. He had never cared about soulmates and still didn't, but he cared about her. His words landed heavily, not as a blow but as an undeniable truth. Ayana didn't look away, feeling something in her chest stretch wide, both terrifying and grounding. The bond between them buzzed quietly but steadily, not demanding attention, just existing. She expressed that she didn't want this because she had to, but because it was him. Bakugo nodded sharply, affirming her feelings. They stood together for a while, the wind tugging at their clothes but not at their connection. Finally, Ayana stepped forward, resting her head against his shoulder, not hiding, just choosing to be close. Bakugo didn't flinch. He allowed her to stay without fireworks or surges of energy, just warmth and presence. Then he asked if she was going to make him sleep alone again. His tone was quiet and honest, not teasing. Ayana let the question linger, her head still against his shoulder. She curled her fingers slightly in the fabric of his sleeve before answering that she wouldn't and might never make him sleep alone again. Bakugo's breath hitched slightly, and Ayana felt the bond tug in response to her words. He didn't ruin the moment with a joke, he simply stood still, allowing the meaning to settle. His hand lifted slowly, brushing against her arm and trailing down to her hand, resting palm to palm without lacing their fingers. A soul print bloomed softly and subtly between them, a gentle proof of their connection. When Bakugo finally spoke, his voice was low and rough, inviting her to come with him. There was no pressure, just a sincere request. Just an invitation, and Ayana went. They slipped quietly back into the dorm, up the stairs without needing to explain themselves, the rhythm of their steps echoing in the silence that spoke volumes. When they reached his room, he opened the door and waited, not out of hesitation, but out of respect. Choice had always mattered. Ayana stepped inside, and Bakugo followed. Neither of them rushed. They didn't speak as she carefully set her gauntlets on his desk, nor when he grabbed a clean shirt and tossed it to her without a word. She caught it midair, raised an eyebrow, and he shrugged. He mentioned that she hadn't looked comfortable sleeping in her party clothes the other night and added that he liked seeing her in his clothes. Ayana didn't blush, but something in her chest twisted, warm and sharp and entirely unfair. She rolled her eyes, her lips twitching as she called him ridiculous. Bakugo stepped closer, not touching her, just close enough that she could feel his warmth again, steady and familiar. He remarked that he was going to see her naked eventually. Ayana raised an eyebrow, pointing out that eventually and right now were two different things. He held her gaze for a moment before letting out a slow, amused huff and turning around, facing the wall as if it physically pained him to do so. He claimed he was suffering. Ayana smirked to herself, her pulse fluttering as she peeled off the last of her hero gear. She reassured him that he would live. Behind him, Bakugo muttered something that sounded like, barely. She slipped the shirt over her head. It was soft, oversized, and somehow already warm. It clung lightly to her thighs, the sleeves brushing her hands, smelling like ash and clean cotton and something distinctly him. It felt like comfort, like claiming something without saying it aloud. When she told him he could look, Bakugo turned and, for once, didn't say anything. He just stared, not with hunger or arrogance, but with a quiet, reverent intensity that made Ayana shift on her feet, suddenly more aware of how exposed she felt in that t-shirt than she ever had in full armor. She attempted nonchalance by telling him he was staring, to which he simply admitted that he was. He stepped toward her slow and deliberate. Not cornering, just close enough that the space between them felt warm again. Bakugo reached up, brushing a thumb gently against the curve of her jaw, softly stating that he was never going to get used to her. Ayana's breath caught, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned in, pressing a gentle kiss to the inside of his wrist, the place where soul prints always lit first. She whispered that she didn't want him to get used to her. Bakugo's arms slid around her, pulling her in as they sank onto the bed, slow and sure. There was no rush, no expectations, just gravity. When they lay down, curled close beneath the blanket, there were no soul prints, no sparks, just warmth, just skin, just them. And it was enough. Ayana lay with her head tucked under his chin, her hand resting over his heart. She could feel it steady and slow beneath her palm. Not just a heartbeat, but something grounding, anchoring. Bakugo hadn't said much since they settled in, but he hadn't let go of her either. His fingertips moved slowly along her back, tracing faint lines into her skin, not trying to start anything, just present. They lay in the quiet for a while, a silence that didn't ask anything from them. Eventually, Ayana's voice broke the stillness, soft and small, as she remarked that he was warm. Bakugo chuckled quietly, mentioning that it was a perk of being explosive. She smiled against his chest, saying it might be her favorite perk. There was a pause, one that didn't need filling until it did. Ayana expressed that it wasn't just that, it was him. He made everything feel less sharp, even when she wasn't saying it out loud. Bakugo's hand stilled for a moment before tightening gently at her back. He told her she didn't have to say it out loud. She insisted that she wanted to, not wanting him to guess anymore. He was quiet for a long moment before asking if she was scared it was going to change. Ayana didn't move, clarifying that it wasn't the bond, but them. Another stretch of silence followed. She whispered that she kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for something to make this feel like a dream she would wake up from. But it never came, he was just still there. Bakugo shifted just enough to meet her eyes and assured her that he wasn't going anywhere. She smiled, small and breaking, admitting that she hadn't thought she would feel like this again. When he asked what she meant, she simply said safe. He paused before leaning down to press a gentle kiss into her hair, affirming that she was safe. She let his words sink in. He added that even if the bond disappeared tomorrow, he would still keep her there, like this. Ayana didn't answer right away, she just rested her hand over his heart. Then, her voice full of something soft and terrifying and real, she said that she would still choose him. Bakugo's chest rose beneath her hand as he confessed that she was the one thing he didn't think he deserved. She replied that he was the one thing she didn't know she needed. He didn't argue or try to fix it. He just held her tighter and let her fall asleep wrapped in the kind of silence that didn't need to be earned. Ayana woke to the scent of ash and cotton. Warmth cocooned her, familiar and steady. One arm was slung around her waist, the other tucked beneath her pillow. His breathing was slow and even against the back of her neck, every exhale a quiet promise that he was still there, still hers. The early light filtered in through the gap in his curtains, painting the room in soft gold. It made the edges of everything blur, a little the desk clutter, the discarded boots, the way their shadows folded into one another beneath the blanket. She didn't move, didn't want to. The sole print on her wrist had faded sometime in the night, but the warmth lingered like muscle memory, as if the space between their skin remembered even after the light was gone. Bakugo shifted behind her slightly, his thumb brushing absent circles against her hip. He mumbled if she was awake, his voice still rough from sleep. She hummed that she was barely awake. He muttered that it was good because it meant he wasn't dreaming. She smiled into the pillow, eyes still closed, and teased him about dreaming of her often. He replied that he only dreamed about her when he wanted to wake up annoyed that she wasn't next to him. Ayana snorted softly, and he pulled her in tighter, as if the sound settled something in his chest. Neither of them said anything else for a while. The silence was light, not heavy. It was soft and slow, like the pause after a song that hadn't quite finished echoing. Then Bakugo leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to her shoulder, warm and unhurried. He expressed that he could get used to this feeling against her skin. Ayana tilted her head back slightly to meet his eyes over her shoulder, reminding him that he already had. The smile he gave her was crooked and barely there, but real, a smile she wanted to keep waking up to. Bakugo's thumb slid beneath the hem of her borrowed shirt, tracing lazy shapes into the skin just above her hip. It wasn't suggestive or coaxing, it was just his way of reminding himself that she was real. Ayana turned in his arms slowly, settling onto her back to look at him. His hair was a mess worse than usual and his eyes were still half-lidded with sleep, but the weight of his gaze was steady. She reached up and brushed a piece of hair off his forehead, teasing him about his bedhead. He muttered a playful retort, catching her wrist gently and accusing her of hogging the blanket. She denied it, but he insisted, his voice a gravelly whisper, adding that she talked in her sleep. Ayana blinked in disbelief, and he smirked, claiming she had said his name twice. Her heart raced at the thought, and she asked in what context. He didn't elaborate, only suggesting that it was as if she were looking for him. Ayana felt her cheeks warm but held his gaze. Curious, she asked if he had answered her. He leaned in, his voice low and endemi, confirming that he had. She let out a soft breath, stunned by the moment. Bakugo shifted closer until their foreheads touched, his eyes searching hers in the quiet. He reiterated his feelings from the previous night, saying that even if everything fell apart, he would still want her. Ayana placed her fingers against his chest, affirming that she understood. With that, she closed the space between them, sharing a kiss that was soft and slow, filled with unspoken emotions. When they parted, she whispered that he had her completely. Bakugo closed his eyes for a moment, forehead resting against hers, before reluctantly suggesting they should get up. Ayana playfully insisted that he should go first, but neither of them moved, content in their shared warmth. Eventually, the warmth began to fade, signaling that the real world awaited them. Ayana sighed and opened one eye, acknowledging that she really had to go. Bakugo tightened his grip around her waist, refusing to let her leave. She teased him about holding her hostage until homeroom, to which he responded with a playful grumble, suggesting it was a solid strategy. She laughed, brushing her fingers through his unruly hair and calling him ridiculous. He insisted that she would go out there, and chaos would ensue, making her flustered and cute while he wouldn't be there to witness it. Ayana blinked, surprised by his admission of jealousy. He clarified that he was jealous of anything that took her time away from him. Her breath caught at his words, and the teasing atmosphere shifted. She leaned forward and pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek and then the corner of his mouth, assuring him that he would get all of her time as soon as she got her toothbrush. Bakugo huffed in mock despair, then conceded that she could leave in his shirt. Ayana was incredulous at the idea of walking back to her room in it, but he gave her a possessive look, encouraging her to let others stare. She rolled her eyes but couldn't help but smile as she swung her legs over the edge of the bed. Bakugo watched her as if she were sunlight slipping through his fingers. Just before she stood, he caught her hand, giving her a quiet tug and asking her to hurry back. Ayana's chest tightened at his words, and she leaned down to press one last kiss to his temple, promising to return. As she padded barefoot out of his room, shirt rumpled and hair a mess, Bakugo watched the door, feeling as if something precious had been taken from him. He would never admit it, but mornings felt infinitely better with her in them. Ayana cracked Bakugo's door open slowly, peeking into the hallway like a fugitive on the run. No sounds, no footsteps, no chaos. She stepped out barefoot, tugging the hem of Bakugo's t-shirt lower on her thighs. The door clicked shut behind her, and she let out a breath of relief. Just then, another door opened across the hall, and Mina stepped out of Kirishima's room, looking equally disheveled. They locked eyes and froze, both surprised by the sight before them. Slowly, their gazes dropped to their bare legs, the stolen shirts, and the unmistakable soul prints glowing faintly on their wrists. Ayana opened her mouth to speak, but Mina beat her to it, exclaiming in disbelief. Ayana groaned, not wanting to engage in the conversation. Mina pointed out that Ayana had left Bakugo's room wearing his shirt, while Ayana reminded her that Mina had left Kirishima's room in his hoodie. They both squinted at each other, then exclaimed in unison, realizing the implications of their situation. After a brief moment of silence, Ayana suggested they should not discuss this in the hallway. Mina agreed, suggesting they go inside with coffee and maybe a holy relic. Ayana turned to sneak back into her dorm, promising to be with Mina in 5 minutes after brushing her teeth. Mina insisted she wanted every detail, and Ayana warned her that Bakugo would come looking for her if she took too long. They exchanged knowing looks, two soul-marked friends in oversized boy clothes, before bursting into stifled laughter and disappearing into their respective dorms. Behind her door, Ayana leaned against the wood and exhaled, realizing she was in deep trouble, but she wouldn't change a thing. As Ayana finished brushing the last tangle out of her hair, the knocking began. No, not knocking, but pounding. The kind that only one person in the building would consider appropriate. Ayana opened the door and blinked up at Bakugo, who looked unimpressed. He noted that she was late, and Ayana checked her phone, realizing it had been a few extra minutes since their agreed time. Bakugo's eyes narrowed as he pointed out the delay. Behind her, Mina was sprawled out on her bed with a mug of overly sweet coffee, her face buried in a pillow to muffle her frustration. Ayana shook her head, finding both of them overly dramatic. Bakugo remained in the doorway, reminding her that she was the one who had set the time. Mina groaned from her bed, lifting her head just enough to glare at them, claiming they were ruining her precious gossip hour. Bakugo flatly stated that Ayana was his, prompting her to raise an eyebrow at his possessiveness. He smirked, suggesting that she liked it, to which she muttered a reluctant agreement as she slipped her bag over her shoulder. Mina made a desperate sound, pleading not to be left alone with her feelings. Ayana assured Mina that she would survive as Bakugo caught her hand and started pulling her down the hallway. Mina accused him of stealing her, but Bakugo retorted that Ayana was never hers to begin with. Ayana rolled her eyes but didn't pull away, commenting that he could have let her leave with some dignity. He simply replied that he wouldn't. They made it halfway down the stairs before Ayana glanced at him, incredulous that he had dragged her out of her dorm. He grunted in response, reminding her that she had passed by the window. She defended herself, saying it was only a few minutes, but he countered that it was a few minutes of her giggling with Mina while he waited. She laughed lightly, teasing him about missing her. Bakugo didn't respond verbally, but his grip on her hand tightened slightly. Outside, the morning light was crisp, and the path to the main building was still dotted with students shuffling half awake. A breeze tugged at Ayana's hair, and she instinctively reached to smooth it, only for Bakugo to beat her to it, brushing a stray curl behind her ear. She blinked at him, surprised by the gesture. He muttered that it was in her face, and she smiled, teasing him about being soft in the mornings. He scowled, warning her not to say that again or he would drop her off a rooftop. As she continued to tease him, Bakugo kissed her mid-sentence, quick and unexpected, leaving her momentarily stunned. When he pulled back, his smirk returned, lazy and satisfied. Ayana blinked up at him, feeling a rush of warmth. She muttered that it was rude, and he tilted his head, pretending innocence as he claimed she was talking too much. She narrowed her eyes, reminding him that he liked it when she talked. Bakugo didn't flinch, stating he preferred it when she kissed him instead. She scoffed, elbowing him lightly as they reached the school steps, calling him needy. He shot back that she was one to talk, reminding her that she had fallen asleep on his chest. She deadpanned that he was comfortable, comparing him to a space heater with unresolved aggression. Bakugo laughed, warning her that if she kept talking like that, he would make her quiet again. Ayana gave him a side eye, but her smile betrayed her. As they pushed through the front doors of the school, a few stragglers were heading toward class. Conversations dipped and eyes followed them. Someone whispered, and Bakugo's jaw tightened. Ayana didn't stop walking, she curled her fingers tighter in his. She murmured that they had already attracted attention, and they would talk regardless. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. She playfully asked if he was going to kiss her again, but he didn't take the bait, glancing down at her with an unreadable expression. She arched a brow, daring him to respond. He stopped walking for a moment, looking at her as if she were the only thing that mattered. He declared that it wouldn't stop him, and then, with the hallway buzzing around them, he let go of her hand, resting it at the small of her back as they crossed into Class 3. No words were exchanged, but everyone noticed, and nobody said a thing yet. The silence shattered when Kaminari leaned too far back in his chair and stage whispered that it was definitely a Soulmates have been making out hand placement. Ayana quickly retorted that if he kept talking, she would show him what a Soulmates have been sparring elbow to the ribs felt like. Kaminari choked on his own spit, while Mina, already seated with a satisfied grin, urged Ayana to sit down, insisting they pretend to be normal until lunch. Bakugo didn't let go of Ayana until she was seated, hovering for a moment as if daring anyone else to make eye contact. He finally took his seat, arms crossed and eyes forward, as if nothing had changed, even though half the class was glancing between him and Ayana like it was a live broadcast. Ida cleared his throat loudly, reminding everyone to maintain decorum in the learning environment. Siro whispered that he was learning Bakugo had a type. Then, chaos erupted. Kaminari screamed, flailing so hard he knocked over a bench. Siro was already filming, asking if the soul prints were still glowing, suggesting that the kiss had come with an aftershock. Ida insisted he was logging the incident as a gross violation of classroom etiquette, calling it highly inappropriate, while Jairu chimed in, not looking up from her footage, that it was also highly entertaining. Kirishima looked between shell-shocked and awed, commenting that he thought they were going to fight, not kiss. Mina declared it was a beautiful way to go, dying from SXL tension. Ayana blinked, her hair wild and boots scuffed, breathing hard. Bakugo stood beside her, completely unfazed, maybe a little smug, and certainly not explaining himself. She turned slowly to face the class, asking if there were any questions. Kaminari's hand shot up, but she flatly declined to answer. Bakugo took her hand again, leading her out as the class parted like the Red Sea, someone whimpering in their wake. As they reached the exit, Mina called after them, insisting they would have a debrief later. Bakugo growled that they would not, but Mina countered that they had just traumatized half the room into their awakening. Once the door shut behind them, the room erupted again, with Kaminari gasping that it was like watching two gods go to war and then make out. Siro noted that the soul prints flared without contact, which was not normal. Jairu remarked that nothing about them had ever been normal, while Uraraka quietly wondered if they had unified. Todoroki, arms folded, stated that they hadn't, prompting everyone to turn to him. When Mina asked how he would know, he replied that his room was next to Bakugo's and he would have heard everything. Jairu noticed the high decibel activity and paused. Then she remarked that it was both the most Todoroki thing he could have said and the worst thing she had ever heard. Todoroki replied calmly that there were no unification sounds. Mineta, arms crossed, muttered that it would be easier to just say it outright. Ida, rubbing his temples as if the words physically hurt him, begged him to stop talking. Shiro added that he still thought the kiss counted as a declaration of war, waving his phone and claiming that it was an assault he could feel. Kirishima leaned over to look at the footage, commenting that they might have cracked the floor. Kaminari reverently noted that the building seemed to get emotional from the kiss. Uraraka frowned thoughtfully, wondering if the bond got stronger every time they touched. Mina, her eyes gleaming, suggested that just being around one another made the bond stronger. Shiro whispered that it was horrifying and questioned whether they even knew they were doing it. Jiraiya muttered that they knew but just didn't care. Kirishima remarked that Bakugo definitely didn't seem to care, looking like he was ready to kiss her or throw her through a wall, maybe both. Mina sighed dramatically, pressing a hand to her chest as if narrating a tragic play, speaking of romance, soulmates, chaos, and explosive passion. Ida groaned that explosive was the problem, reminding everyone that they were supposed to be heroes in training, not extras in a soulmate soap opera. Kaminari, however, felt inspired by the situation. Jiraiya immediately told him not to be. Todoroki, holding Ida's clipboard for reasons no one understood, looked up and suggested they warn the teachers. Mina replied that they already knew, pointing out Aizawa's face, which clearly showed regret. Shiro solemnly proposed a support group for emotionally injured bystanders, while Kaminari added that they should call it Survivors of Ayana and Bakugo's Bondpocalypse, and offered to start a sign-up sheet. Mineta, sulking behind a desk, grumbled that they weren't the first bonded pair in the world and that everyone was acting like it was the apocalypse. Mina countered that it was them, noting that no one else could spar mid-sync, flirt mid-fight, and then casually soul print so hard that the floor cracked. Mineta had no response, and Mina declared victory. Jiraiya snapped her gum and expressed concern about the damage the bond was already causing, wondering what would happen when they finally unified. Todoroki, unbothered, suggested they just accept that they lived in their world now. Kaminari raised his water bottle like a toast, declaring it was time to live in the era of Ayana and Bakugo. Mina clinked her bottle against his, calling it the Chaos Couple. Jiraiya muttered that she wouldn't call them that, but Shiro typed it into the group chat with enthusiasm, labeling them the Chaos Couple. From down the hall, Bakugo's furious voice roared for them to stop talking about him. Everyone froze and Mina gasped dramatically, covering her mouth in surprise. Kirishima nodded solemnly, confirming that Bakugo always heard. Mina whispered that it was hot how mad he was, and Jiraiya sighed, tucking an earbud back in, calling her obsessed. Mina admitted that she shipped it, suffered for it, and planned to throw them a wedding one day. Shiro muttered that Ida was going to have an aneurysm, to which Ida snapped that he already had, slamming his clipboard onto a desk in frustration. He insisted they were supposed to be heroes in training, not extras in a soap opera. Kaminari, however, pointed out that it was too late and they might as well enjoy the ride. Just then, the door creaked open, and everyone snapped to attention. Monoma stepped inside, followed by a handful of Class 3B students, all wide-eyed and buzzing with gossip. Monoma drawled that someone should have informed them that Class 3A had turned into a full-blown soulmate drama without inviting them. Mina grinned, welcoming him. Monoma sniffed, brushing imaginary dust from his blazer, and explained that they had heard the explosion, the screaming, and felt the emotional tension in the walls, making it easy to track. Jiraiya asked if he was implying they followed the vibes, to which Monoma confidently replied that stalking emotional carnage was part of the curriculum. Kendo groaned from behind him, telling him not to come in. Monoma declared it was too late and demanded to know which soulmate pair caused all the commotion. The room fell silent, with everyone feeling the pressure of the moment. Kaminari was about to speak when Mina smacked his shoulder to silence him. Jiraiya widened her eyes in warning, and Ida looked like he might explode from the effort of holding back the truth. Izuku's warning cut through the tension, reminding them that they didn't want Bakugo to kill anyone. Kaminari quickly covered his mouth, eyes wide. Monoma's grin sharpened, sensing that someone was hiding something. Jiraiya sighed, glaring at Izuku for feeding the chaos. Todoroki calmly pointed out that Monoma had fed himself. Mina jumped in, overly cheerful, insisting there was no kiss, no fight, no glowing soul prints, and definitely no soulmate drama, just some light sparring, totally routine. Ida stiffly added that it was enhanced training, nothing more. Monoma feigned disappointment, placing a dramatic hand over his heart, claiming he would find out the truth eventually. Awais, scanning the room, realized someone was missing and asked where Ayana was. Everyone inhaled collectively. Monoma's eyes lit up with interest. Mina stuttered that Ayana was with her parents, who were only in town for a few days. Monoma narrowed his eyes, suspicious of the explanation, and pressed for more details about the training session that had caused such commotion. Mina insisted it was just family bonding, while Shiro added that it was wholesome and zero chaos. Kaminari, however, blurted that she was definitely not with her parents, only to cover his mouth again in shock. Mineta groaned that they were all going to die. Kendo pinched the bridge of her nose, urging everyone to stop lying to Monoma, who catalogued emotional shifts like it was a sport. Monoma preened, claiming he had a gift and sensed they were covering up something monumental, possibly romantic and definitely unhinged. Tetsu stepped around him, brows furrowed, asking if they were talking about a bond reveal. Mina and Kaminari shouted in perfect sync that they were not, while Todoroki calmly stated that they were being honest now. Everyone turned to him, and he blinked slowly, confused. Mina practically lunged at him, demanding to know what happened to the Code of Silence. Todoroki replied that he had never agreed to it. Jairu groaned, realizing the truth. Monoma's grin turned mischievous as he spoke about Ayana Selwyn, the daughter of America's top heroes, having found her soulmate in Japan. The question of who it was lingered in the air, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one dared to answer. Monoma's eyes narrowed, urging them to speak up. Tetsu muttered that multiple people in the room knew the answer, glancing nervously at Mina, who was visibly anxious. The tension escalated as Monoma suggested they figure out who else was missing. Mina's breath caught in her throat, and Kaminari whispered that Monoma was in deduction mode. With a gleeful whisper, Monoma pointed out that Ayana and her soulmate were absent, while Midoriya, Todoroki, and Ito were present. Kirishima raised his hands, trying to defuse the situation, but it was too late. Monoma's voice dropped to a conspiratorial tone as he asked where Bakugo was. The silence that followed was palpable, and someone in the back audibly reacted. Tetsu mouthed a curse, while Mina shook her head in disbelief, warning Monoma to reconsider his words. Monoma, however, was reveling in the chaos he anticipated, imagining explosions and a fierce battle. Jairu buried her face in her hands, fearing for Monoma's safety. In the next moment, Monoma declared that Ayana Selwyn and Katsuki Bakugo were soulmates, a revelation that sent shockwaves through the room. Shiro turned to Mina, questioning whether they should inform Monoma of his blunder. Just then, Ayana's voice echoed from the hallway, asking about her bag, which she had forgotten in the rush. Bakugo muttered dismissively about the bag, but all eyes turned toward the door as Ayana stepped in, her face flushed and hair slightly tamed but still full of static energy. She wore Bakugo's oversized jacket, the collar popped and faintly glowing with soul prints. Bakugo followed closely behind, his expression stormy as he growled at her to let it go. Ayana, unfazed, challenged him to make her. Their playful banter filled the room with an electric tension, and everyone held their breath. Monoma, instead of being smug, looked genuinely stunned by the unfolding scene. Bakugo's hand hovered near Ayana's lower back, a subtle claim that spoke volumes. Ayana stood confidently, chin held high, while Awase leaned against the wall, watching with a tight jaw and crossed arms. Bakugo noticed Awase's gaze on Ayana and silently warned him with a barely perceptible movement. Monoma, captivated, remarked that the situation was more thrilling than he had imagined. When Bakugo stepped forward, the air thickened with intensity. He warned Monoma to tread carefully, and Awase chimed in, suggesting that Bakugo's relationship with Ayana was under scrutiny. Bakugo's expression remained unchanged, but the atmosphere shifted, becoming charged with tension. Ayana stood her ground, meeting Awase's gaze with unwavering determination. Bakugo's voice dropped dangerously low as he demanded Awase repeat his earlier comment. Awase maintained his composure, insisting he was merely observing. Bakugo's frustration boiled over as he confronted Awase, asserting that Ayana was his and that he had already won her heart. Ayana, standing beside Bakugo, subtly reinforced their bond, causing Awase's confident demeanor to falter. Awase's comment about their past interaction hung in the air, prompting Ayana to turn slowly, her expression unreadable. She challenged Awase, reminding him of her words from that night, setting the stage for a confrontation. In a flashback, the room had erupted in excitement as Ayana had dared to kiss someone in the circle, a challenge that had left everyone breathless. Bakugo had reacted with disbelief, throwing the card back at Mina, reminding her of the promise she had made. As the tension in the room escalated, it was clear that the dynamics between the characters were shifting, and the stakes were higher than ever. Mina blinked, then squeaked in surprise. She had promised to pull it if it ever came up. Ayana was frozen in place. Bakugo leaned back in his seat, casually demanding another card. Aways, with a lazy confidence that bordered on dangerous, provoked Bakugo, suggesting he was scared to kiss Ayana and that he would gladly do it for him. Every head turned, and Ayana's breath hitched, but Bakugo remained still, staring intensely, his arm draped across the couch as if nothing could touch him. Yet, the tension in the air was palpable. His jaw twitched slightly, a sign of the tension building within him. Then he spoke, his voice low and sharp. He emphasized the importance of respect, suggesting that Aways should try it sometime. Aways merely raised an eyebrow, smirking as he replied that respect didn't usually come with fists and fire. Bakugo stood, fists clenched, but annoyance cut through the air as she urged him to sit down, declaring that Aways wasn't worth it. Bakugo didn't move. His glare remained fixed on Aways, the heat between them escalating like a warning hum. But Ayana stood as well, not in panic or fear, but in command. She stepped between them, close enough for Bakugo to feel the boundary she was establishing. She spoke to him quietly, urging him to sit down. His jaw flexed, hands still clenched, but then he focused solely on her. Something in him cracked, and he exhaled sharply before dropping back into his seat like a boulder hitting the earth. Ayana turned to Aways, who met her gaze with a cool, almost amused expression. She bluntly revealed that she had never had her first kiss, a secret only a few of her closest friends knew. This revelation surprised everyone, especially Aways. She clarified that it wasn't fear but respect that held her back. As she started to return to her seat, she paused and declared that if it came down to choosing between him and Bakugo, she would choose Bakugo every time. The silence that followed was thick, not awkward or empty, but stunned. Ayana's eyes locked onto Bakugo, and she reiterated her choice, emphasizing that it was before she even knew he was her soulmate. Aways' jaw tightened, but she wasn't finished. Bakugo remained silent, but he didn't need to speak. The weight of Ayana's words struck harder than any explosion, resonating with a force that didn't require volume. She continued, stating that she didn't need a soulmate bond to want him, to choose him. Aways' expression shifted, losing its smirk as he absorbed her words. Ayana expressed her gratitude to Aways for pushing them over the edge that night, acknowledging that without that push, they might not be here now. Aways' throat moved, but he remained silent, stripped of his arrogance and left raw in a room that had chosen sides. Ayana didn't smile or gloat, she let the silence linger, allowing the truth to weigh heavily in the air. Then she turned and walked back to Bakugo, stopping when their shoulders brushed. She didn't need to look at him, he was already focused on her. He quietly asked if she was done, to which she confirmed that he had received the message. Bakugo offered to grab her bag, his voice still low but softened slightly, indicating a shift from wrath to resolve. Ayana nodded, not glancing back. He returned to her side, her backpack slung over his shoulder, and they walked toward the hallway together. This time, his hand made contact with her back, a firm and steady gesture that conveyed possession and support. The silence behind them held for a moment before Bakugo threw the bag over his shoulder, and the whispers erupted like wildfire. Kaminari expressed awe at the scene they had just witnessed, comparing it to watching a goddess descend and smite someone. Mina fanned herself, declaring that she wanted to be like Ayana when she grew up. Jayu, though dazed, noted that Ayana was their age. Ida sat in shock, re-evaluating his entire worldview, while Shiro remarked on Aways' likely inability to recover from the encounter. Todoroki, calm as ever, pointed out that Ayana had shown mercy, implying she could have said much more. Kaminari whispered that she had effectively vaporized Aways without raising her voice. Kirishima noted the restraint they had shown, which made the encounter even more impactful. Mina dreamily described the power and precision of Ayana's words as romantic carnage. Monoma, seemingly transfixed, finally spoke reverently, realizing that they were not just soulmates but representatives of a new era. Kendo groaned, hoping he wouldn't turn it into a speech, but Monoma insisted he was changed. Mineta, sulking in the corner, dismissed their bond, but Uraraka cut him off, reminding him that he hadn't even made the list of people Ayana considered. Mineta fell silent. Shiro leaned toward Kaminari, wondering if they would survive the fallout from the encounter. Kaminari shook his head in awe, insisting that what they had just witnessed was the fallout, and they emerged glowing. Jairu remarked that she felt bad for anyone who would dare to challenge them next. Todoroki glanced toward the hallway, deep in thought. Who says they haven't already? The room fell silent, acknowledging the truth in those words. Bakugo and Ayana turned the corner of the hallway, her bag resting over his shoulder, his hand gently placed on her back. They exchanged no words, for their connection spoke volumes. Every step they took, every glow on their skin, signaled their resolve. They weren't hiding and the world had taken notice. Before they could exit the building, Ayana's parents approached them. Ophelia, her mother, smiled kindly at Bakugo and asked if they could borrow their daughter for a while. Bakugo instinctively stiffened at the sight of them. Ophelia and Xavier Selwyn, exuding an air of authority that felt legendary. They were not just figures of myth to him, they had been there during his darkest moments. They had witnessed Edgeshot, their friend, sacrifice himself to save Bakugo. Ophelia had held him in her arms, blood-soaked and barely alive, while she called for help. Xavier had cleared a path to the medical evacuation with a force that shook the ground, Ophelia following closely with Bakugo's unconscious body. They had seen him at his most vulnerable, and he hadn't had the chance to speak with them since. Their visit had been brief, filled with lectures and simulations, leaving little time for meaningful conversation. It was ironic, really. They had saved him without knowing how intertwined their lives would become, how their daughter would come to UA, how he and Ayana would fall deeply for one another, becoming soulmates. Bakugo felt the weight of history pressing down on him. The two most powerful heroes had once carried his broken body and now regarded him as if he held something even more delicate, their daughter's heart. He hesitated to respond. Ophelia raised an eyebrow, her patience palpable, while Xavier stood behind her, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Ayana sensed the tension and glanced between them, softly asking if they were okay as she touched Bakugo's wrist. The warmth of their soul print connected him to her, grounding him. He swallowed hard. "They just want to talk," she reassured him, her tone gentle. "I won't be long." He nodded, jaw tight, and told her to go. Ophelia smiled warmly, thanking him, while Xavier's steady gaze held no malice, just an unspoken weight. Ayana squeezed his hand before stepping away, following her parents down the hall toward one of the faculty lounges. She glanced back once, their eyes meeting, and he understood without words that she would have stayed if he had asked. But he didn't, and he wouldn't. This moment was about respect and reckoning. Bakugo leaned against the wall, arms crossed, feeling the quiet of the hallway envelop him. For the first time in a long while, he hoped that when Ayana returned, she would still look at him the same way. Inside the faculty lounge, the door clicked shut behind them. Ayana stood facing her parents in the soft light, arms folded but open, waiting. Her pulse steadied from earlier but now thrummed with anticipation. Ophelia moved first, graceful as always, with Xavier beside her, his presence imposing yet calm. Ophelia began, her voice soft but edged with urgency, explaining that they felt it was time for her to see something they should have shown her before she arrived at UA. Ayana's brows furrowed as realization dawned on her. "The video footage from the war," she said, pausing. "The footage you didn't want me to see." Ophelia nodded slowly, her expression unreadable. "We didn't want to show you before. We thought you were too young, but there were things we hadn't processed ourselves." Xavier's jaw tightened, his usually calm eyes shadowed by the weight of that day. "We wanted to protect you," he admitted. Ophelia approached a panel on the wall and entered a code. A hidden screen flickered to life, revealing a series of secure folders. She hesitated before opening one labeled Alpha 6, Edgeshot Evac, Priority Archive. Ayana moved closer, and the footage began grainy at first, chaotic and filled with smoke and flame. It took her a moment to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. Then she saw him, Bakugo, lying on the ground, unmoving, blood soaking through his suit. And Edgeshot, folding in on himself until he was the size of a thread. "No," Ayana whispered. The camera shifted to Ophelia's perspective, her breath sharp and panicked as she dropped to her knees beside Bakugo, pressing her hands to his chest, glowing with healing energy and desperation. "A little longer," her voice crackled from the footage. "Stay with me, come on just a little longer." Another feed showed Xavier tearing through a collapsing structure with a wave of force, his roars barely distinguishable from the chaos around him. Ayana's throat tightened. "I remember you telling me," she said, her voice nearly lost in the playback's hum, "but knowing and seeing are two very different things. Especially now." Ophelia's eyes flicked to her daughter's face, calm yet tight at the edges, filled with grief and awe. "We never meant to keep it from you," she said gently. "We just wanted to give you time to be young, to not carry the weight we do." "But I carry it anyway," Ayana murmured. "Whether you show me or not." Xavier crossed his arms. "We know that now." Ayana didn't look away from the screen, where Bakugo's chest had just heaved upward, his first breath after Edgeshot vanished into him. The relief on her mother's face in the footage was palpable, filled with tears and blood. "He almost died," she whispered. "Right there. Right in front of you." "He did," Ophelia confirmed. 4:62 seconds. His heart stopped. Ayana's breath caught. "I counted," Ophelia added, her voice tight. "Every one of them." Xavier exhaled slowly, as if releasing the memory itself. "We've seen a lot of loss. Too much. But that moment, those 62 seconds, felt like the longest of our lives." Ayana stepped closer to the screen, her arms wrapped around herself, absorbing the weight of the truth laid bare before her. She stared at the frozen frame, her mother's hands pressed to Bakugo's chest, glowing and slick. Her father was in the background, tearing through rubble with reckless force. And Bakugo so still he looked carved from stone. She whispered to herself, reflecting on the moment, realizing that she had always been destined to love him. Her eyes trailed to her arm, where the soul prints he had left were slowly fading away. Ophelia's voice was almost inaudible as she admitted they hadn't known. Ayana turned to face them fully, questioning why they were showing her this now. Xavier met her gaze evenly and explained that it was not just about what had happened, but about what it meant. Ophelia stepped closer, her expression open but serious. She pointed out that Ayana had changed since meeting Bakugo. He challenged her and pushed her past her limits. But realized that if they were going to trust him with her, she needed to understand why they already did. Ayana blinked in surprise, asking if they truly trusted him. Ophelia confirmed that they did not blindly, but because they had seen who he was before she ever did. That day, he hadn't just survived, he had fought, even when there was nothing left to give. Xavier nodded slowly, adding that Edgeshot had made a choice, a sacrifice, and Bakugo had lived up to it every day since. Ayana looked back to the screen, her throat tight, acknowledging that just when she thought he couldn't surprise her anymore, he did. Ophelia smiled knowingly, explaining that this was how she would know it was real. Ayana let out a breath, part laugh, part release, and turned fully toward them, realizing this wasn't just about showing her what had happened. Xavier confirmed that it was about showing her what mattered. Ophelia brushed a loose strand of hair from Ayana's face, emphasizing that they needed her to see what they saw. They wanted her to understand why, when they looked at him now, they weren't afraid for her, they were proud of her. That acknowledgement cracked something open in Ayana's chest. It wasn't just about the bond or fear, but the weight of responsibility, history, and love she hadn't realized she had been waiting for them to acknowledge. She admitted she never expected any of it him, the bond, Xavier responded that neither had they, but that didn't make it any less right. Ayana took one more look at the paused footage on the screen, her mother's hands glowing, her father raging, Bakugo fighting against all odds. She expressed that she couldn't go back at the end of the term, she couldn't leave him. Ophelia didn't flinch or blink, she just nodded slowly, certain. They understood her choice. Xavier's shoulders rose and fell with a quiet breath, acknowledging they had figured as much. Ayana tightened her arms around herself, feeling the weight of her parents' expectations. She thought they might still hope she would come home, go pro in the States, and be who she was supposed to be before all of this. Ophelia gently reassured her that she was who she was supposed to be, she was just not who they thought she'd be. That realization wasn't a disappointment, it was evolution. Ayana swallowed hard, feeling the truth in their words. Xavier added that they had raised her to make her own choices, and it would be hypocritical to be upset when she did. Ayana's eyes stung, not from anger, but from the understanding and love they still had for her through the change. Ophelia assured her that she would always have a home with them, but they saw the life she was building and would never ask her to walk away from it or from him. Ayana stepped forward and hugged her mother tightly, desperate and grateful, then her father, who held her just as firmly. When she pulled back, her voice was soft but steady as she thanked them for trusting her and seeing her. Xavier offered a small, wry smile, stating they had always seen her, they just had to catch up with who she had become. Ophelia touched her cheek, encouraging her to go on, as Bakugo was probably pacing in the hallway by now. Ayana laughed under her breath, wiping her eyes, acknowledging that he didn't exactly do, still, very well. She turned toward the door, pausing just before she opened it, lingering on the handle as she glanced back one last time. She asked if they really thought he had lived up to what Edgeshot had given him. Ophelia's eyes softened as she affirmed that they did. Xavier nodded once, adding that he thought Bakugo was just getting started. Ayana didn't reply, she didn't have to. She opened the door and stepped back into the hallway. Bakugo was right there exactly where she'd left him, back against the wall, arms folded, but his head lifted the moment he heard the door. Their eyes met, And in that breathless moment, Ayana knew they were past the point of doubt. She walked straight to him, her steps sure. When she reached him, she didn't say a word, she just slid her hand into his. His fingers curled around hers immediately, and the soul prints lit between their skin, glowing in the quiet. He asked if everything was okay, his voice low but strained, as if he hadn't let himself breathe until now. Ayana looked up at him, her expression unreadable for a moment, then smiled. She told him they were proud of him. Bakugo blinked in surprise, questioning what she meant. She lifted their joined hands, showing him the prints shimmering against her skin, explaining that they trusted him not just because of her, but because of him. Bakugo didn't answer at first, he seemed to swallow hard, as if no one had ever said that to him before. Finally, he muttered that it took them long enough. Ayana smirked, leaned up on her toes, and kissed him light and sure, filled with everything she didn't need to say out loud. When she pulled back, she whispered that he had earned it. Bakugo, built on fire and fury, looked at her as if he finally believed it. The dorms were quiet when they returned, not the kind of quiet that came from curfew or exhaustion, but a soft, warm silence that existed just for them. Bakugo didn't say a word when they stepped into his room. He simply closed the door behind them and locked it with a flick of his wrist, the click echoing louder than it should have. Ayana set her bag down without looking away from him, still holding his hand. Neither of them let go. The silence stretched between them, not heavy, not awkward, but full of everything that had been said and everything that hadn't. His thumb brushed over her knuckles, slow and rhythmic, as if he needed the contact just as much as she did. He finally asked if she was okay, his voice low and rough around the edges. Ayana nodded, feeling better than before. Bakugo didn't push, he just studied her for a long moment, his eyes softer than she ever would have expected when they first met. Gently, he pulled her forward until she was standing between his legs, her hands resting on his shoulders. Her fingers slid into his hair without thought, and in that moment, everything felt right. His hands found her waist, grounding himself in her gentle curve. She whispered that he had stayed the whole time, brushing her nose against his. He hummed in response, affirming her words. Ayana leaned in until their foreheads touched and shared that they had shown her the footage from the war, hesitating before adding that it was of him. Bakugo stilled, every muscle in him tensing as if he had turned to stone. Ayana felt the shift in the air, the tremor in his breath. Her fingers slipped from his hair to cradle his jaw, grounding them both. She explained softly that they wanted her to understand what he had gone through and what they saw in him. His jaw tightened under her palm as he looked away, then back at her, as if meeting her gaze caused him pain. He expressed that they shouldn't have shown her that, his voice low and almost hoarse. She countered, firm yet quiet, that she was glad they did because it made her realize something important. He waited, bracing himself for what she might say, fearing she would see weakness. Instead, she cupped his cheek and brushed her thumb beneath his eye, murmuring that he had already died once for this world and still fought like he had something left to prove. He bit out that he did, raw with emotion, explaining that he hadn't been strong enough that day and someone had to die for him to live. She interrupted him, reminding him that he had honored that sacrifice every day since. Ed's shot hadn't saved him to be perfect, he had saved him because he wasn't done yet. Bakugo's hands tightened at her waist, not pulling her in but holding her as if he needed the reminder that she was there. Ayana stepped closer until their foreheads touched again, her voice dropping to a whisper as she said that Ed's shot would have made the same choice if he saw who Bakugo was now. His breath hitched and for a long moment, neither of them moved. She let the silence settle, allowing him to absorb her words, her presence, and the truth she wasn't afraid to share. Then, very softly, he asked if she really believed that. She nodded, slow and sure, brushing her lips over his without quite kissing him, affirming that she did. Bakugo closed his eyes, pressing his forehead against hers as if a weight had been lifted, replaced by something gentler and tender. He expressed his love for her, and Bakugo stilled again, but this time it was different, soft and stunned, as if her words had cracked open something within him. Ayana didn't move or flinch, she let the silence sit between them, honest and unshakable. Her hands remained warm on his jaw, steady even as her pulse raced. Bakugo opened his eyes slowly, looking at her as if she were the only real thing in the universe. His voice was barely a breath when he asked her to say it again. She smiled softly, aching yet sure, repeating that she loved him. A flicker moved across his face, disbelief chased by wonder and something fierce and unrelenting. Then he kissed her. It was not careful or hesitant, it was fierce, as if he had been holding back every time before this. His hands slid up her back, fingers threading through her hair as he kissed her deeper, needier. Ayana responded in kind, curling her arms tighter around his shoulders, melting into the press of his body against hers. The kiss turned urgent, messy, and real. When they finally broke apart, both gasping for air, Bakugo didn't move far. His forehead rested against hers, breath hot between them as he confessed his love for her, saying it terrified him. Ayana didn't need to respond. She just kissed him again, slower this time, savoring it as if she were learning the shape of him and the way he tasted when he allowed himself to be vulnerable. Bakugo kissed her back like she was oxygen, as if his very essence was buried under his skin and only her touch could bring it forward. His hands traced the line of her spine, deliberate and reverent. They had touched and kissed before, but this was different. This was after everything, after her parents, after the truth, after the declaration of love. Ayana's hands slid beneath the collar of his shirt, fingers splaying over his shoulder blades. She felt the heat of him, the tension thrumming just below the surface. His breath stuttered when she moved her mouth to the curve of his jaw, brushing kisses there like a promise. She whispered that he wasn't afraid anymore. He replied that he had never been afraid of her. He leaned forward, lifting her just enough to back them toward the bed. She went willingly, climbing into his lap as he sat. Their souls seemed to flare where their skin met, glowing in slow pulses. She noticed he was shaking and he denied it. His hands curled against her hips, grounding her. He admitted that she scared him and she smiled, pleased. He growled under his breath and kissed her again, rougher now, his hands sliding beneath the hem of her shirt, palms hot against her back. Ayana arched into the touch, sighing into his mouth. Her fingers found the edge of his hoodie, tugging it up, and he broke the kiss long enough to remove it. Then she was back on him, mouth on his throat, teeth catching gently at the base. Bakugo swore softly, his grip tightening as he warned her, but it wasn't really a warning, it was a prayer. She pulled back just enough to look at him, flushed and breathless, entirely sure of herself. She corrected him gently, and Bakugo's hands gripped her tighter, his fingers splaying across her back as if he were trying to memorize how she fit against him. Her name echoed between them, and it made something in him unravel, not because it was beautiful, though it was, but because she gave it to him freely and intimately. He muttered against her throat, a mix of a growl and a confession, that she was his and he was hers. Ayana shivered, not from fear but from want and knowing. She tangled her fingers in his hair, tugging just enough to draw a low sound from deep within him. She whispered his name, barely a breath. He corrected her again, his voice quiet yet rough, as if her saying his name that way affected him deeply. His gaze burned into hers, heat and reverence intertwined with every breath he took. Ayana felt it all in the space between them, the way her real name, the name only he had earned, fit perfectly beside his. No masks, no guards, just them. She leaned in again, lips brushing his like a promise, savoring the taste of his name as she repeated it slowly. He groaned low in his throat and kissed her again, hands running up her sides, dragging the fabric of her shirt with them. Their soul prints sparked to life wherever they touched, golden and violet flares blooming along her ribs, his chest, their hands. She let him tug the shirt over her head and didn't look away. He breathed in awe, his eyes sweeping over her as if trying to memorize every detail. She was beautiful. Ayana smiled, shy but confident. She was his. Bakugo surged forward again, pulling her back into his lap, his mouth trailing down her neck with quiet urgency. She kissed him again, deeper this time, allowing herself to sink into the moment. Her thighs tightened around his hips as she shifted forward, rolling her body against his in a slow, intentional movement. His breath caught, and his hands moved instinctively, one gripping her hip, the other threading back into her hair. Bakugo's breath stuttered, his head tipping forward to rest against her shoulder. His voice was low and filled with emotion as he expressed how she affected him. Ayana curled her fingers around the back of his neck, pulling him in tighter, encouraging him to show her what he felt. With a sudden motion, he flipped them just enough to lay her back against the bed. His weight settled over her, forearms braced on either side of her head, giving her space but not distance. He told her to let him know if she needed to stop, his voice low and firm. She assured him she would, but silently hoped he wouldn't. Bakugo kissed her as if that was the only answer he needed. His hands slipped under her shirt, lifting it inch by inch, giving her every chance to say no, but she didn't. She raised her arms, allowing him to strip it off, then reached for him again. Skin to skin. Soulprint to soulprint. They moved like they were made for this, the bond between them serving as the blueprint, while love and trust brought it to life. Every breath, every kiss, every heartbeat was a choice. It was all them. Bakugo's gaze swept over her like it was the first time he'd truly seen her. Bare beneath him, glowing softly with soul-print warmth, her eyes steady and vulnerable. He breathed in reverence, his fingers ghosting up her sides, creating a trail of goosebumps. Her hands curled around his wrists as she called his name, grounding him. He looked down, meeting her gaze, and she didn't need to say anything else. The way she said his name was enough, a tether, a vow. Then she pulled him back to her, their mouths meeting in a kiss filled with hunger and heat, igniting something in both of them. Soul prints bloomed along their skin in violet and gold, pulses of light shimmering and fading with every touch. He kissed down her neck, her collarbone, trailing lower as her breath hitched. Her hands tangled in his hair again, pulling gently, grounding herself in the warmth of his mouth, the slide of his hands over her ribs and hips. He murmured against her skin, asking what she wanted, his voice trembling with restraint. She whispered that she wanted him, just him, and he gave her that. There was no rush, no hesitation, just slow, deliberate movements, his hands memorizing every curve and reaction. The way her body arched when his mouth found her stomach, the way her breath stuttered when his fingers traced the edge of her waistband, the way she bit her lip to stifle a sound when he leaned in, his breath warm and teasing. Her body responded to him with every shift, every roll of her hips, every sigh that escaped her lips. When he finally moved to remove her last barrier, she let herself be completely bare before him. Bakugo just looked at her, not in hunger or conquest, but in awe. He expressed how she was everything to him, and she touched his face, affirming that he was everything to her too. Then he kissed her again, lower this time, and she lost herself in the moment. Every thought scattered, every part of her lit up. His name left her lips repeatedly, sometimes a whisper, sometimes a gasp, sometimes just a breath when the pleasure overwhelmed her. Bakugo moved with a familiarity that suggested he was still learning her, wanting to spend the rest of his life doing so. There was a reverence in every touch, as if he needed her, needed this, needed them. When he rose back over her, their eyes locked and neither looked away. There was no fear, no doubt, just choice. He promised to be there for her, asking her to tell him if she needed anything. She stated simply that she needed him, always. He kissed her again, slow and deep, aligning them with more care than anything he'd ever done. Their hands intertwined, grounding them, and then he entered her. They both stilled, time slowing as their breaths caught in the shared space of that moment where everything in their bond clicked into place. It was not just the heat or the ache, but a recognition. Ayana felt it first, like lightening up her spine, her soul prints flaring and lighting up like a constellation made just for him. She gasped, overwhelmed, and Bakugo remained still, shaking slightly. He expressed how he felt her everywhere, and she whispered that he was in her, everywhere, always had been. Then they moved together, as if rhythm was second nature and breathing was something they only remembered when it broke. Their bodies rocked in sync, slow and deep at first, as their souls learned how to fit together, completely and entirely. There were no sharp edges, no hesitation, just heat, trust, and soul-print light blooming across their skin, growing brighter with every movement. She met him move for move, her hands gripping his back, nails dragging across skin and scars alike. He swore under his breath, his head buried in the crook of her neck, losing himself in the moment. She encouraged him, assuring him he could continue. Katsuki held on tightly, moving with Ayana as their bond surged. The room was illuminated with a brilliant violet and gold light, pulsing in rhythm with their heartbeats. Ayana experienced a wave of overwhelming emotion, crying out his name as she felt a rush of warmth and connection. Katsuki followed suit, lost in the moment, feeling as if he were being swept away by a tide he never wanted to resist. They remained still, wrapped in each other's embrace, their soul prints glowing softly as their breaths began to slow. After a moment of silence, Ayana whispered that she felt everything, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Katsuki pressed a gentle kiss to her temple and confessed that he felt the same. They stayed intertwined, the bond between them humming with warmth and unity. Ayana rested her head against his shoulder, her leg draped over his hip, fingers still entwined with his. The sheets clung to their skin, but neither felt the urge to pull away. She had never experienced anything like this before, the warmth, the rightness of being together, and the feeling of being truly seen and chosen. Katsuki traced his thumb over the back of her hand, feeling the faint glow of their soul print beneath her knuckles. The light pulsed gently, as if it had found its place and was content. Ayana noticed his quietness. and murmured about it. He took a moment before responding, pressing a slow, reverent kiss to her head. He shared his thoughts about how close he had come to losing everything, and Ayana turned to meet his gaze, seeing the raw vulnerability in his eyes. She reminded him that he had lived and that their paths had crossed. Katsuki acknowledged the weight of her words, admitting that he felt unworthy of her. Ayana reassured him that he didn't need to earn her love, he just needed to keep choosing her. He affirmed that he did so every day, every moment. With a small but certain smile, she leaned in to kiss him again, a soft promise of what was to come. Bakugo felt a rush of excitement at her words, a spark igniting within him. He smirked, teasingly challenging her to see if he would back down. The air crackled with tension as he leaned closer, his intentions clear. Ayana playfully raised an eyebrow, confident in her own strength. Bakugo's eyes darkened with determination, and he promised that she would find herself begging for more. The atmosphere around them was electric, charged with an undeniable connection. As they kissed, it was a powerful reminder of how much they meant to each other. Every movement spoke volumes, conveying emotions that words could not capture. He vowed silently that he would never let her go, and Ayana could only nod in agreement, feeling alive and completely hers in that moment. As their souls intertwined, their bond deepened in ways they couldn't fully understand, but they knew that having each other was enough. The morning after brought a serene stillness. While the dorms buzzed with the usual breakfast chaos, Bakugo's room was filled with quiet breaths and soft murmurs. Ayana woke first, nestled against him, feeling the comforting weight of his arm around her. She realized how much she craved this warmth not just physically, but emotionally. For so long, she had been used to standing alone, guarding herself against the world's pain. But now, she found solace in this moment with Bakugo, feeling no need to analyze or figure things out. She simply needed him. As he shifted slightly, pulling her closer with a soft hum, she smiled and traced her finger along his jawline, memorizing every detail: the way his hair spiked, the sharpness of his features softened by sleep, and the faint scar on his shoulder. In this quiet intimacy, she felt a deep sense of belonging. His scars, his history woven into him, a reminder of everything he had been through, everything he had overcome. She didn't need him to be perfect, she just needed him to keep choosing her. Bakugo stirred, blinking his eyes open and narrowing them slightly at the light filtering in from the window. His hand instinctively tightened around her, pulling her even closer, as if he was trying to ensure she was still there, still real. The bond between them shimmered faintly where their skin met, a soft glow that only they could see. He let out a low groan, still half-dazed from sleep, before his eyes settled on her. The raw vulnerability from earlier in the night had softened into something quieter, more tender. He was still waking up, but there was an undeniable comfort in the way he looked at her. Ayana whispered a soft greeting, her voice still thick with the remnants of sleep, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Bakugo's eyes narrowed slightly, trying to fight off the haze of sleep. He muttered a response, his voice gruff as always, but now laced with something gentler. She assured him she wouldn't be anywhere else, her tone teasing yet warm. He pulled her closer, his breath warm against her skin as he buried his face into the crook of her neck. He didn't say anything more, but the simple act of holding her tighter spoke volumes. It was as if he was afraid she might slip away if he let go. Ayana closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the steady rise and fall of his chest, her fingers tracing the contours of his arm where it wrapped around her. Everything felt so right. No chaos, no demands, just this quiet moment between them. She let herself get lost in it. But reality was never too far away. She could hear the distant sound of other students beginning to stir in the dorm, the normal hum of the morning routine starting to take over. It was impossible to ignore. Yet, in this moment, with Bakugo still holding her like he needed her there, Ayana felt like everything else could wait. They could stay like this a little longer. Then there was a knock on the door. Mina's voice called through, insisting that Bakugo couldn't keep her best friend from her forever. Bakugo let out a low groan at the sound of Mina's voice, his grip on Ayana tightening for just a moment, as if he could shield her from the intrusion. Ayana chuckled softly, brushing her lips against his temple. Mina reminded them that she needed to get ready for class, playfully asserting that she wouldn't let Bakugo drag Ayana away. Bakugo groaned again, muttering under his breath as he tightened his hold on Ayana, clearly not eager to face the outside world just yet. He expressed his desire for a few more minutes of peace, a half-smile tugging at his lips as Ayana's laughter filled the room. Ayana gently pointed out that she did need to get ready for class, and Mina wouldn't leave them alone until she did. Bakugo gave a resigned sigh but didn't let go of her. He grumbled about Mina's impeccable timing, his eyes narrowing as if he could will her away by sheer force of will. Ayana smiled, her hand sliding down to his, squeezing it gently. She acknowledged that they both knew that was not how it worked. Reluctantly, Bakugo released her, though his hands lingered on her waist for a moment longer, as if not quite ready to let go of the warmth between them. His gaze softened as it moved over her, taking in the way the light danced across her features. He still looked at her like she was something he couldn't quite believe was real. He mentioned needing to move some of her things after class, so Mina couldn't use that excuse anymore. Ayana blinked at him, surprised by the weight of his words. She hadn't expected him to say anything like that, at least, not so soon. The thought of moving her things into his room was something she hadn't fully considered, but now, with his words hanging between them, she felt a surge of warmth in her chest. He was serious. She asked if he was sure about that, her voice soft but with a hint of teasing as she studied his face. She was testing the waters, trying to gauge his sincerity. The thought of making their connection more permanent had always seemed like a future possibility, not an immediate one. Bakugo's gaze softened, the usual fire in his eyes replaced by something more genuine. He hesitated for a moment before answering, his voice low and steady. He confirmed he was sure, expressing his desire for her not to run off to the other side of the dorm every time Mina came knocking. He trailed off for a second, a slight blush creeping into his cheeks, though he quickly cleared his throat. He added that it just made sense since she was always there anyway. Ayana's heart fluttered at his words. His blunt honesty left little room for doubt. His words weren't grand declarations, but the sincerity behind them hit her in a way that no flowery confession ever could. She leaned down, brushing her lips against his forehead in a soft kiss, whispering her agreement. She wasn't afraid of taking that step with him. Not anymore. Bakugo let out a breath, his body relaxing just a fraction as if he had been holding his breath. He met her gaze, the intensity of his usual expressions softened by a rare tenderness. He remarked that she was really something, his voice still rough with sleep but filled with affection. Ayana's heart skipped a beat at his words. She smiled softly, the corners of her lips curling up gently. She returned the sentiment, tracing the line of his jaw with her hand. Bakugo grumbled about not wanting her to get all mushy on him, though there was no bite to his words. He tugged her closer once more, wrapping his arm around her waist. He expressed a desire for things to be easier and less complicated with her. Ayana's smile grew, and she let out a soft laugh. She could feel the tension from earlier ease away as she curled against him, resting her head on his chest. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the comfort of the moment wash over her. She murmured her approval of his idea into his chest, her fingers tracing gentle patterns on his skin. Mina called through the door once more, reminding them she was still waiting. Ayana reluctantly pulled away from Bakugo's embrace, the warmth of his presence lingering on her skin as she sat up. She glanced at him, her fingers brushing over his arm as if unwilling to break the connection completely. Bakugo let out an exaggerated sigh, clearly not pleased with the interruption. He grumbled that she didn't have to go and suggested letting the other girl wait. She chuckled softly, her lips curving into a playful smile. Ayana mentioned that if they made her wait much longer, she would melt the door with her acid. Getting to her feet, she stretched and added that they needed to get ready for class, as her uniform was in her dorm. She also needed to grab the design for her new suit to get the alterations done. Bakugo's voice was low, but there was a hint of surprise when he asked if she was changing the design for her hero suit. He pushed himself up onto his elbows, locking his eyes onto hers, clearly caught off guard by the mention of her changing her suit. Ayana nodded, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. She explained that after the Soulmates synergy simulation, she realized her suit needed some alterations. When he asked what type of alterations, she teased that they could talk about it later, emphasizing that they both needed to get ready for class to avoid a frustrated Mr. Aizawa. Bakugo watched her for a moment, his brows furrowing in playful irritation at her evasive answer. He had hoped for more details, but if Ayana wasn't ready to share, he wouldn't push. He muttered his agreement, shifting to sit up in bed. As he stretched his arms above his head, his muscles tensed and flexed, and Ayana couldn't help but appreciate the view. He caught her gaze for a moment before grinning, his usual confidence returning, and said he would just have to wait until later. Ayana leaned over and offered him a quick kiss on the cheek, reassuring him that he would know all about it soon enough. He grunted, looking away slightly, as if the soft affection wasn't his preferred style, but she could see the faintest smile creeping across his face, making her smile even more. As she walked to the door, hand on the handle, she hesitated before looking back at him. She addressed him by name, and Bakugo looked up from the bed, his expression softening slightly when he saw her gaze. He raised an eyebrow in question. Ayana paused for a moment, her fingers still gripping the door handle. She wasn't sure what made her say it, but the thought had lingered since she'd woken up beside him. She confessed her love for him, and Bakugo's eyes widened slightly. For a moment, he didn't say anything. It wasn't shock that held him silent. Rather, it was the powerful and unexpected simplicity of her words. The way she said it so softly felt right in the quiet of the morning. He responded with his own declaration of love, and his usual sharpness softened, revealing a gentler side as he met her gaze. The vulnerability in his eyes was rare, but with Ayana he didn't seem to mind showing it. He sat up straighter, his expression intense yet filled with something she couldn't quite define. He began to express his commitment to showing her just how much he loved her. Ayana smiled, her heart racing at his words. She let the silence stretch between them, allowing the sincerity of his feelings to settle in her chest. As she pulled the door open, she told him that he already did. Mina's voice called from the other side, clearly losing patience but cheerful nonetheless. She urged Ayana to hurry up, threatening to drag her out herself. Ayana laughed softly, shaking her head as she called back that she was coming. She looked at Bakugo one last time before stepping out of the room, catching his gaze once more. His eyes were steady and warm, filled with an unspoken promise. As she closed the door behind her, she stood in the hallway for a moment, letting the stillness settle around her. Her hand lingered on the door, as though she could still feel Bakugo's presence on the other side. Mina's teasing voice pulled her back to reality. She playfully questioned how long it took, suggesting that Ayana and Bakugo might have been planning to skip class together. Ayana laughed softly, still warmed by her conversation with Bakugo, and remarked on how she wondered how Kirishima put up with Mina sometimes. Mina smirked, claiming that Kirishima was a saint. She expressed surprise at how lost Ayana seemed in Bakugo, asking what had happened in there. Ayana smiled, trying to keep the teasing tone light while feeling a soft flush rise to her cheeks. She vaguely mentioned that they were just talking and figuring things out, though Mina's knowing look indicated she wasn't entirely convinced. Mina raised her eyebrows, clearly enjoying the moment. She teased that she had definitely heard an "I love you" coming from that room. Ayana playfully defended herself, asking if that was a problem. Mina shook her head, stating that it was about time, as they had been dancing around it long enough. Ayana chuckled softly, glancing away as she reflected on how natural everything had felt with Bakugo. She acknowledged that it took a little longer to put it into words, but it felt good. Mina leaned in slightly, lowering her voice to a more serious tone. She expressed her happiness for Ayana and Bakugo, noting that they were good together. However, she playfully warned Ayana not to keep her waiting too long for the details. Ayana laughed and shook her head, reminding Mina that she still needed to get ready for class and that the interrogation wasn't helping. Ayana wasn't quite sure how she found herself in this situation. In truth, she knew exactly how it happened thanks to Mina and Jairu. After class, she had been waiting by the door for Bakugo, who wanted to grab some of her things to take to his dorm. However, Mina and Jairu had other plans. They took advantage of Bakugo being caught up in a debate with Todoroki and Deku to drag her away, despite her protests. That was how she ended up dressed in clothes she didn't like at a crowded karaoke bar with all the girls from Class A and Class B. Mina told Ayana not to be such a Bakugo, and Ayana couldn't help but smile at the memory of the first time she heard that phrase. She retorted that she wouldn't be acting like him if Mina hadn't dragged her to a bar against her will, reminding her that it wasn't even legal for her to be in a bar due to her upbringing. Mina shot back that it was a good thing they weren't actually at one. Ayana glanced over at Jairu, who was leaning against the bar with a drink in hand, looking far too comfortable amidst the chaos. She muttered that it was still loud, her hands shoved deep into the pockets of her borrowed jacket. Mina, barely hearing the complaint, grinned and encouraged Ayana, claiming she could see her fighting the urge to sing. Ayana quickly denied it, even as her eyes darted to the karaoke machine. She added that she would definitely be fighting the urge to flee once things turned into a full-blown disaster. Just then, a group of boys from Class B walked through the door, led by Awaze and Minoma. Ayana sighed, declaring it a disaster. Mina teased her, saying that her Prince Charming would be there soon, making it easier to convince him to join in if he knew she was already there. Tsuyu chimed in from across the table, mentioning that Kaminari had started a bet on how Ayana would act if she got drunk. Hagakure added that Mineta was betting that she would strip. Ayana's disbelief quickly turned into annoyance as she repeated her question, louder this time, asking if they were really betting money on that. Mina, clearly enjoying the chaos, leaned in with an exaggerated whisper, revealing that Kaminari's bet was even more interesting. He had wagered that Ayana and Bakugo would be all over each other in the bathroom by the end of the night. Ayana blinked slowly, and with all the force of someone who had finally reached her limit, she straightened up, leveling a look at Mina. With a flat stare, one character expressed disbelief, thinking they had 10 seconds to determine if the situation was a joke. Mina, unfazed, responded that she wished it were true. Kaminari had created an entire notes app dedicated to bets on their class, meticulously detailing wagers for everyone. Jairu, without looking up from her drink, raised her glass and mentioned that she had predicted Kaminari would lose that bet, believing that the other two had more self-control than that. Hagakure added her thoughts, suggesting that Kaminari was being overly generous with his timeline, as she believed it would happen before the first song even started. Ayana pressed her fingers to her temple, feeling overwhelmed and muttering that this was her nightmare. Tsuyu blinked slowly, reassuring her that one could get used to it. Mina then cheerfully threw an arm around Ayana's shoulder, showing no remorse and insisting that it was all harmless fun. She added that if Ayana was truly bothered, she could always find a way to disrupt the bets. Ayana exchanged glances with her friends, feeling the weight of their mischievous plans. The idea of acting prim and proper all night to make their rivals regret their actions was tempting. Jairu, with a wicked grin, suggested leaning into the act just enough to create panic, even joking about giving Kaminari a heart attack. Ayana sighed, a reluctant smirk forming at the corner of her mouth as she acknowledged their insanity. Mina, ever cheerful, urged her to drink up, ready to dive into the night's antics. Ayana nudged her friends with a smirk, noting that technically, they shouldn't have been allowed in this place. However, here they were. She gave them both a deadpan look before taking a sip of her drink. It was sweet, fizzy, and dangerously easy to consume. She warned them that if any of them let Mineta win that bet, she would unleash Bakugo's explosive temper on them. With that, she slammed the drink back, leaving Mina in shock. Jairu grinned widely, delighted by Ayana's boldness. Ayana wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and shot them a fierce look, as if daring them to challenge her. She declared that if anyone wanted to win that bet, she would need another drink. Mina cheered and dashed off to the bar, eager to help. Jairu leaned back, smirking, anticipating the fun ahead. Ochako took out her phone to send Izuku a warning text. 5 minutes and 4 dangerously pink drinks later, Ayana found herself on stage. The lights dimmed, and a deep red spotlight illuminated the karaoke setup as the opening beat pulsed through the air, charged and impossible to ignore. She stood in front of the microphone, exuding confidence as if she were declaring war rather than merely performing. The crowd stirred with curiosity, some already cheering her on. Mina leaned forward, wide-eyed, while Jairu sat still, captivated. Tsuyu paused her texting, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Ayana took a deep breath, tilted her chin up, and began to sing, her voice steady and sultry, demanding attention with every note. The rhythm matched the slow sway of her hips, captivating everyone in the room. The sheer panels of her leggings caught the light, her silver hair glowing faint violet at the tips. She let her gaze drift slowly and deliberately toward the door, which opened to reveal Bakugo stepping inside. He froze, taken aback by the sight before him. Ayana's voice rose, filled with confidence as she sang about her daring nature. Kirishima walked in behind Bakugo, his jaw dropping in surprise, while Kaminari skidded to a stop, and even Monoma's usual smugness faded. Ayana continued, her smirk growing as she declared her wild spirit and the thrill of the game she was about to play. Bakugo blinked slowly, as if trying to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. She was captivating, and yet, undeniably herself. A jolt of violet energy crackled faintly across her collarbone, her soul print shimmering under the lights. She stepped forward, still locked into her rhythm, her energy palpable. As she sang, Bakugo exhaled sharply, feeling as if he had been punched in the gut. The intensity of her performance ignited something within him. Their eyes locked, direct and challenging, as she sang about the fire burning inside her. The moment felt electric, charged with unspoken tension. With a final burst of energy, she let the last note crash through the room, holding the microphone away from her lips, her gaze still fixed on Bakugo. The music faded, leaving an explosive silence that was soon shattered by pandemonium, screaming, applause, and half the room rising to their feet in admiration. Ayana stepped off the stage, feeling as if she had just conquered a battlefield. She didn't falter when she collided with Bakugo, who stood solid and unyielding, as if gravity had anchored him to the floor. For a breathless moment, they simply stared at each other, the heat of the lights and the lingering buzz of her quirk creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Bakugo looked at her with a storm raging in his eyes, and after a long moment his voice emerged, rough and intense. He questioned her about her performance, and Ayana tilted her head, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips as she explained the bets her classmates had placed on her. His disbelief was palpable as she detailed the outrageous wagers, and Bakugo's expression shifted to one of incredulity. He tightened his grip on her waist, a possessive gesture that grounded them both. Ayana challenged him with her gaze, asserting that there was only one thing that truly made her lose control, and it wasn't alcohol. Before Bakugo could respond, Mina burst into their space, her exuberance shattering the tension. She exclaimed how incredible Ayana had been, wrapping her arms around her friend without a care for the moment between her and Bakugo. Ayana stumbled slightly, while Bakugo took a half step back, his hands still resting at her waist, clearly struggling to contain his irritation. Mina proudly claimed responsibility for Ayana's outfit, and Bakugo's jaw clenched as he took in the sight of her attire. He glared at Mina, his voice low and dangerous as he expressed his frustration over the situation. Ayana, arms crossed, raised an eyebrow, teasingly challenging him about his reaction. Bakugo's irritation was evident, but beneath it lay a deeper concern, one that hinted at his feelings for her. The air between them pulsed with unspoken emotions, and as they stood there, the world around them faded, leaving only the two of them in that charged moment. A slow, unmistakable grin curled across her lips. She expressed surprise that he was upset about not seeing something first. Bakugo crossed his arms, deepening his scowl and confirming his irritation. Jairu smoothly joined the conversation, sipping her drink and arching a brow as she pointed out that a new bet had been placed, with Kaminari's odds changing. Ayana blinked in confusion and asked what the bet was about. Jairu gave her a pointed look, explaining it was about whether they would make it back to the dorms before someone's shirt came off. Bakugo's hand twitched, and he declared he would take care of Kaminari. Mina snorted into her drink, reminding Bakugo that he said that every week. He grumbled about following through one of these days while glaring across the room at Kaminari, who was avoiding eye contact. Ayana sighed, half exasperated and half amused, reminding Jairu that she was revealing information about her own soulmate. Jairu remained unfazed, stating she never claimed Kaminari was smart, just attractive. This made Ayana snort with laughter, a genuine sound escaping her despite herself. Bakugo let out a low, growling exhale, which could have been amusement or annoyance. It was hard to tell with him. His hand remained at her waist. Jairu added that she wasn't betraying Kaminari but merely keeping score. Ayana arched a brow, questioning if that made it better. Jairu smirked, saying it made things interesting. Bakugo grunted, muttering about traitors and foolishness. Ayana playfully tugged at the collar of his shirt, half to ground him and half to tease. She asked to see the list again, prompting surprise from Bakugo about her having a copy. Jairu smirked at him, clearly enjoying the moment. She retrieved her phone from her jacket, explaining that Kaminari was foolish enough to sync it to the cloud, and she had downloaded backups. Bakugo's expression twisted in disbelief and frustration at the thought of Kaminari syncing it to the cloud. Ayana blinked in surprise, asking for clarification. Jairu confirmed it, showing them the app with practiced ease, revealing a shared folder titled Class Betting Ring Live, which was even color-coded. Mina leaned over Ayana's shoulder, eager to see more, and suggested clicking on the High Drama Scenarios tab, which was her favorite. Ayana complied and immediately choked on her laughter upon seeing a column labeled Soulmate Chaos Events. Bakugo visibly tensed, unable to believe what he was hearing. Jairu confirmed the details, listing timestamps, odds, and a ranking system based on emotional fallout. Ayana scrolled through, her eyes wide as she read the absurdly detailed entries, including predictions about their interactions. Mina leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with excitement, urging Ayana to continue. Ayana read aloud, noting the various locations and scenarios for potential kisses, including a storage closet, which she humorously claimed to be her bet due to its drama potential. Jairu agreed, adding that it also had good acoustics. Bakugo groaned, running a hand through his hair, exasperated by their antics. As Ayana continued to scroll, she laughed at the odds listed for various events, including one that had already occurred. Jairu confirmed that it had been updated and marked as fulfilled, with Kaminari giving it a star rating. Bakugo was visibly offended at the thought of his actions being rated. Ayana then recalled what Bakugo had said to her before the soulmate synergy test, and he confidently reiterated that if they were going to be the couple everyone stared at, they might as well make it worthwhile. She smirked, asking about the highest payout someone had won off their relationship. Jairu expertly scrolled through the app, revealing the top winning bet, which had been placed by Kaminari. Bakugo was furious to learn that Kaminari had monetized their bond, while Jairu shared that the second biggest payout was from Hagakure betting on Bakugo initiating a kiss in front of the class. Ayana groaned, covering her face in disbelief at how their moments had been logged. Mina gleefully confirmed that it had been documented as a spontaneous and visible display of affection, earning bonus points for Bakugo's possessive declaration. Bakugo's eye twitched at the thought of his words being quoted, and Ayana playfully asked if one could bet on themselves. Mina, with a mischievous glint in her eye, encouraged Ayana to consider it, while Jairu noted that it wasn't explicitly banned as long as they didn't rig the outcome. Bakugo, with a dangerous tone, questioned if spontaneity made it worth more, and Jairu confirmed that higher emotional volatility led to bigger payouts. Mina enthusiastically added that the more dramatic and unpredictable the situation, the higher the odds. Ayana raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the idea that chaos was the currency of their betting system. Bakugo glanced between Ayana and the phone, then back at Jairu and Mina, his eye twitching again as he contemplated the implications of their conversation. Unexpected soulprint ignition in a public venue had been triggered by a mid-conversation kiss, and the odds were set at 5:1 with a current pool of 8,200 yen and a bag of Sato's brownies. Ayana blinked in surprise at the mention of brownies. Mina explained that Bakugo had upped the stakes after their spar last week. Bakugo took the phone from Ayana's hands, his grip surprisingly careful despite the explosive energy simmering beneath the surface. He stared at the screen for a long moment, reading and processing the information. After typing something, he tossed the phone back to Jairu, who caught it one-handed, her eyebrow arching as she glanced at the screen. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Bakugo smirked, his teeth bared as he slipped his arm fully around Ayana's waist. He picked her up, walking backward until her back hit the wall. He declared that he was going to give them a show. Ayana gasped as her back met the wall, her hands instinctively gripping his shoulders. Her feet dangled slightly, more from surprise than lack of balance, as Bakugo pressed into her space with a fierce intensity. He leaned in, his nose brushing against hers, eyes smoldering with determination. He reminded her that she had said she would only lose control for one thing and suggested they show everyone. His hands settled firmly at her hips, grounding and possessive, igniting their soul prints in violet and gold, scorching the space between them. A hush swept across the room, as if the very air recognized the moment. Ayana felt the thrum of her quirk beneath her skin, dancing at her fingertips and coiling in her chest, pulsing in time with Bakugo's own heat volatile and unmistakably synced. She didn't need to speak because he kissed her, and this time, it was a declaration of possession and promise. The kiss was intense, hot, and desperate, and Ayana, tipsy and breathless, kissed him back with all the fire she had left in her veins. For a moment, the world narrowed to the space between them. She didn't care about the audience or that half the room was watching in stunned silence. Bakugo kissed her as if she were the only thing tethering him to the planet, and Ayana responded as if daring him to let go completely. The kiss deepened, wild and reverent, as his hands slid from her hips to the backs of her thighs, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. Ayana made a soft sound, and Bakugo swallowed it eagerly. The crowd gasped as the lights above the bar flickered, and a pop sounded near the karaoke machine, sending sparks flying. Ayana pulled back just enough to breathe, her eyes wide and lips swollen. She warned him that he was going to short the lights. Bakugo grinned, a dangerous glint in his eyes, and told her to control her quirk. Ayana laughed breathlessly, reminding him that he was the one throwing her against walls in public. He shot back that she had said chaos paid better. In a moment of vulnerability, Ayana whispered that she loved him before her brain could catch up. Bakugo's eyes flared with intensity, and he kissed her again harder, slower, deeper, making time feel like it was crawling. The crowd erupted in cheers, Mina triumphantly declaring that she had predicted the wall would be the spot. Bakugo pressed his forehead to hers, their breaths mingling in the small space between them. He asked her to say it again, and Ayana, grounding herself by framing his face with her hands, softly repeated that she loved him. Bakugo's eyes burned with emotion as he confessed he had been feeling that way since the moment he saw her on stage. He kissed her again, reverently, and when he pulled back, he made a promise that he would marry her one day. Ayana was taken aback, and Bakugo grinned, suggesting they give Kaminari one more bet to lose. Just then, someone's phone flashed, and Jair reported that Kaminari was live streaming, declaring himself king of Chaos Economy. Mina yelled that they had already spent his winnings on drinks, and Ayana groaned, realizing they would likely print shirts of this moment. Bakugo rubbed slow, steady circles at her lower back, unconcerned about the attention. He stated that they were going to talk anyway, so they might as well give everyone something worth remembering. Ayana's heart surged with affection as someone started chanting their names. She leaned into Bakugo, who wrapped his arms around her, solid and grounding. He suggested they get out of there, and Ayana, with a slow grin, asked if they were heading back to his room. Bakugo's smirk was mischievous as he replied that she had worn that outfit, so it was up to her. They slipped through the crowd, their soul prints still glowing, while Kaminari whispered in awe that they were all going to die. Ayana didn't look back as she followed Bakugo into the night, the cool air against her flushed skin, adrenaline and desire crackling beneath the surface. They walked quickly, silently, their shoulders brushing with every step, and the faint glow pulsing at their joined hands. They reached the dorms in record time, slipping through the entrance like shadows. By the time they reached the third floor, Ayana's breath had steadied, but Bakugo's had not. He opened his door, pulled her inside, and closed it behind them. Then he was on her, not in a frantic way, but with a sense of purpose that promised more to come. But with the kind of need that came from hours of tension, weeks of build-up, and a room full of people watching them finally explode, it felt like something new. Something earned. He kissed her like she was home, as if he already knew every sound she would make and every place to touch. He wanted to hear it all again anyway. Ayana let herself fall into it without hesitation. Her back hit the door, and his hands found her waist, her hips, the curve of her spine. She tugged at the hem of his shirt, impatient but not rushed. When she finally pulled it off, she pressed a kiss to the scar just above his heart. He let out a soft sound, low and rough, cupping her jaw in one hand and teasingly stating that if she kept doing things like that, he would never let her leave the room again. She responded with a playful remark, and he grinned against her mouth, making it clear that it was a promise. Clothes fell away in stages, leaving behind traces of their connection. Gold and violet light pulsed through the room as they found the bed, half-tangled and breathless, skin to skin in ways they already knew by heart. There was no uncertainty here, just the kind of trust that didn't need words. Bakugo kissed her like she was the answer to a question he hadn't stopped asking since the day she transferred. Ayana kissed him like she had been waiting for the world to fall quiet again. And when it did, it was just them, no fate, no sparks, just the choice they kept making again and again. Later, when the heat had faded to warmth and their limbs were tangled together under the covers, Bakugo lay with his hand resting low on her stomach, his thumb brushing absently against her skin. He meant what he said about marrying her one day. Ayana pressed her cheek against his chest, recalling how she hadn't believed in any of this before coming to you. Bakugo listened quietly as she shared her thoughts about being raised with the concept of soulmates, especially since her parents were one of the rare pro-hero soulmate pairs. She reflected on the pressure that came with such a bond, how their love felt like public property, a brand. Bakugo remained silent, listening intently. Ayana expressed her desire not to be seen as someone's half, and he assured her that she was not half of anything. She realized that he had made space for her to be more. His breath hitched, and he kissed the top of her head, unable to help himself. She admitted that she never believed in soulmates but in choice, stubbornness, and building something real. Bakugo acknowledged that while they didn't choose the bond, they chose everything else. A pause stretched between them, warm and quiet, before Ayana mentioned how her parents had married before graduating. Bakugo was surprised to learn they eloped between final exams and their first internship, and he noted that many heroes did the same after the war. She asked him if he had ever thought about that kind of future, and he admitted he hadn't until she came along. His gaze remained steady and unflinching in the dark as he confessed he didn't believe in marriage or soulmates either, but she had changed that. He described her as loud, stubborn, and bright, and she laughed softly, recalling how he had once hated her. He corrected her, saying he hated that he couldn't stop watching her, and now he was still watching. Bakugo's eyes traced over her face, illuminated by the soft glow of a fading soul print near her collarbone. He asked again about her parents' marriage, and she confirmed that they hadn't told anyone until after the fact, which had shocked her grandparents. He mused about how her father probably hadn't lived it down, but Ayana smiled, saying it was the best decision he ever made. Bakugo pondered her father's words, realizing how far he had already stepped over that line willingly. When Ayana met his gaze, he understood why her father hadn't waited. He muttered that when you know, and he certainly knew. Her heart surged under his touch, and when he spoke again, he made it clear he wasn't asking her to marry him that night. He was expressing his desire for a life with her, not just the moment or the bond, but everything that came with it. Ayana's breath hitched, but she didn't pull away. She couldn't. She wanted the arguments, the silly grocery runs, and the training sessions where they pushed each other too far. Ayana felt a rush of emotions as she listened to Bakugo's heartfelt declaration. He expressed his desire for a life filled with love, a family, and a future together. His honesty left her momentarily speechless, her heart swelling with possibilities. Bakugo's unwavering gaze conveyed a deep certainty as he shared his dreams of having children with her, envisioning a life where they could build something beautiful together. For a fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, and Ayana's mind raced to catch up with her heart. She envisioned a life not just as soulmates but as partners and parents, filled with laughter and warmth. The thought of carrying his name felt like a promise of belonging, a bond that went beyond expectations. As she tested the sound of her new name, she admitted her complicated feelings about her first name, revealing how it had never felt like hers until Bakugo said it. He reassured her that he would only ever say it in a way that was meaningful, just for her. His gentle touch and the weight of his presence grounded her in this moment of vulnerability. Bakugo's emotions were palpable as he expressed that she didn't have to want everything at once, she only needed to want it with him. Ayana's laughter was filled with joy as she affirmed her feelings, realizing he was everything she had been waiting for. Their connection deepened as they shared their hopes for the future, acknowledging that they didn't need perfection but rather a life filled with real, chaotic moments. Bakugo's determination shone through as he promised to fight for her, and Ayana playfully challenged him to ask her again in his own way when the time was right. The air between them crackled with anticipation, and Bakugo's resolve to earn her affirmation every day only strengthened their bond. As they leaned into each other, their laughter mingled, and Ayana felt a sense of belonging wash over her. She knew this was the life she wanted, imperfect, chaotic, and filled with love. Wrapped in each other's arms, they embraced the future they would create together, a journey defined by choice and unwavering commitment. Ayana woke slowly, tucked beneath warm sheets with Katsuki's arm draped across her waist. The dorms were unusually quiet, no shouting from the hallway, no explosions, and no Mina bursting through the door to announce breakfast. Just a rare, peaceful silence. For a moment, she savored the warmth of his skin and the rhythm of his breathing, allowing herself to drift back towards sleep. Her fingers brushed against his hand, feeling the faint spark of their connection. Gold and violet. Steady. She smiled. Then her phone vibrated. Twice. Then again. And again. And again. Ayana groaned softly, reaching for it with sleepy fingers, squinting at the flood of notifications lighting up her screen. Group chat, 3A Chaos HQ. Mina, girl, wake up right now. Kaminari, you're trending. Zero, pics from last night at the bar. Jairu, what the hell is happening? Uraraka. Mina, Ayana. Mina, why is hashtag Soul War Hero Princess and hashtag Oranas Dynamite trending? Mina, what did you do? Ayana sat up quickly, now wide awake. Bakugo stirred beside her, grumbling, what the hell? But she was already scrolling through the messages, past the tagged posts and screen caps of. No. There was a grainy screenshot from the karaoke bar. The background was blurred, but the gold and violet soul prints glowed vividly across her neck and collarbone and his. A frame later, frozen in time, the kiss. Hands in her hair. Her smile. His eyes. Captioned, when your classmates break the internet by unlocking soulmate mode like it's no big deal. Hashtag explosion and energy, hashtag Kaminari, hashtag Soul War Heroes Princess, hashtag Oranas Dynamite. Ayana froze. Katsuki, she said, her voice flat. What? He grunted. She turned the phone toward him. He squinted, blinked once. Kaminari. Katsuki, wait. Ayana sat up too quickly, blinking the sleep from her eyes as he stomped across the room. Katsuki, what are you? But he was already pulling on a pair of sweatpants, barefoot and shirtless, radiating anger and soulmate energy like a second Quirk. He threw open the dorm door without hesitation. Ayana didn't think. She grabbed his wrist and followed him. Out into the hallway. Wearing nothing but one of his t-shirts. A long one, sure, but not long enough. Not when the dorm hallway was full of people. Not when there were soul prints still visible on her neck and thighs and Bakugo's back. Gasps echoed down the hallway the moment they turned the corner. Ayana didn't register them. Not the stairs. Not the dropped forks. Not even the sight of Kaminari hiding behind a couch with Jairu standing guard like he was a VIP. All she registered was Bakugo's next words, "I'm going to shove your phone down your throat, Kaminari." Ayana grabbed his arm. "Katsuki, wait." Mineta choked on his juice. "Oh my god," he whispered reverently. "I have been blessed. This is a gift from the gods." Shiro leaned over, eyes wide. "Bro, her thighs." Mineta nodded, solemn and far too excited. "The thighs of a goddess. This is the most sacred morning of my life." "Mineta," Ayana snapped, turning just enough to glare at him and realizing in that moment that she was, in fact, not wearing pants. She froze. Looked down. Saw bare legs. Bare thighs. One of Bakugo's shirts. And absolutely nothing else. "Oh my god," she whispered, horror dawning slowly across her face. "I'm going to kill all of you." Mina screamed from across the common room. "You had a moment and didn't tell me?" Ayana covered her face with both hands. "I am going to commit murder." "You're glowing, Ayana," Jairu yelled, grinning wildly. "You can't hide from us." "She's not hiding anything," Mineta croaked, still reverent. "Not in that shirt." "I'm going to kill you next," Bakugo shouted, whirling on Mineta like a bomb ready to explode. Kaminari popped up from behind the couch. "Can we talk about the real problem here? I didn't think the video would go viral." "You live-streamed me kissing her like I was going to devour her," Bakugo roared. "You think the internet wasn't gonna eat that up?" "And the soul prints," Uraraka added, eyes wide. "They were everywhere." Kirishima, frozen at the kitchen counter, said, "So, like, unification soul prints?" "Look at them," Mina said proudly. "She's wearing his shirt and nothing else. Her neck, the collarbone, the thighs, and the back," Shiro contributed helpfully. "Dude, I think one's on his hip." Bakugo turned so fast that Mineta didn't even get the chance to blink. "That's it," he roared, sparks crackling from his palms. Mineta screamed and bolted, diving behind the dining table as Bakugo stalked after him, crackling with energy. "Bakugo!" Ayana shouted, chasing after him, still very much pantsless and regretting it. Mineta shrieked again as Bakugo launched a small explosion that singed the edge of the rug and sent a chair skidding across the common room. "He's actually gonna kill me," he screamed. "You deserve it." Jairu called from behind her coffee mug. "Accept your fate with dignity, pervert." "Bakugo!" Ayana shouted again, bolting after him barefoot, his shirt riding dangerously high up her thighs. Ayana skidded to a stop halfway through the common room, breathless, flushed, and still very much pantsless. Bakugo had Mineta cornered by the kitchen island, sparks flying from his palms as Mineta shrieked and scrambled behind a chair like it was a bomb shelter. Shiro was halfway between stopping the fight and filming it. Jair had her phone out, sipping her tea like this was premium morning entertainment. Mina had dropped to her knees, clutching her chest like she was in the middle of a dramatic scene. "You betrayed me," she cried. "You had a moment with Katsuki Bakugo and didn't even tell me? Were you expecting her to have a moment with someone else?" Todoroki asked from where he stood by the fridge, unbothered and already eating frozen mochi. Mina whipped around, eyes wide. "No. There should have been a briefing. The PowerPoint. A debrief. Something. Was there a sign-up sheet?" Kaminari asked from behind Jairu, only to be smacked upside the head with a throw pillow. "I'm going to kill everyone in this room," Bakugo snarled, still lunging for Mineta, who had taken refuge behind Kirishima now. "I'd offer to help," Kirishima muttered, "but you're really selling the intimidation factor on your own, man." Ayana, still standing in the middle of the chaos in just his t-shirt, hands on her hips, then noticed the TV. The TV that was paused on a news channel. Kaminari's livestream was at the center of attention, with two photos displayed in the upper right corner. One featured Ayana with her parents after she was offered a spot in the exchange program, while the other showed Bakugo after his release from the hospital following the final war. Kaminari muttered that it didn't take long for things to escalate. Uraraka, eyes wide as she scrolled, informed everyone that Kaminari was trending with 5 hashtags, 2 of which were theories about the next generation of hero babies. Still glued to her phone, Uraraka blinked in awe and announced that there was a TikTok compilation that had already reached 1 million views. Kaminari shrieked in disbelief, scrambling over the couch to see for himself. Jairu read from the screen, her tone flat yet amused, revealing that they were featured in the top 10 moments that made the internet believe in soulmates again, ranking number 1, as well as number 4 and 7. Ayana groaned, expressing her disbelief. Mina squealed with excitement, rattling off trending hashtags like #SOEWS and #Oranastinamite, her voice rising with each tag. She exclaimed that their ship name was trending in 4 countries. Bakugo's face twitched at the mention of a ship name, and Jairu confirmed that they were indeed a hot one, complete with fan art already circulating. Zero marveled at the speed of the internet, squinting at his phone and discovering a slow-burn enemies to lovers edit set to a Lana Del Rey track. Mina gasped, revealing that a fan-made trailer had been created, cut like a romance anime. Jairu quickly connected her phone to the dorm's TV, eager to showcase the trailer. As the screen lit up, soft piano music began to swell. A dramatic voiceover narrated, describing Ayana as forged from storm and silence, the legacy of untold power, while footage rolled of her arriving at UA with her hair glowing faintly violet. Bakugo's sports festival explosions played in black and white, interspersed with news coverage and training footage, depicting him as fire incarnate, broken, brilliant, and alone. The voiceover continued, suggesting they weren't meant to collide, but the world didn't care about fate. Clips of their first spar flashed on screen, showcasing Ayana dodging and Bakugo lunging. The trailer then showed a cinematic moment, hinting at their connection, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Kaminari let out a sound of disbelief, claiming he hadn't sent that part. Jairu squinted at the corner of the video, realizing it was security camera footage from the gym during the Soulmate synergy test. Bakugo growled, questioning who had access to that footage, and everyone turned to Ida, who had just entered with a stack of neatly organized papers. He froze in the doorway, explaining he was monitoring hallway traffic for safety protocols. Mina gasped, accusing him of leaking the angst montage. Ida flailed, insisting he had only uploaded the clips for internal review. Ayana buried her face in her hands, realizing the press would have a field day with the livestream and the fan edits. Bakugo muttered about public indecency, and Ayana snapped back, reminding him that he had kissed her passionately. The room erupted in chaos, with laughter and disbelief filling the air. Mina dramatically flailed on the carpet, declaring it the best day of her life. Ayana groaned, asking someone to turn it off, but Bakugo remained focused, wanting to know what else had been discovered about them. Ayana lamented that her parents' PR team would have a field day, and Bakugo's mother, Mitsuki, entered the room, her voice sharp and accusatory. She demanded to know why her phone was blowing up with photos of Bakugo and Ayana. The room fell silent as everyone turned to face her. Mitsuki's gaze landed on Ayana, who was still in Bakugo's shirt and covered in fading soul prints. She coolly acknowledged Ayana as the American hero princess, referencing her parents' heroic actions during the war. Ayana confirmed her identity, and Mitsuki noted the irony of Ayana breaking the internet with their makeout session. Ayana held her ground, responding confidently, which earned her a short laugh from Mitsuki. Bakugo groaned, but Mitsuki silenced him, focusing her attention on Ayana instead. She circled Ayana, assessing her appearance and demeanor before casually asking if this was just a game for her. Some chaotic exchange student thrill ride before returning to America, and breaking his heart was not something Ayana would allow. She scoffed at the suggestion, confident that the person in question would never let that happen. The room fell silent, tension hanging in the air. The elevator dinged again, but this time, no one flinched. They simply stared wide-eyed, breathless, certain they were about to witness history or a public relations disaster, possibly both. The dorm entrance slid open, and in stepped Principal Nizu. Small, smiling, and exuding an air of authority. Behind him followed 3 sharply dressed members of the Board of Education, a nervous media liaison clutching a clipboard, and trailing like a weary shadow was Aizawa. He remained silent, surveying the room, Ayana radiating confidence, Bakugo standing beside her in casual attire, and the entire class frozen in various stages of panic and admiration. Aizawa sighed, wishing he could vanish into the floor. Nizu took a step inside, his cheerful demeanor contrasting with the atmosphere. He scanned the room, noting the unexpected turn of events. He remarked on the fascinating morning, clearly amused by the situation unfolding before him. Ayana interjected, pointing out that Denki Kaminari was responsible for the chaos, having live-streamed a kiss that had gone viral. Denki made a sound of distress, attempting to hide behind the couch, but his efforts were in vain. Nizu's ears perked up with delight as he acknowledged the modern twist of viral romance and unintentional marketing. One of the board members, a tall woman in navy, cleared her throat, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. They had received over 200 media inquiries in the past hour, and the footage was spreading rapidly across social media platforms. Nizu remained calm, explaining that he had no choice but to grant the media access to the campus. Kaminari protested, insisting that the live stream had taken place off school grounds, but Aizawa grimly noted that the internet and the board had a different perspective. Ayana confronted Kaminari, questioning his lack of foresight in live streaming such a significant moment. Kaminari admitted he hadn't considered the implications. Nizu reminded everyone of the rarity of finding a soulmate and the power that pro-hero soulmate pairs held. He highlighted the unprecedented nature of having 4 confirmed soulmate pairs in a single class, which was why they had kept their bonds private until now. Ayana pointed out that the situation had changed, and Nizu confirmed that damage control was no longer an option. They needed to control the narrative. The tall woman in navy expressed concern about the students being moved into the media spotlight, but Ayana asserted her experience with cameras, while Bakugo dismissed any concern for public opinion. Aizawa interjected, defending Ayana and Bakugo's capabilities. He acknowledged that while he didn't support the current approach, there was no denying their readiness to face the media. He noted the faint glow of their soul prints, a testament to their bond. One of the board members suggested leveraging the situation, as more soulmate pairs were being discovered among the youth. Nizu's expression shifted to one of calculation as he realized the potential of showcasing Ayana and Bakugo as the faces of UA's soulmate synergy training. He explained that they had not only passed their simulation but had nearly broken it, which caught the attention of the board. The implications of their bond could change how soulmate pairs were evaluated altogether. The media liaison, still flinching, proposed a controlled demonstration to showcase their synergy. Bakugo expressed his irritation, questioning if they meant a fight. The liaison clarified that it would not be a real battle but a short exhibition to prove the depth of their bond. Ayana sarcastically remarked that a live-streamed kiss should have been sufficient. Nizu interjected, emphasizing that the public needed to see their execution of power and unity, qualities only true soulmates could achieve. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, recognizing the implications of putting them on display. Nizu countered that they were already on display, and they were simply choosing how to frame it. Ayana took a deep breath, feeling her energy flicker beneath her skin, realizing they were indeed being asked for a public demonstration of their quirks. Nizu confirmed the plan, stating they would showcase their abilities together, against each other, and individually. The room buzzed with memories of their previous encounters, where their fights had been intense and charged with emotion. That was the most incredible thing anyone had ever witnessed, and Jair felt as if she had blacked out, staring at the ceiling as if it owed her an apology. Kirishima, red-faced yet grinning, chuckled nervously, noting that half the class thought it was a declaration of war while the other half believed it was something else entirely. Ayana, cool and composed, remarked that it was bold to assume it wasn't both. Mineta squeaked in response, while Bakugo remained unfazed, telling Mineta he was just upset he would never be that impressive. The room erupted with laughter, and Kaminari, half laughing and half terrified, commented that Bakugo had just ended Mineta's whole career. Mineta ducked behind the couch, seeking refuge from the truth. Nizu, completely unfazed, nodded and announced that they would proceed that afternoon with 3 phases: a tandem demonstration, controlled sparring and individual showcases, all observed by the press from the gallery level. There would be no questions and no direct contact, just pure spectacle. Ayana muttered that it was a good thing the support course had finally finished her new suit. Bakugo shot her a look, asking if it was the suit she had refused to tell him about. Ayana smirked in confirmation, prompting Mina to let out a loud exclamation as she launched herself over the back of the couch, demanding to know if Ayana had been sitting on a new hero suit reveal this whole time. Jairu, still focused on her phone, began drafting a headline about Ayana's new hero fashion and emotional impact. Yaoyorozu nodded solemnly, stating that Ayana deserved a full layout in Hero Vogue. Kaminari gasped, asking if her suit matched Bakugo's. Ayana shook her head, revealing that her suit was still purple. Bakugo relaxed slightly until Ayana added that it was a drastic change from her original suit. His eyes narrowed as he asked how drastic, but Ayana remained silent. Mina, however, couldn't contain her excitement, asking if it was sleeveless or backless. Ayana shrugged, saying she would let the cameras decide. Bakugo groaned, feeling the media headlines forming, predicting that Ayana would break half the press pool just by walking in. From across the room, a sharp voice cut in, declaring that if the press couldn't handle a little skin, they had no business covering pro-heroes. Everyone turned to see Katsuki Bakugo standing in the doorway, hands on her hips, exuding confidence. Aizawa then instructed everyone to stop talking and get ready. The arena transformed into a fortress of light and sound as President Mick's voice boomed over the stadium speakers, energizing the crowd. The press box vibrated with excitement as journalists leaned forward, ready to capture every moment. President Mike announced the ultimate tag team matchup, introducing UA's Soulmates Synergy Showcase. As the eastern gate hissed open, Ayana stepped out, her cloak flowing behind her like shadowed silk, her white hair shimmering under the lights with the violet glow of her Quirk trailing her footsteps. The western gate followed with a boom, revealing Bakugo, who stormed onto the platform, explosions crackling in his palms. Whispers filled the gallery above as spectators speculated about their quirks syncing in real time, marveling at the spectacle unfolding before them. The lights dimmed, and Ayana and Bakugo met at the center, silent and steady, side by side. Their hands touched and gold and violet light erupted, spiraling up their arms. Like circuitry made of light, illuminating the arena. Bakugo moved first, and Ayana mirrored him as they executed their synergy technique. Conduction line. Ayana's fingertips grazed Bakugo's arm mid-flight, enhancing his momentum as he flipped and blasted a drone before it could lock on. Ayana landed below, facing two drones that swept toward her. She unleashed her synergy technique, Flashpoint Veil, creating a controlled shockwave of gold-violet light that disoriented the enemy sensors. Bakugo dove, reaching out for her hand, and she caught it, confirming their synchronized combat. Their soulmate synergy level reached its maximum as he launched her into the air. Ayana spun like a meteor, gathering the sparks left from his detonation and executing her synergy technique, Overdrive Resonance, splitting the drone midair. Two more drones circled from above, and Ayana struck one with a burst of focused resonance, using the blast to redirect the last drone straight into her hands, where she crushed it with a radiant pulse. Phase 1 was complete, and silence enveloped the arena before the gallery erupted in cheers. A stunned HeroNet reporter exclaimed that this wasn't just synergy, it was soulmate warfare. President Mike celebrated the completion of Phase 1, urging everyone to give the drones a moment of silence. As Phase 2 commenced, the arena shifted once more, resetting the platform to smooth obsidian glass. Ayana let her cloak slip from her shoulders, revealing her silhouette-braced legs, bare arms, and violet Quirk light pulsing beneath her skin. The energy from Phase 1 still shimmered in her veins, and she prepared for this round, which was all about her. 5 towers rose around the platform's edge, humming with stored energy and projecting a cloud of holographic hostiles, dozens of AI-rendered enemies flickering in and out of visibility. A Hero Commission representative announced that this phase would test control, creativity, and solo effectiveness against moving targets. President Mick's voice burst through the PA system, urging the audience not to blink or they would miss Ayana's official media debut on Japanese soil. She stepped into the center of the arena and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath as the world around her stilled. When the signal to begin was given, she moved like lightning on silk, using Veil Stride to glide across the platform. She weaved between targets, her movements fluid and confident. With a swift motion, she slammed her palm to the floor, unleashing a violet pulse that detonated outward, dropping 10 targets while leaving the towers untouched. 3 more enemies surged from the side, but Ayana stood her ground. Drawing her arm back as if wielding a blade, she snapped it forward, launching a whip of energy from her palm that wrapped around the nearest hostile in a crackling arc. Ricocheted through the air, snap, 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 tagging 4 more targets like dominoes. More adversaries appeared. She sprinted toward them, leapt with a burst of energy, and struck down with both hands. A pulse of force radiated outward, creating a spiraling wave of precision destruction. The arena responded in real time, lines of light tracing beneath her like circuitry synced to her heartbeat. 5 opponents closed in from all directions. Ayana dropped to one knee and moved her hands outward. The conduction cloak activated. The remnants of Bakugo's stored energy surged to her skin, forming a dome of reactive light gold laced with violet. The adversaries collided with it at full speed and were instantly neutralized. Up in the gallery, Bakugo didn't blink. He couldn't. She moved as if she was born for it, too precise to be reckless, too bold to be rehearsed. He'd sparred with her, trained beside her, and felt the heat of her presence. But watching her like this, it was something else entirely. And she was doing it in those shorts. The towers dimmed. Ayana stood slowly, brushing a lock of white hair from her eyes. She didn't glance at the wreckage. Instead, she looked up, straight into the press gallery and smiled. Not shy. not polite. A challenge. A hush rippled through the viewing area. She doesn't fight like her parents, someone remarked. She fights like someone who knows exactly who she is. Back at the class gallery, Mina had both hands pressed to the glass. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Jairu nodded solemnly, acknowledging the spectacle. Kaminari groaned, feeling the weight of competition lift from his shoulders. Yaoyorozu spoke softly, recognizing Ayana's growth. Even Mitsuki blinked, arms crossed, impressed. In the hero commission box, murmurs broke out. They noted her adaptability and control, recognizing her as more than just a student. Solo trial, complete, the AI announced. Combat grade, S. Efficiency, 97%. Crowd control rating, 100%. Present Mix voice erupted over the applause, celebrating her achievements. Ayana stepped off the platform, descending the steps slowly, each footfall softer than the last. The cheers echoed overhead, but she barely registered them. Her hands were steady, her breathing even, but inside, a flicker of disbelief settled in her chest. She had done it, not just survived, not just performed, but owned it. When she looked up to find him standing in her path, shoulders tense, jaw locked, eyes burning with unspoken words, she felt something deeper than pride. She felt power. And she felt seen. The arena shifted again. The towers reconfigured, smaller, faster, plated with explosion-proof alloy. These weren't holograms, they were real. Bakugo cracked his neck and prepared for action. He didn't walk, he exploded into motion. Smoke and fire blasted behind him as he launched into the air, first blast for lift, second for pivot, third to dive. He landed hard, twisting with controlled ferocity. His palms ignited, and the first tower lit up before vanishing beneath a powerful detonation. The second tower tracked his arc, but he kicked off a vertical beam and spun low, detonating a charge into its underside. It crumpled before it could react. He slingshot toward the third, executing a series of precise movements. His hands hit the floor, and he slid backward in a molten streak, micro-explosions trailing behind him. He flipped midair, body coiled like a warhead, and descended. The fourth tower didn't stand a chance. The fifth served as leverage, and he springboarded off it with enough force to crush the sensor housing. The sixth retaliated with bursts of energy, but Bakugo didn't dodge. He charged through, the arena lighting up. In fire. Sparks lashed his skin as he ducked and twisted, palms glowing. The final tower vanished in a thunderclap of gold. Smoke cleared, and Bakugo stood in the rubble, breathing hard, gauntlets hissing. He looked up, right at Ayana, who was already smirking. They stood there, staring across the battlefield as if they could feel each other through the static in the air. One of the drones zoomed in, capturing the moment. Solo trial, complete. Combat grade, S+. Destruction index, 128%. Efficiency, not applicable. Evaluation note, overkill. Acceptable. From the class section, Mina fanned herself, overwhelmed. Kirishima's eyes were wide, astonished by the display. Jairu remarked on the intensity of the performance, while Kaminari clutched his heart, feeling the impact of Bakugo's power. Present Mike celebrated Bakugo's explosive success, but Bakugo rolled his eyes, not letting it distract him. His lungs burned, his hands ached, but none of it mattered because across the platform, she was still watching him, still smiling. For the first time since stepping into the spotlight, Bakugo felt something profound, not power, not pride, but certainty. She wasn't just his match, she was his future. And the world had just witnessed the beginning. The moment the doors slid shut behind them, the air shifted. It was quieter here, cooler. The arena's thunder was still audible through the walls, but out of sight, the noise lost its shape. Only the hum of adrenaline remained. Ayana exhaled, tension draining from her limbs. The hallway was dark, cool, and narrow, just wide enough for two people. Bakugo didn't say anything, and neither did she. His gaze swept over her slow and sharp, igniting a spark within her. His jaw flexed as he finally spoke, his voice low. "Your suit should be illegal." Ayana tilted her head, unfazed. She explained that her old suit wasn't made for synergy, but this one was. Bakugo took a step closer, the heat between them palpable. He murmured about the design driving him insane, and Ayana's lips twitched with amusement. He moved closer until her back nearly brushed the wall, his presence filling the narrow space. He didn't touch her yet, but the tension was thick. "I'm serious," he said, his voice rough. "That suit should be illegal." Ayana tilted her head, her demeanor calm. You keep saying that like it's a complaint. It's not, he replied, his tone revealing the truth behind his words. It was a challenge. She smiled, her confidence evident. He raised his hand slowly, tracing the strap resting against her thigh, careful not to touch her skin, just close enough to make her breath hitch. He declared his intention to defeat her right there, in front of everyone, students, press, and the commission. Ayana remained unfazed, her eyes narrowing slightly in the dim light. She responded with a smile, noting that his confidence was precisely how he would lose. Bakugo's gaze sharpened, and he proposed a bet. Her pulse quickened, not from nerves but from the thrill of the game, the stakes they always raised between them. She lifted her chin deliberately, suggesting that the loser would give up control the next time they were alone. Bakugo blinked, then grinned slowly, intrigued by her seriousness. She confirmed it, and he stepped closer, the space between them almost non-existent. His hand moved from the strap to the small of her back, igniting a spark of energy beneath his suit. He asked if the winner would have the freedom to do whatever they wanted, and she nodded in agreement. His eyes darkened with intensity as he questioned whether she truly wanted to give him that kind of freedom. She grinned, stating it was only if he earned it. His hand tightened at her back, and he leaned in, brushing his mouth against hers, igniting a fire between them. She met him with equal passion, her fingers gripping his hero jacket as energy surged through her. The hallway lights flickered, reflecting their intensity, and their energy intertwined, creating a dazzling display of colors. When they finally separated, it was not from a lack of desire but from restraint. Bakugo pressed his forehead against hers, warning that she would feel the effects of their kiss during their fight. Ayana smirked, confident that he would be too focused on not losing to feel anything else. A charged silence enveloped them before their comms activated, instructing them to return to the platform. Bakugo hesitated, his eyes roaming over her body, thoughts racing. Then he took a step back, sparks flickering from his palms. Ayana adjusted her glove, rolling her shoulder and grinning, declaring he would remember this loss for a long time. Bakugo cracked his neck, asserting that she would remember it too. They turned toward the sliding doors, not as allies but as rivals. As the doors opened, they were met with the gaze of the press, classmates, and commission members, all witnessing what UA had truly trained, not just a top combat pair, but two warriors who had chosen each other and were ready for battle. The world watched as they emerged, not merely as opponents but as predators, sparks dancing at Bakugo's fingertips and violet energy crackling around Ayana. Their soul prints glowed faintly, visible beneath their hero suits, marking their connection. The press erupted with excitement, commenting on the visible soul prints and speculating about their relationship. Amidst the chaos, Present Mick's voice rang out, announcing their transformation into an unhinged duo. The crowd roared in response, and the cameras captured every moment, zooming in on their glowing prints. In the observation lounge, Principal Nizu and Aizawa observed the scene, Nizu commenting on the theatrics of youth while Aizawa remained unfazed, recognizing that such displays were simply part of Ayana and Bakugo's dynamic. On the arena floor, the tension was thick as they stood silently, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. Bakugo rolled his shoulders, his gauntlets humming with energy, while Ayana tilted her head, her expression a challenge. Present Mick's voice echoed once more, announcing the next phase of their combat trial. Dynamite. Let the record show this one was personal. There was no countdown, no bell, just a pulse. Bakugo moved first. An explosion cracked the air as he launched toward her, fast and fierce. Ayana dodged, skating sideways in a flash of veil stride, her energy crackling behind her like a storm's wake. Her boots barely touched the platform. She spun on her heel and fired a tight pulse of energy straight at his flank. Bakugo twisted. Midair, caught the pulse on his forearm, and absorbed the impact with a grunt. She taunted him, noting how she thought he wanted control. He landed hard, the shockwave from his boots cracking the tile beneath him. Straightening slowly, a grin spread across his face like a detonation waiting to happen. He replied, his voice thick with amusement and threat, that he did want control, just not in the arena. Ayana laughed lightly, teasing that she had been looking forward to seeing him on his knees. That grin sharpened as he declared that she would see a lot more than that when he won. Then he launched into action. Triple detonation, fast, fierce, relentless. Ayana met him halfway. They collided midair, gold and violet flaring like a solar storm. Palms met in a thunderclap before breaking apart again, her flip tight and graceful, his landing like a comet crash. Sparks scorched the ground where their boots touched down. Bakugo cracked his neck and remarked that she was getting cocky. She replied that he loved it, and he admitted she was not wrong. He feinted left, detonated low, and appeared behind her in a flash of smoke and heat. Ayana twisted and hit the ground with a controlled pulse that flung her into a backflip over his head. They landed back to back, paused for a moment, then turned and struck. Their palms met again, and the force of it cracked the platform beneath their feet. Light exploded between them, violet laced with gold, a fusion of energy that should have shorted the system and blinded the sensors. The arena's shield buffers flared to life around the edges of the floor, overcompensating to keep the surge from frying the cameras. From the tech box, there were exclamations of disbelief as they realized the two were sinking mid-fight again, noting that it was not just synergy but a full-blown fusion event. They were going to break the grid, someone hissed, while another corrected that they were going to break each other. Back on the platform, Ayana's energy surged through her arms, down Bakugo's blast channels and rebounded. The feedback loop of their quirks laced together in a perfect cycle of chaos and chemistry. They broke apart again, this time with more distance, their boots hitting the tile and cracking it beneath them from sheer force. The tension in the air was palpable as they circled each other, boots crunching over fractured tile, breath visible in the supercharged atmosphere. Bakugo's jaw clenched as sparks lighted up his arms, his gauntlets hissing with pressure. Every movement radiated heat-coiled tension just waiting for release. His eyes never left hers. Ayana matched his stance with lethal calm, the soft hum of her energy vibrating against the ground in rhythmic pulses. Her breath came slow and steady, despite the rapid beat of her heart. The violet glow under her skin pulsed brighter, now alive, reckless, hers. She asked if he was going to break first, tilting her head. Bakugo's lips curled as he replied that the only thing breaking would be her smug look. She shot back that it was big words for someone still reeling from the last impact. He glanced down at the soul print shining bright and gold beneath the cracked plating over his ribs, his grin sharpening as he claimed that one was motivation. She smirked, asserting that it was hers. Then they were moving again. Bakugo burst forward in a flare of propulsion, while Ayana countered with a twist of her wrist, the blast from her palm propelling her diagonally across the field. They collided midair once more, harder this time, wilder. Her boot caught his thigh, his palm grazed her shoulder, and the resulting shockwave echoed through the arena. Soul prints ignited on impact, one on her collarbone, one on his hip, another trailing down her wrist where his gauntlet had caught her. In the stands, chaos erupted again as spectators realized the intensity of the battle. Bakugo landed in a crouch and launched a controlled blast that skimmed just past Ayana's side. She didn't dodge, she caught it. Her hand closed around the edge of the explosion, her energy absorbed, redirected, weaponized. Bakugo's eyes widened for a moment too long. Ayana smiled, slow and devastating, declaring she had him. She fired it back, amplified. It hit him square in the chest and sent him skidding across the field in a burst of violet light. Bakugo rolled, coming up on one knee, coughing and laughing, muttering that she would throw his own move back at him. Ayana paced toward him, every step laced with energy. She was focused, fierce, unforgiving. She stated that he had wanted a real fight, and so did she. She lunged again, and Bakugo met her halfway. The screen glitched from the force of their next collision, and the arena lit up like a solar flare. Total sync override was detected, and the system integrity was compromised. Emergency lights flared red, and in the control booth, sirens blared. There were frantic calls to pull them back, but technicians shouted that the systems weren't responding. Back on the field, Ayana and Bakugo didn't hear the warnings. They were too far gone, too synced, too deep inside the storm they had created. Their energy spiraled in tighter loops, gold wrapping violet, violet burning through gold until the sensors on the platform began to flicker with static. The floor beneath them cracked again, spiderwebbing out like lightning had kissed the ground. Ayana's eyes were locked on his, and Bakugo's chest rose and fell in heavy breaths, gauntlets hissing under pressure, jaw clenched tight. The AI stammered warnings of imminent system override and exceeded combat sync thresholds, but the students in the gallery had gone silent, too stunned to react. They were witnessing something extraordinary, and it was clear that neither Ayana nor Bakugo intended to stop. Because they can't, Yaoyorozu stated, her eyes wide. They're locked in. A full-blown resonance loop. If it doesn't short out, it'll explode, Ida finished grimly. Nizu simply observed, his tail twitching, a teacup balanced delicately in his paws. Or evolve, he said softly. Let's see what they choose. On the platform, the world narrowed to a single breath. Bakugo's hand clenched into a fist, sparks sputtering against his palm, focused and contained like a secret. Ayana stood still, her muscles taut, the violet light beneath her skin pulsing in time with her heartbeat. Her fingers flexed, brimming with held-back power. They locked eyes. This wasn't over, Bakugo thought, his voice low and wrecked in his mind. Ayana's breath hitched, but her resolve was steady. Never was. Then they moved. The ground didn't shake, it split. Their combined force was no longer two powers clashing. It was one volatile, synchronized system spiraling out of control. Every strike came faster, heavier, more relentless. Bakugo threw an explosion-backed punch. Ayana caught it with a pulse of raw energy that detonated on impact, sending both of them flying across the arena. Neither landed cleanly. Neither cared. They were already back on their feet, racing toward each other again. Her hands glowed brighter now, each step scattering violet static across the fractured floor. His gauntlets smoked like the exhaust of a collapsing star. They collided midair. A full-body impact. Her boots slammed into his side. His forearm struck her shoulder. Energy surged. Soul prints flared everywhere: jaw, hip, spine, neck, forearm. The platform beneath them screamed as metal warped under the resonance. Warnings blared in the background, but they didn't stop. Ayana ducked under a wide arc of flame and planted a palm against Bakugo's chest. His eyes widened, but he didn't retreat. He leaned into it. She unleashed a powerful blast, and the floor beneath him gave way. He crashed through the first layer of reinforced tile, then launched back up from the crater, using the momentum of her attack to propel himself forward. He caught her mid-charge, both spiraling into the wall, smashing through a containment pylon. The shield generators erupted, and the arena shook. Nizu's ears twitched at the chaos unfolding. In the control box, someone shouted about the outer defenses being breached. Aizawa swore under his breath, demanding emergency suppression. Panic spread through the control booth as they realized the resonance limiters were being overridden. Back on the platform, Ayana shoved Bakugo backward with a pulse. He caught himself, skidding across cracked tile, his gauntlets sparking uncontrollably. He smirked, feeling the thrill of the battle. She wiped blood from her lip with the back of her glove, her smile sharp and glowing. Was that a promise? Bakugo growled, but it wasn't anger, it was excitement, pure thrill. His boots detonated beneath him, propelling him forward in a burst of gold light. Ayana met him with a forward slide, channeling raw energy into a ripple that cracked the tile and flung debris into the air. They clashed mid-motion, an explosion wrapped in lightning, their bodies ricocheting apart and slamming into opposite sides of the ruined arena wall. The foundation shook beneath the weight of their power. Chaos surged from the gallery, with spectators realizing the intensity of the fight. They weren't just fighting, they were trying to break each other or everything else. They had officially passed sparring and entered a catastrophic event. Someone from the tech crew warned that they were going to level the whole wing of the building. In the control booth, red lights flashed in sync with the tremors rattling the walls. Sparks fell from overhead wiring. The resonance grid screeched as readings went off scale. Total Quirk feedback was climbing dangerously high. Nizu stood calmly, watching the chaos unfold. Aizawa turned to him, deadpan, asking if he was going to call it. Nizu replied that he was curious to see how this would end, sipping his tea as if the world around him was not on the brink of collapse. Back on the arena floor, Bakugo blasted himself from the wreckage. His hero suit was cracked, blood at the edge of his mouth, but he grinned like a feral creature. Ayana rose from the broken edge of the platform, energy crackling fiercely, burning violet lines into the air. They were both bleeding, bruised, and grinning like maniacs. Bakugo declared he wasn't stopping. Ayana, with a hint of defiance, remarked that he wouldn't be the person she admired if he did. For just a moment, Bakugo froze, the weight of her words hanging in the air. His grin faltered, softened, and sharpened again, because of course she'd say that here, now, in the midst of their battle. "Are you just going to stare, or are we going to finish this?" she taunted, a smirk on her lips. Bakugo huffed, low and dangerous, the sound rumbling from deep within him. He challenged her, stating she was cocky for someone still standing because he let her. Ayana laughed, sharp and breathless, urging him to stop holding back. Another detonation followed, another clash, as the arena floor howled beneath them. They met at center stage, fists colliding with a force that cracked the last standing pylon in half. Gold and violet blazed between them in a column of pure resonance, the light blinding, the air warping around them with heat and pressure. And still they didn't stop. Didn't slow. didn't flinch. Ayana threw an uppercut laced with static. Bakugo barely caught it, turning it into a spinning counterblast that sent her skidding back, leaving molten tracks on the floor. Ayana caught her balance with one hand against the ground, energy bleeding into the cracks like wildfire. Her other hand lifted, palm open, daring him. She challenged him, her voice radiant despite the chaos. Bakugo wiped the blood off his chin, grinning like a madman, ready to show her what he had. He lunged again. They collided in a flash of color and fury, no more precision, no more restraint. Just fire and storm. Their bodies moved in tandem and opposition, fists flying, pulses firing, soul prints blazing brighter with every blow. Bakugo's blast seared the air beside her cheek, while Ayana's energy cracked the tile beneath his feet. Each hit was a promise. Each dodge a dare. Bakugo spun midair, his gauntlet flaring. Ayana met it with a spiral of violet light, intertwining with the detonation like silk through flame. They landed hard, boots smoking, shoulders heaving, eyes locked as if they were the only two people in existence. Ayana was the first to smile. Not soft. Not victorious. Just alive. She remarked on his grin, breathless. Bakugo's mouth curved, ruined and radiant, as they prepared for the next round of their exhilarating battle. Neither Ayana nor Bakugo moved, the air between them charged with power and tension. The system issued a final warning: synergy limit breached, emergency lockdown initiated, resonance stabilization failure. The world tilted, lights flickered, and gravity shifted. The arena fell silent, every sensor malfunctioning, every failsafe rendered useless. Yet, Ayana and Bakugo stepped toward each other, slow and steady, their soul prints glowing and energy crackling at their fingertips. When they finally stopped, their foreheads nearly touching, Ayana gently brushed a smudge of soot from Bakugo's cheek. He remained still, staring at her as if she embodied his future, his downfall, and his victory all at once. She murmured, her voice low and hoarse from the fight, asking if he wanted to call it. Bakugo's smirk sharpened as he replied that she had tapped first. Ayana raised an eyebrow, reminding him that she had caught his punch, to which he retorted that she had used it against him. She claimed she had improved it. They were inches apart, still locked in their battle. Bakugo leaned in, his voice low enough to tremble the ground, declaring that it made him the winner. Ayana's breath caught not from surprise, but from the confirmation. His smirk grew, feral and satisfied, as he leaned close enough that their foreheads nearly touched, asserting that she was his tonight. The arena was still smoking, cracks spiderwebbing the floor like scars. The scent of ozone and adrenaline lingered in the air. The overhead lights flickered, barely holding on. From the center of the wreckage, two silhouettes emerged, Ayana and Bakugo, bruised and glowing. They didn't need words, their energy spoke volumes. The crowd remained silent, stunned, as if they had just witnessed a war zone. Someone in the gallery whispered in awe, and Nizu beamed, while Aizawa dragged a hand down his face, regretting every decision that led him here. In the stands, Jairu blinked slowly, marveling at the spectacle, while Mina fell back onto the bench, overwhelmed. Bakugo reached the edge of the platform first, extending his hand without looking. Ayana didn't hesitate, her fingers sliding into his, igniting their soul print as he steadied her descent. Gasps rippled through the gallery, the gold-violet flare between their hands unmistakable, raw, and unfiltered. Neither flinched. Ayana's hair was half undone, a small cut at her temple tracking blood through the dust on her skin, yet her chin remained high and unapologetic. Bakugo's collar was singed, his gauntlets cracked, but the fire in his eyes never wavered. They walked in sync, shoulders squared, energy humming between them, as if the damage behind them was insignificant. The press couldn't contain their excitement, bombarding them with questions about their bond, emotional links, and the nature of their connection. The couple paused, the air around them thickening with the weight of the inquiries. Ayana adjusted her stance, her fingers tightening around Bakugo's hand, the soul print glow flaring in response. Bakugo turned his head slowly, a dangerous warning in his gaze that silenced the gallery. Ayana followed suit, her calm demeanor and tilted chin making the press hesitate. She could have let someone else handle the questions, but instead, she stepped forward, asserting her presence. With a steady voice, she declared that everyone had seen what they were. Silence enveloped the arena as she let her words settle. A title wouldn't make their bond more real, nor would a headline make it less. She paused, then, with a smile that was both dangerous and grounded, confirmed that she had chosen him. Bakugo remained stoic, his grip on her hand unwavering. Ayana continued, stating that she would choose him again and again, every time the world tested their bond. The soul print ignition flared back to life, vibrant and undeniable. Bakugo stepped closer, brushing against her shoulder, his focus solely on her as he muttered that she wasn't getting the last word. Facing the gallery, his expression unreadable, he declared that they weren't there to fit anyone's narrative, they were there to rewrite it. His words hit the audience like an aftershock, leaving them speechless. This wasn't an outburst, it was a declaration that dared anyone not to believe it. Ayana didn't smile, but her fingers tightened around his. When the cameras began flashing again, she didn't flinch. They were no longer hiding their bond, the chaos, or their choice. One reporter finally found their voice, asking if their bond made them the first international soulmate pair in active history. Another inquired about their plans for the future, and yet another questioned if Ayana had applied for dual citizenship. Ayana paused, her phone buzzing incessantly in her utility belt with media alerts and emergency PR bulletins. Direct messages from her mother likely included at least one from her father reading, "So, you broke a stadium. We're proud." Bakugo's phone was off, which Ayana had anticipated. She had prepared for this moment. Casually tilting her head, she stated that they would have to ask the Hero Commission for those records, smiling strategically. The press drones retreated as if they had just witnessed a decisive moment. From the observation lounge, Mitsuki Bakugo laughed, expressing her approval of Ayana, noting that she didn't even break a sweat. Aizawa replied dryly that she had broken the building. Mitsuki countered that breaking the press was harder, and Principal Nizu beamed with delight. Below, chaos continued to unfold as reporters leaned over the railing, bombarding them with questions about their plans to sign with an agency as a pair, the ethical implications of soulmate combat teams, and whether their emotional link compromised their objectivity in combat. Ayana blinked slowly, contemplating which question to ignore, while Bakugo responded sharply, asserting that if they thought their bond was a weakness, they hadn't been paying attention. Ayana added that perhaps they had missed the part where they dismantled a training platform designed for pro-level combat, together and without losing control. Another press drone crashed to the floor, causing the reporters to flinch. One brave soul raised a trembling hand, asking about the soul prints displayed during the match, wondering if that was strategic or spontaneous. Bakugo's expression remained unchanged as he bluntly suggested that if they wanted to know if they had kissed before their fight, they could just ask. Half the gallery audibly choked, while Mina screamed from the class section, and Kaminari burst into tears. Even Jairu had to grip the rail to stay upright, stunned by Bakugo's boldness. Yaoyorozu remarked that there were children watching, to which Kaminari lamented that they were the children and felt like they had aged 10 years. Ayana, unfazed, looked directly at the camera drone that hadn't yet malfunctioned and stated clearly that it was strategic spontaneity. Present Mike wheezed from somewhere in the gallery, and Mina cheered, claiming Ayana had weaponized FRPY. Ida automatically called for decorum, though his face was redder than his glasses. Ayana maintained eye contact with the drone, allowing them to see the bruises on her neck and the way Bakugo's hand rested just beneath her waist, as if it belonged there. Mina whispered that she felt unwell, and Jairu echoed the sentiment. Mina wiped her eyes, declaring it the most intense press conference she had ever witnessed, despite the absence of a kiss. Kaminari warned against tempting fate, suggesting there was still time for more surprises. Before the press could launch into another round of questions, the arena lights flickered, and the overhead announcement warned all media personnel to evacuate due to a structural integrity breach. Nizu's voice followed, cheerfully reminding everyone to evacuate responsibly and mind the splintering walls on their way out. A drone crashed in the background, and reporters scrambled to exit the arena. Ayana finally exhaled, feeling the adrenaline fade while her body ached not from the fight, but from the weight of everything that had transpired. Bakugo's hand remained in hers, warm and steady. When he leaned in, brushing his shoulder against hers, she allowed herself to lean back for just a moment. She murmured that they should get out of there, and Bakugo agreed. They turned from the fractured gallery, stepping over scorch marks and shattered tiles as if they were part of the scenery. No matter what came next, questions, consequences, commission inquiries, this moment was theirs. The hallway outside the arena was chaotic. Support techs whispered in panic, engineers worked to fix the damage, and a PR official muttered about live-streamed soulmate drama and international liability insurance. Caution tapes surrounded the scorched area where their final clash had occurred, resembling a war zone. In the eye of the storm stood Nizu, calmly drinking tea. He turned as they approached, his eyes twinkling with mischief. He praised their performance, calling it electrifying and possibly seismically irresponsible. Ayana blinked, asking how bad the situation was. Nizu tilted his head, inquiring how good she wanted it to be. Bakugo scowled, suspecting Nizu was enjoying the chaos. Nizu produced a data pad, revealing that they were trending in 47 countries, with the commission wanting to brief them. 3 agencies had requested interviews, and Hero Vogue was offering a double cover, with matching suits optional and soul prints encouraged. Bakugo growled in protest. Ayana took the pad, flipping through it and muttering that she wasn't saying yes, but she would circle back to it later. Nizu beamed, announcing they had 10 minutes to clean up and that her mother was waiting. Bakugo groaned, dreading the prospect of a camera crew. Nizu assured them that while her mother hadn't brought a crew, she did come with her opinion, which was fully loaded. Ayana winced, realizing her mother would rate their performance like a sports match. Nizu helpfully added that she had already given it a 9.6, docking points for not kissing. Bakugo gently slammed his head against the nearest wall, expressing his frustration. Ayana rubbed her temples, lamenting that if this was what pro-hero fame felt like, she missed being emotionally repressed. Nizu's smile sharpened as he reminded them they weren't built for anonymity but for impact. Bakugo groaned without lifting his head, insisting he was meant for punching things, not trending hashtags. Ayana snorted, revealing that the hashtag SoulPrintScorchedEarth had 8.2 million hits. Bakugo lifted his head to squint at her, incredulous at how she knew that already. She explained that as a child of pro-heroes and press disasters, she received hourly updates, and Mina had sent her a screen cap with a sparkle filter. Nizu's ears twitched with excitement as he mentioned fan art, describing a stylized animation of their final hit, complete with music and fire effects, where they looked very molten. Bakugo stared, processing the description, while Ayana blinked in disbelief. Bakugo stared into the distance, feeling a surge of frustration. He contemplated the consequences of his actions. Nizu, unfazed, sipped his tea, reminding him to wait for the debrief. Footsteps echoed behind them, sharp and familiar. Bakugo muttered to himself, realizing who was approaching. Mitsuki Bakugo rounded the corner with an air of confidence, her sunglasses resting on her head and her trench coat billowing behind her. A support course in turn hurried past her, whispering about how intimidating she was. Mitsuki stopped in front of them, a satisfied smirk on her face. She crossed her arms and informed them that they had broken physics and half the stadium, expressing her delight. She added that Bakugo's father had been emotional, urging him not to share that detail. Bakugo blinked in confusion, struggling to process her words. Mitsuki continued, looking him straight in the eye, revealing that his dad had cried, his classmates had screamed, and even his aunt had sent a meme about proposals. She had to block journalists who were curious about the hereditary nature of soul print placement. Ayana, taken aback, couldn't believe what she was hearing. Mitsuki grinned, relishing the moment. Bakugo looked ready to explode, insisting he would not tolerate such nonsense. Mitsuki playfully dismissed his outburst, reminding him that he was now a national heartthrob and should embrace it. Bakugo was visibly flustered, recalling how he had thrown someone into a wall. Mitsuki, with pride in her eyes, remarked that it was the most romantic thing she had ever witnessed. Ayana groaned, pleading with Mitsuki to stop encouraging Bakugo. Mitsuki cheerfully refused, claiming she was invested in their dynamic. Nizu chimed in, expressing that the world was equally intrigued and eager to know if their resonance loop had been intentional. Ayana rolled her eyes, clarifying that it had merely been combat. Bakugo muttered under his breath, making a comment that caused Ayana to bite her lip, fighting back laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Mitsuki, suspicious, pressed for details, while Ayana quickly denied anything significant had been said. Nizu, ever the instigator, suggested Ayana was lying. Bakugo shot Nizu a glare, but Mitsuki's curiosity intensified. She threatened to assume the worst if they didn't share what had been said. Ayana blushed, insisting it was not a proposal. Bakugo, however, added a teasing remark that left Ayana wide-eyed and flustered. Mitsuki gasped. Dramatically, her excitement palpable as she grabbed Bakugo's arm, questioning whether he had just hinted at an engagement during a federal investigation. Bakugo clarified that it was merely a statement, while Ayana felt the urge to facepalm at the situation. Mitsuki, undeterred, declared her intention to buy a dress, prompting Ayana to plead with her not to. Mitsuki assured her it would be tasteful, though Ayana knew better. Nizu, barely containing his glee, remarked on the potential for a scandal, suggesting they proceed to the commission debrief. As they entered the commission boardroom, Ayana took a deep breath, and Bakugo took her hand. Together, they stepped into the room, ready to face whatever awaited them. The scrutiny and questions could wait. They would confront the storm side by side. Once inside, the doors closed with a heavy hiss, and silence enveloped them. The atmosphere was tense, crackling like a charged wire. Ayana stood tall, her shoulders back, while Bakugo remained beside her, coiled and ready. Their joined hands glowed faintly, a reminder of their bond. 12 commission members sat in a crescent formation, their expressions stoic and cold. Holograms displayed key moments from their match, showcasing their synchronized strikes and the resulting chaos. A voice broke the silence, calling their names. Commissioner Hanamura leaned forward, her tone sharp and authoritative, reminding them of the gravity of their actions. Ayana, with a hint of sarcasm, asked which part she was referring to: the crater, the lack of romance, or the glitching AI. Bakugo, unfazed, confirmed it was likely the last one. Hanamura continued, outlining the violations they had committed and the unprecedented public exposure they had created. Ayana coolly responded that they had simply demonstrated synergy, albeit better than expected. Bakugo added that they had done it loudly, and Hanamura's eyes narrowed, emphasizing the seriousness of their situation. Ayana clarified that they hadn't asked for the cameras but had remained unflinching when they appeared. Nizu interjected, highlighting that they had performed as trained, excelling under pressure. A new hologram appeared, showcasing their soul print overlay, with lines of violet and gold illuminating their bodies in perfect harmony. A commissioner inquired whether the intensity of their soul print activation had been intentional. Ayana shrugged, admitting they hadn't tracked their connection mid-fight. Hanamura pressed further, suggesting they had known the level of resonance was possible. Bakugo looked directly at her, stating they hadn't known but had felt the connection. He reached for Ayana's hand again, intertwining their fingers without hesitation. The glow between them intensified, not for show but simply because they were together. The room fell silent once more, and Ayana's voice softened as she expressed that their bond was built on trust, not for headlines but for the connection they shared. It doesn't make them weaker. She glanced around the room, and Bakugo added that if that scared people, maybe they shouldn't be in charge of future heroes. It landed like a bomb, undeniable. Nizu's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. He suggested they discuss branding opportunities or field deployment scenarios next. Ayana's smile finally bloomed lethal, lovely, and earned. Bakugo cracked his knuckles, and 12 seasoned officials realized, perhaps for the first time, they weren't there to control these two, they were just trying to keep up. Commissioner Hanamura's fingers tapped once against the edge of the table, a gesture that signaled restraint. She wanted to say something sharp but knew every mic in the room was recording. She spoke slowly, explaining that what they had done went far beyond what the Hero Commission had authorized. They had forced their hand on every front: regulatory, media, political. Did they grasp the scale of what they had done? Ayana calmly interjected, stating they had shown the bond for what it truly was: not the theory or the curated press story, but the real thing. The world hadn't looked away. Bakugo leaned forward, elbows on the table, unflinching, asserting they hadn't forced anyone's hand. The officials just hadn't expected to be holding a match when they lit the fuse. A rustle of papers and a flicker of side-eye panic rippled through the room. Hanamura's jaw tightened as she reminded them that this was meant to be a demonstration, not an international event. Ayana leaned back in her chair, exuding confidence, and pointed out that perhaps they should have considered that before inviting 5 media outlets, 3 international correspondents, and a livestream drone with a 360-degree view. Nizu, ever the optimist, sipped his tea and noted that the press response had been overwhelmingly positive, at least after they recovered from the third soul print flare. One of the older commissioners muttered about having to reschedule 2 diplomatic meetings, to which Ayana smoothly replied that they were still there, watching the footage and taking notes. All eyes turned back to the display, where synchronized pulse points lit up like a heartbeat between them, readings off the charts, the AI-generated readout flagging it as unstable, then immediately correcting itself to unmatched. Bakugo let out a low laugh, suggesting that the word bothered them. Hanamura insisted it didn't, but Bakugo countered that it should, as it meant they didn't fit the mold. Hanamura folded her hands and acknowledged that they were right. They didn't fit. She looked at Ayana, then at Bakugo, and finally down at the blinking interface between them. They weren't just a combat pair, they were an anomaly. Ayana retorted that they were just the beginning and questioned whether the officials truly believed they would be the only soulmate pair capable of such feats. Hanamura flinched, barely, but the micro-expression confirmed what Ayana already knew. They hadn't just broken containment protocols, They had opened a system that wasn't prepared to evolve. Ayana leaned forward, her voice cool as steel, asserting that they weren't the problem but rather proof that the definition of soulmate combat was too small. Bakugo smirked, low and dangerous, adding that if they thought this stopped with them, they were already behind. Ayana then questioned whether the officials had even taken the time to look at the data from the soulmate synergy simulation they had done with their classmates. She didn't wait for their denial, stating that if they had, they would. No, they weren't the only pair pushing limits. Kaminari and Jairu were specialists in coordinated disruption, building synergy around resonance and real-time signal-based tactics, with their combined damage scale nearing 8. She continued without pause, explaining that Kirishima and Mina were brute force wrapped in rhythm and trust, ideal for frontline chaos with corrosive terrain control. They were sent in first when a quick fight was needed. Then her voice shifted softer, but no less firm when she mentioned Midoriya and Uraraka. They weren't maxed out on raw power yet, but they were intuitive and strategic. Their bond was gravitational, both literally and emotionally, moving together like a thought. She noted that they were looking at potential that could hit a 9 if given time. A commissioner at the far left finally spoke, his voice clipped and dismissive, claiming that Midoriya and Uraraka lacked the output or control to be considered a serious threat vector. Their synergy was emotional, not tactical, and that kind of pairing might be sweet on paper, but it didn't win wars. Before the words were fully out, Bakugo leaned forward, eyes blazing, asserting that the commissioner hadn't been on the front lines. Bakugo's voice was low and dangerous as he reminded them that if Midoriya hadn't given up his quirk, if he hadn't burned himself out dragging Shigaraki and all for one into the ground, none of them would be sitting there. They would be dead, their offices gone, and the building in ruins. Silence fell, and no one interrupted him. He continued, emphasizing that just because Midoriya was quiet and soft-spoken didn't mean he was weak. He had made the call none of them had the spine to make, giving everything for the world, yet they were still trying to act like that wasn't enough. The room remained stone-cold quiet. Ayana stepped in, calm where Bakugo was wildfire, but her words struck like steel. Even if they didn't care about what Midoriya and the others had sacrificed, they should care about what came next. She glanced around the table, stating that she was the daughter of soulmates, which gave her the upper hand. Kids like her tended to come out stronger than those who weren't. Her quirk was a fused, evolved version of both her parents, stacking the deck in her favor. She posed a question about what they planned to do when she had kids, asking if they were prepared for a second generation. If having parents who were soulmates made one stronger, had they considered what would happen when those children weren't just the children of soulmates but also grandchildren? Her words dropped like a lit match in a powder keg, neither a threat nor a promise, but a prophecy. Ayana let the silence stretch, allowing them to squirm beneath it. She continued, asserting that this was where it was going, not just 4 bonded pairs today, but a generation of kids born with enhanced reflexes, fused quirks, and instinctual synergy in their DNA. Leaning back slightly, she noted that Bakugo and she had barely scratched the surface of what their bond could do, yet they were already making the AI glitch. She questioned what would happen when a child's quirk was born from that bond, from this level of resonance, from lineage. Bakugo crossed his arms, daring any of them to speak. He stated that soulmate offspring were stronger, and that wasn't just a theory, it was documented. They had the data for years, and he guessed they buried it because they didn't like what it meant. He pointed to Ayana as living proof of it. Ayana remained unfazed, asserting that she wouldn't be the only one for long. Bakugo concluded that they wanted control, but what they were looking at was momentum, a legacy. You can't regulate the future when it's already in motion. Ayana stated that they were not anomalies, they were inevitabilities. Nizu set his teacup down with a soft clink, his eyes gleaming as if he had just witnessed a masterclass. He remarked lightly that he believed the board had some catching up to do. Ayana rose to her feet, Bakugo standing beside her. They didn't storm out. They didn't need to. They left the weight of their words behind like a fuse still burning. The doors hissed shut behind them, and Mitsuki Bakugo was waiting. With her arms crossed and foot tapping, one perfectly sculpted brow raised, she assessed them. Her gaze flicked over the glowing soul prints on their hands, the tension in their shoulders, and the subtle scorch marks still clinging to Bakugo's shirt. She dryly remarked that she was glad to see them finally scare the commission into SBMSN. Bakugo groaned in response, but Mitsuki wasn't finished. Her sharp eyes turned to Ayana, assessing her closely. She asked if Ayana had just threatened them with grandkids. Ayana blinked, then smirked, stating that technically she had only asked a question. Mitsuki looked far too smug as she acknowledged that it was about time someone made them think ahead. She stepped back to give them room to pass, then muttered just loud enough for the still-cracked door to catch it, expressing her anticipation to meet the grandkid that would level a city block before nap time. Bakugo choked and Ayana laughed. Meanwhile, 12 powerful officials, still frozen behind the glass, realized they were not just preparing for 2 unstoppable soulmates, they were bracing for a new legacy. The headlines hit before they even made it back to the dorms. Soulprint Supernova, UA's elite pair shatters combat records and arena floor. Orana and Dynamite ignite global media frenzy. Is this the future of pro heroes? Hero commission silent after synergy scandal. Sources confirm AI glitch, unauthorized soulprint detonation. Ayana's phone buzzed non-stop in her pocket, as did Bakugo's and likely everyone else's. They had gone viral again. But this wasn't like the karaoke footage. This was scorched earth, soulprint overlays, and frame-by-frame analysis of their last clash. One video had already looped their encounter 15 times with the words, "Soulmate explosion tension," displayed in a playful font.